A digital interface flickers to life, displaying a character portrait wreathed in crackling blue energy, identifying him as the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, though his name remains anonymous. The image shifts, and Nam Woohyun's face appears, eyes closed, as if lost in thought, reflecting on what he calls a beautiful dream. A single tear traces a path down his cheek as he recalls how he had wanted to destroy it. He remembers a figure in gleaming armor, a memory of wanting to devour it. His thoughts intensify, to raze it to the ground. The armored figure stands resolute in his mind, its hand poised. And Woohyun's expression turns to one of deep regret, lamenting how unfortunate it was. His eyes open, filled with sorrow, if he hadn't done what he did. A blonde-haired warrior, clad in gleaming armor, surveys the desolate landscape before him, his armored hand resting on his chest. A sigh of relief escapes his lips, as he acknowledges the villain's final demise. The world around him is a ruin of shattered earth and glowing debris, a fitting end for such a wicked foe. With the battle concluded, the warrior turns and walks away from the devastation, his cape billowing behind him. The vivid memory fades into darkness, and Nam Woo-hyun lets out a weary breath, leaning back from his computer screen. The villain's death marked the end of his series, a story he had to conclude. He muses to himself that it's time to wrap things up. His fingers hover over the keyboard, a miserable feeling lingering. He finds himself reflecting on the arduous journey of writing a novel he never truly wanted to create. But soon, he thinks, he can finally put it all behind him. He stretches, a quiet sound of relief escaping him as he looks forward to calling it quits after tomorrow. Standing in his kitchen, he resolves to leave all his regrets behind, a new chapter awaiting him. Back at his desk, the quiet of his apartment is suddenly broken. A heavy thud echoes through the silence. Another loud impact reverberates from his door, startling him from his bed. He looks up, a question forming in his mind. The thudding continues, insistent and rhythmic, drawing his attention back to the door. His eyes widen in surprise and concern, realizing it's far too late for anyone to be knocking. Startled by the insistent thudding, Woo-hyun questions who could be at his door at such an hour. He cautiously approaches, the heavy knocking continuing to echo through the quiet apartment. Until, just as suddenly as it began, an unsettling silence falls. Woo-hyun pauses, surprised by the abrupt cessation of noise, wondering if it was merely some ordinary disturbance, yet feeling a strange unease. Deciding to dismiss it, he tells himself to simply go back to bed. The door remains still, the hallway outside quiet once more. But as he turns to leave, a piece of paper flutters down from above, landing softly on the floor to reveal a mysterious, glowing object. As the mysterious glowing paper settles into his hand, Nam Woo-hyun reads the inscription, which promises a gift for when he is in need. He stares at the strange object, a question forming in his mind about what kind of gift this could be. Suddenly, a malevolent red energy begins to swirl from the paper, engulfing his hand in an ominous glow. In another space, or perhaps a manifestation of the energy itself, a red-haired figure writhes in agony, their eyes burning with the same crimson light. The power surges through Nam Woo-hyun as well, his own eyes reflecting the intense red energy. A gasp escapes him, utterly bewildered by the sudden, overwhelming transformation. The red-haired figure, now bleeding from the mouth, succumbs to the power, their final thought a despairing realization of their impending end. Meanwhile, the red energy continues to coalesce around Nam Woo-hyun's hand, as he acknowledges the significant effort he's put into this moment. Finally, the red-haired figure collapses into his arms, their fate sealed by the mysterious gift. A decade of relentless pursuit, a life spent chasing vengeance for his murdered family, for his lost love, had led to this moment. Yet, even with all his efforts, he hadn't been able to achieve anything more. He had failed, but perhaps someone else could succeed where he could not. As a shadowy form reached out to him, the red-haired figure questioned his own failure, his voice laced with despair. Amidst the growing agony, he made a final, desperate plea. The vibrant red energy surged, engulfing him completely. A raw, guttural scream tearing from his throat as the power consumed him. Dark tendrils writhed around the brilliant crimson, pulling him deeper into the void, leaving behind only a final, echoing request: do it for me. As the red energy consumed him entirely, the sacrificial figure's final, desperate plea echoed, a promise to bear witness to the revenge he could not achieve. His form distorted and fractured by the overwhelming power. He vanished completely, leaving only a lingering shimmer of crimson and azure energy, a silent testament to his sacrifice, as the power transferred to its new vessel. Meanwhile, a delicate spiderweb, intricately woven, glistened in the quiet stillness of a new dawn, unaware of the profound shift that had just occurred. Far away, a figure lay motionless in a luxurious bed, the soft light of morning filtering through the curtains. His legs dangled casually over the side, a stark contrast to the ornate surroundings, suggesting a deep, unconscious slumber. Then, with a soft rustle, his eyes slowly fluttered open, revealing a startling crimson hue, as he stirred, disoriented, wondering where he was. His hand instinctively reached for the blanket, his gaze drifting towards the city lights outside the window, a question forming on his lips. Ugh, did I pass out? Sitting up, The man with newly red hair and eyes surveyed the unfamiliar room, his mind racing to piece together the events that led him here. A low, persistent hum fills the air around him. As he slowly comes to, finding himself slumped on an unfamiliar floor, confusion clouds his mind. Looking down at his attire, he questions, "What the hell are these clothes?" Pushing himself up, he catches sight of his reflection in a large mirror, a sudden realization dawning on him. His footsteps echo softly as he takes in the sight, a growing panic rising within him. What's going on? The figure staring back is undeniably him, yet utterly transformed. An ominously crimson head of hair frames a face that now holds a subtly sly, almost villainous, expression. The moment he truly sees his own face, he knows. Any trace of his former self, his emotions, his very essence, feels distant. It appears he has changed completely. A soft sigh escapes him as he grapples with the profound shift, the realization dawning that he has truly possessed this new body. His crimson eyes reflect a stark truth. He is now Arsène Adel, the most formidable villain from his own novel. A distinctive symbol, etched onto his chest, marks this new form. Beyond the immediate shock of his transformation, a chilling thought emerges. His annihilation is scheduled to occur in just a few days. The world around him, dark and foreboding, seems to echo this grim prophecy. This body, this identity, belongs to a half-demon bloodline. The Arsène family, from which this form descends, is a lineage born of demons. Once among the Empire's most powerful, their strength derived from their demonic heritage, they ultimately fell, brought low by 6 specific families. Thus, the bloodline of the Arsène family, now his own, carries a heavy history. He reflects on his new identity, the name Arsène Adel, now solely his. Recalling the tragic fate of the original Arsène Adel, a hero turned villain, whose failed revenge ultimately led to his own creator's transmigration. A chilling realization settles in. His new existence is fleeting, destined to end at the hands of the 6 family's knights within days. As if on cue, a status window materializes before him, offering a glimpse into his current capabilities. He observes the details, noting that Adel, even as a villain, was one of the most talented characters he'd ever conceived, possessing a half-demon bloodline with traits like poison immunity and mana manipulation. Yet, he can't help but compare these abilities to the truly overpowered talents he had reserved for his novel's protagonists. A wry chuckle escapes him, remembering his authorial intent. No matter how compelling the villain, they were never meant to triumph over the main character. The bitter irony deepens as he realizes his current body, despite its potential, is completely unable to control mana. The very limitations he imposed on Arsène Adel to ensure the protagonist's victory now threaten his own survival. The ornate ceiling of a lavish room looms above. As he lies in bed, his red hair a stark contrast against the pillows, a wave of unease washing over him. His gaze falls upon a small, unassuming envelope resting on the bed beside him, and he wonders what it could be. A flicker of recognition crosses his face, remembering it as something significant from the novel's original timeline, a moment when Arsène Adel first encountered him in the story. He had completely forgotten about this detail, realizing that even a small clue could be crucial in his current predicament, leaving no room to be picky. With a soft rustle, he picks up the envelope, recalling that it was supposed to contain something helpful. But as he opens it, a puzzled expression spreads across his features. The contents are blank, the expected text nowhere to be found, leaving him utterly bewildered. A wave of despair washes over him, the realization hitting hard. If even this small hope is gone, how will he escape his predetermined tragic end? He stares at the glowing paper, a cryptic message shimmering across its surface. A spectral, red-haired figure watches him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The paper's glowing script clarifies, asking if the creator knows how to use this gift and demanding a simple yes or no in response. The red-haired figure's smile vanishes, replaced by a look of shock, then pure rage, as he screams at Adele. The paper, seemingly ignoring the outburst, calmly reiterates its request for a yes or no, while the red-haired figure, now a small, resigned image, offers to hear him out. Nam Woo-hyun writes yes on the paper, which immediately responds with a stark warning. Some questions come with a price. He pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, wondering if this information purchase will truly provide any meaningful answers. But his desperation overrides his caution, and he pins his most urgent question. Tell me how I can return to the real world. The paper's glowing script delivers a brutal, unequivocal response. It is impossible, a finality that leaves the red-haired figure looking utterly defeated. He curses under his breath, the crushing news of his impossible return still echoing in his mind. But a more immediate concern demands his attention, as a question forms, projected onto the mysterious paper. Tell me the detailed method to use mana and how to use Adele's traits. He knows he must prioritize survival and power in this new reality, thinking, I need to take care of what's urgent. The paper responds, its glowing script confirming that this question does not require payment. As blue energy surges around the red-haired figure, the mana manipulation techniques and Adele's inherent traits are imputed directly into his body, with the paper then presenting a choice. Will you accept? To which he immediately affirms. A jolt of raw power courses through him, and the red-haired figure exclaims, I can feel the mana. Dark, swirling energy erupts from his form, a tangible manifestation of the power now at his command. A soft, red glow emanates from his hand, the mana he now wields feeling far more substantial than he could have imagined. Next, he focuses on the power to restrain opponents, a chilling aura of killing intent flaring around him. His eyes burn with a crimson light, a silent acknowledgement of his success. The dark, oppressive energy swirls around his form, a potent force that, while perhaps insufficient against trained soldiers, would certainly overwhelm ordinary individuals. With that understood, his attention shifts to Adele's buffer skill, a blue orb of energy now manifesting in his palm as he seeks to comprehend position transfer. The skill, he realizes, allows him to switch places with any object within the range of his assassination abilities, a small, glowing target appearing before him as he designates a point. Blue, dagger-like projections shimmer around him, a visual representation of the skill's activation. A smirk plays on his lips as he assesses its current limitations, only able to designate targets within 50 meters, a paltry range compared to Adele's original power, but one that promises growth with practice. Now clad in a suit of armor, he prepares to test his new abilities against a training dummy. He focuses, initiating the position transfer skill, a faint blue glow beginning to emanate from his form. His body blurs, dissolving into a shimmering outline of pure energy, streaking across the space in a flash of vibrant blue light, before coalescing once more, reforming with a sudden impact, his foot hitting the ground. A heavy sigh escapes him as he drops to one knee, the effort clearly taking its toll. He can't move that far yet. The ground beneath him cracks slightly from the force of his landing, but a fierce resolve hardens his gaze. He'll do it dozens, no hundreds of times if he needs to. He clenches his hands, a fierce resolve burning within him, as he vows to succeed and survive. Far away, or perhaps in another reality, a squadron of armored knights charges across a desolate landscape, their leader barking orders to ensure their target is finally eliminated. A sigh escapes Nam Woo-hyun, the novelist, as he contemplates the end of his story. With the strongest villain's death, his series was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, outside, a fierce storm rages, lightning flashing across a dark, turbulent sky. The tempest looms over the imposing structure of the Arson family estate. Inside, the heavy clank of armored footsteps echoes through the halls. As two figures approach a doorway, their movements deliberate. The lead figure, clad in ornate armor and a flowing red cape, strides forward, his expression one of surprise as he peers into the room, wondering aloud, what is it? He is Captain Felis of Iron County, and he has found something. Inside, Nam Woo-hyun looks down with a subtle smirk, as if caught in the very act of being discovered. From a distance, the armored figures discuss the state of the young man they've found. He hasn't moved for days, they note, his stillness a stark contrast to the storm outside. Captain Felis, his expression grim, acknowledges the report with a grunt. His company of armored soldiers marches forward, their heavy steps echoing through the estate. Meanwhile, the red-haired figure stands in a dimly lit chamber, his back to the viewer, a sense of foreboding emanating from him. Nam Woo-hyun, now facing Felis, greets the captain with a question, his composure unsettling. The red-haired figure, now holding a knife, speaks with chilling resolve, questioning any hesitation to eliminate the young man. Felis dismisses the notion as absurd, and with Nam Woo-hyun held firmly by a soldier, he gives the order to eliminate him, which is met with an immediate affirmation. A soldier raises his sword, the blade glinting ominously as it prepares to descend upon the captured novelist. Facing imminent execution, Nam Woo-hyun activates a skill, blue energy flaring around him and his sword as he designates a target for position transfer. The energy intensifies, charging his blade with a potent, ethereal glow. With a swift designation, he executes position transfer, vanishing in a burst of light. He reappears instantly behind one of the armored soldiers, his glowing sword already poised. The soldier, caught completely off guard, can only register a gasp of shock. Before he can react, the soldier is struck, sent reeling by the force of the attack. Nam Woo-hyun's blade plunges deep, impaling the armored figure as other soldiers look on in stunned disbelief. Another soldier cries out in alarm, witnessing the sudden, brutal reversal. Captain Felis, standing with his men, watches the unfolding chaos, his expression grim. He drives the glowing blade deep into the soldier's back, the sudden, brutal strike silencing his victim instantly. What are you doing? Felis roars, his voice cutting through the sudden silence. Get him! His command galvanizes the surrounding armored figures, who surge forward, weapons raised. But before they can reach him, a powerful blow connects, sending him reeling backward, his body tumbling through the air, a blur of motion as he loses control, crashing through a fragile structure that shatters around him. As he hits the ground, a surge of blue energy erupts from his form, activating his position transfer skill once more. As the last vestiges of the position transfer skill shimmered away, a faint blue crystal remained, marking the spot where he had vanished. Meanwhile, in a new, unfamiliar location, he materialized, kneeling amidst a fading blue aura, the energy of his escape still clinging to him. With a determined expression, he knew he had to reach the arson forest as quickly as possible. Back at the scene of the escape, Captain Felis roared, demanding his troops chase the fleeing target. The arson forest loomed, a dense, ancient wood, its towering trees casting long shadows. An eerie silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the rustling of unseen creatures. Through this foreboding landscape, Nam Woo-hyun ran, his footsteps echoing softly on the forest floor. He mused that even if this was not luck, or if someone was trying to help him, he would take it, for there was no other way he could survive. So instead, he formulated a new plan. Before him, a swirling, glowing red portal appeared, and he resolved to enter the gate in this forest of the demon realm. A maelstrom of fiery red energy churns, a raw, demonic force that has recently consumed this world, proving utterly incompatible with humankind. Amidst the swirling chaos, a red-haired figure stands, his brow furrowed in thought, wondering if his true talents would ever be accepted. A wave of distress washes over him, his expression tightening. Suddenly, he finds himself on the ground, surrounded by shadowy pursuers who demand their forces spread out and find him, a chilling question escaping his lips. Have they already caught up? He scrambles to his feet, fleeing through the dark, cavernous landscape, the pressing issue being that the gate's exact location was never described. Looking back over his shoulder, he continues his desperate flight, the shadowy figures close behind. His foot lands with a sharp crunch, a sound echoing ominously in the silence. His eyes widen in sudden shock, a realization dawning on him. Then, a blinding burst of blue-green energy erupts, engulfing the space around him. A brilliant blue energy bursts forth from his hand, expanding rapidly with a deafening roar. The raw power of the impact sends a shower of debris and chaotic blue-green particles flying. As a shadowy, armored figure with piercing green eyes suddenly materializes, its weapon poised, demanding, "Then tell me the information you want." Before he can react, the shadowy assailant strikes down with immense force, pinning the red-haired figure to the ground amidst the lingering blue energy. Struggling against the pressure, he realizes he has only one or two more position transfers left. A desperate thought echoes in his mind. I need to hurry and find the gate. A grimace twists his features as the reality sets in. Shit, maybe there is no way. As he walks away, a system message appears, offering to tell me the exact location of the gate that can take me back to the human realm. But this crucial information has a price, demanding 100 gold coins. The message continues, suggesting, or an artifact with a rank of relic or above. He scoffs in disbelief, muttering, "What? Hey, you cheapskate. Why would I have something like that right now?" He recoils, green energy flaring around him as the impact sends him reeling. And he plummets through the dark abyss, a pained cry escaping his lips. He lands hard on the unforgiving ground, groaning in agony, as a towering, armored figure looms over him, a glowing green blade held menacingly. The blade hums with an eerie light, its emerald glow casting long shadows. Captain Felis stares down at the fallen man, his voice laced with contempt, asking if he ran away simply to live, then declares, "Arsenadel, you will die here whether you like it or not." The captain's expression remains stern, his gaze unwavering. Despite his injuries, Arsenadel manages a defiant sneer, retorting, "Don't make me laugh." His hand clenches the earth, faint green energy flickering around his fingers, as he vows, "I'm not going to die." Despite his dire state, a flicker of resolve ignites within him, Arsenadel deciding there is only one more method left, green energy flaring around his hand as he prepares to risk everything. Meanwhile, in a different reality or perhaps a future yet to unfold, Nam Woo-hyun stands poised, a brilliant blue sword radiating power in his grasp. Back in the fiery ruins, Felis's voice cuts through the air, taunting Arsenadel for resisting until the very end. A scoff escapes the captain, who dismisses the injured man's defiance as typical. Still on the ground, Arsenadel challenges his tormentor, questioning why a leader of adults would personally pursue a single individual. He then turns the tables, asking about Felis's own career, a question the captain finds difficult to answer himself. With a grim expression, Felis raises his sword, promising to send Arsenadel off without pain amidst the burning landscape. His armored hand tightens on the hilt, green energy emanating from the blade, as he declares his intent to finish the job with the sword gifted by Count Leon. With a furious roar, Felis lunges, his sword wreathed in a deadly red aura. The blade plunges deep, a searing pain erupting through Arsenadel as Felis's attack finds its mark. With a final, decisive command, Felis ensures the blow is absolute. Yet, even with blood staining his lips, Arsenadel offers a chilling, knowing smile. Then, a blinding surge of azure energy explodes from his body, a raw, untamed power tearing through the air. The brilliant light expands, and through the shimmering aura, Arsenadel's voice rings out, thanking Felis for paying the price. Felis stares, his face a mask of disbelief, as Arsenadel declares that the price paid was more than required, and that he is now being brought to the gate of the demonic realm in the Arden Forest. Utterly bewildered, Felis can only manage a stunned, "What?" The blue energy continues to swell, engulfing everything in its radiant glow. He unleashes a blinding, explosive burst of red energy, the sheer force of it radiating outwards. The power momentarily overwhelms even him, causing his body to recoil from the violent discharge. As blue energy flares from his eyes and body, a system message confirms the activation of Position Transfer 1 move. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of azure light, he ascends rapidly, vanishing from the battlefield. Captain Felis watches, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, as the red-haired figure disappears. His voice rings out with desperate urgency, a futile command to stop, hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Arsene Adele crashes violently into a desolate, dark landscape, debris scattering around him from the impact of his arrival. Standing amidst the wreckage, a crimson aura flickering around him, he declares that his monstrous intention will follow him even here. The new realm is a barren, fiery expanse, its ominous silence broken only by the crackling of unseen flames. Still engulfed in explosive red and blue energy, he plummets through the void, the air crackling around him with raw power. Then, with a decisive reach, he finds his footing, a resounding impact echoing through the desolate space. Back in the previous realm, Captain Felis lunges forward, his voice tight with frustration, vowing not to let him escape. But the transfer is complete, his legs slamming down with a burst of blue energy, confirming his arrival. He stands in the center of a fiery crater, a desolate landscape of jagged rocks and burning embers stretching out before him, his form still wreathed in a vibrant blue aura. His gaze is sharp, a determined glint in his eyes, as the last vestiges of the teleportation energy flicker around him. A smirk plays on his lips as he sends a final, defiant message across the realms, promising to meet again. Felis, left behind, can only stare in stunned disbelief, the name of his superior escaping his lips in a gasp of shock. Now fully grounded in the infernal realm, the red-haired figure stands tall, his blue energy a stark contrast to the fiery devastation surrounding him. He clenches his jaw, a single word of frustration escaping his lips, his armored form standing resolute amidst the lingering magical residue. As the desolate, fiery landscape of the demonic realm reveals itself, a dark sun hanging heavy in the sky. Na Muhyun lets out a soft sigh, his thoughts consumed by the impending end of his series, which would conclude with the death of the world's strongest villain. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoes through a vast, cavernous space, filled with an ethereal blue glow. He clenches his jaw, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering how much time has truly passed. After waking up from passing through some unknown gate, he finds himself trapped inside a dungeon. The novelist sits on a cold stone bed, a piece of paper clutched in his hand, realizing this is no natural formation, but a man-made dungeon, a secret place for demonic arts. He ponders the strangeness of a stone bed in such a place, questioning if it was crafted by someone seeking treasure. His gaze falls upon a formidable barrier that reflects blades, guarded by an imposing stone figure. A new thought crosses his mind, a vague memory of his family's contract with strange entities. And the guardian itself, a silent, towering presence, is terrifying just to behold. He considers the glowing object before him, a dangerous thought crossing his mind. If he were to pursue it now, he might be utterly destroyed. A sudden flash of light erupts from the object, followed by a stark warning from the system. This is a one-time opportunity, and any attempt to bypass the rules will result in a penalty. The system clarifies that items not included as a hunt reward cannot be obtained, and ignoring this warning will lead to the loss of all items, though without taking damage. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he stares at the warnings, thinking, this guy's insane. So he's getting like this time, huh? His eyes narrow in contemplation, a quiet, questioning sound escaping his lips. He observes a glowing stone, realizing that it will only grow stronger. Reaching out, his hand makes contact with a textured, glowing wall, a low rumble echoing through the space. Suddenly, a profound realization washes over him. He can sense these strange things as Adele. He finds himself challenged by the system, a stark message declaring he doesn't possess the necessary authority, yet his resolve remains firm, knowing he must uncover more clues to escape this place. Reaching out, his hand glows with a soft blue light. He speculates that the object before him might hold the key to deactivating the surrounding barrier. A faint, almost amused smile touches his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the system's challenge, deeming it what a shame that it would try to impede him. Standing before the shimmering, ethereal wall, he reiterates his internal mission, to find more clues and break free. His gaze then falls upon a glowing stone, a thought forming that it must have originated from the Guardian. Considering the implications of its source, he muses that if it truly belongs to a Guardian, then perhaps the tides of fortune are about to turn in his favor. Suddenly, his form shifts, dissolving into a vibrant, glowing blue hologram as a system command flashes. Memory transfer. Designate. A complex, map-like projection of energy bursts forth, a surge of power accompanying its appearance. Now fully transformed into a shimmering, mobile projection, he receives a new directive. Memory transfer. Move. He watches the monstrous creature before him, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as the blue energy crackles around it. Shattered blue fragments of light burst around him, and he exclaims in triumph, realizing his new ability has truly worked. But the victory is short-lived as the creature lets out a guttural roar, its massive jaws snapping shut with a deafening crunch. It lunges forward, its glowing blue eyes fixed on him, a menacing growl rumbling deep in its throat. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, alien landscape, where a colossal, fiery ring hangs ominously in the dark, cloudy sky. A chilling wind howls across the barren ground, revealing towering, ancient structures in the distance, bathed in a strange, orange glow. A metallic clang echoes through the air as a circular, ornate object, possibly a shield or a part of a larger mechanism, glows faintly. Nearby, an unseen voice booms with frustration, demanding to know, "You idiot! How can you fail it again?" In a dimly lit, opulent chamber, a subordinate bows before a figure, delivering a report. This is Crete, the formidable patriarch of the Abari's family, a powerful entity within the demonic realm. His dark, ornate attire speaks of ancient power and authority. As he paces through his grand hall, a cunning plan forming in his mind. He considers using his own daughter's ambition to once again raid the human world. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, acknowledging the complexity of his scheme. He strokes his chin, deep in contemplation. Knowing that if his daughter succeeds, she will earn the right to enter the prestigious Saitan Demonic Realm School. Yet, even if he were to order her failure, her fierce will would likely defy him. Crete settles onto his imposing throne, the weight of his decisions heavy upon him. For his daughter, Arsenadel, is driven by a powerful desire for vengeance against the humans who took her mother. Crete ponders the situation, a deep frown etched on his face, wondering if such a feeble thing could truly survive in a place where only bastards like them gathered. Meanwhile, his daughter, Arsenadel, reports with a slight tremor in her voice, her hand nervously clenching, that there's trouble, patriarch. Crete's eyes narrow, his horns casting sharp shadows as he demands to know what she is talking about. Arsenadel bows her head in apology, standing before her father in the vast, dimly lit hall. She continues, explaining that they received news of someone unidentifiable in the hidden domain just moments ago. Crete listens intently, his imposing figure still and silent as she elaborates, stating that there are no records of such a being, and its mana signature is unlike anything they've encountered, making it impossible to gauge its rank. Her expression is one of concern as she adds that they've tried to approach it, but it's too dangerous to get close. Her hand gestures emphatically, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He considers the implications of the new entity, a formidable being that somehow managed to slip past the human world's defenses, yet he dismisses the threat, confident it will eventually perish. Understood, he acknowledges, his thoughts already moving past the report. If things go well, he muses, a new opportunity might present itself. If they don't die in the hidden domain, he thinks, then it's a chance for his own advancement, a new challenge to overcome. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue energy erupts, a clawed attack descending with terrifying speed. The force of the impact is immense, a torrent of blue mana overwhelming his defenses. The relentless assault continues, forcing him to recognize the form of his attacker, a wolf. Wu Hyun clutches his chest, gasping for air, the realization dawning on him that he almost died. The blue mana wolf stands before him, radiating an immense, chilling power. Still reeling from the ambush, he considers the perilous nature of the hidden domain, knowing that even stepping outside could spell trouble. But with a determined glint in his eye, he decides to take a chance, muttering, "Nice, let's try it." A vibrant blue aura erupts around him, pulsating with raw power as he initiates a skill. The system confirms his action, memory transfer, designate, and the glowing energy around him intensifies, crackling with purple light. Suddenly, a colossal, wolf-like creature, wreathed in brilliant blue mana, manifests before him, its form towering and imposing. The sheer force of its appearance shatters the very ground, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the desolate earth. A gasp escapes him as he realizes, with a mix of shock and relief, that his risky maneuver had worked. His eyes, now burning with a fierce blue glow, lock onto the monstrous wolf, his resolve hardening. With a final surge of power, his entire being flares with a blinding, azure aura, ready to face the designated threat. As the skill activates, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts, coalescing into intricate geometric patterns that shimmer and pulse. From within the swirling light, the formidable blue mana wolf fully manifests, its sharp teeth bared, and its eyes glowing with an intense yellow light. Its arrival is marked by a powerful impact, sending a shockwave of red energy outward as a crystalline blue cube shatters into fragments, the sound echoing like thunder. Nam Woo-hyun stands amidst the dissipating energy, his gaze fixed on the newly formed creature. He takes a deliberate step forward, the ground beneath him faintly glowing with residual mana, his thoughts already turning to finding an exit from this domain. But before he can act, a new, monstrous presence emerges from the blue haze, a shadowy figure with piercing red eyes and menacing claws. He faces the towering entity, a realization dawning on him. There is a master at every stage of this challenge. A look of concern crosses his face as he considers the new threat, this master seeming even more dangerous than the wolf he just summoned. Meanwhile, the shattered remnants of the blue cube continue to crack and crumble, a silent testament to the raw power unleashed. Humph. As he expected, they were here, the blue energy of his aura flaring around him as he moved through the desolate landscape. He mused that this stage would probably last only as long as there remained a potential challenger in the test area, his gaze sweeping over the rocky terrain. Woohyun continued his advance, his form a blur of motion and crackling blue light. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble with each step, until a massive, glowing blue portal materialized before him, its surface rippling with arcane energy, and a voice echoed from within, declaring, "I welcome you for reaching the end." Woohyun stopped, his back to the viewer, the blue light of his aura reflecting off the portal's shimmering surface, his attention fully captured by the unexpected greeting. "What?" he wondered aloud, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "You welcome an intruder?" He stares into the glowing blue portal, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. A voice echoes from within, causing him to wonder. It seems like a boss, but is there someone in there? Suddenly, a hulking, armored figure begins to materialize from the portal's depths, its form wreathed in dark energy and glowing red accents. The skeletal warrior, wielding a massive, dark greatsword, steps fully into view, its eyes burning with an ominous red light. Woohyun's thoughts race, recognizing the immense power emanating from the entity. A Death Knight? Based on his force, he seems to. He finishes his thought, a name coming to mind. Be similar to Feltz. The Death Knight, now fully present, speaks with a deep, resonant voice. "I express my respect for coming here." As it speaks, a shimmering blue energy begins to swirl around its form, accompanied by a system message. Position transfer. Designate. The energy intensifies and the Death Knight's voice booms. "Here." Enveloped in a soft blue aura, he stands before a massive, intricately designed treasure chest, recognizing it instantly. His thoughts race, noting its unexpected size and the ominous black dragon ornament engraved upon its surface. The chest glowing with an ethereal light. A sense of unease washes over him as he wonders where he might have encountered such a symbol before. The image of the black dragon solidifying in his mind as he reaches out to touch the ancient artifact. A sudden, chilling realization hits him, a list of deadly sins flashing through his consciousness, all tied to the lore of the black dragon. In his mind's eye, a terrifying, shadowy figure with long, dark hair and glowing purple eyes manifests, embodying the very essence of evil and pride. Identified as pride, the seventh deadly sin, causing him to curse under his breath. A look of sheer terror crosses his face as he understands the gravity of the situation, knowing that capture by such a being would mean certain death. A sigh of resignation escapes him, the weight of his situation pressing down. Since it has come to this, he resolves to empty the box and make his escape. He considers the glowing treasure chest before him, believing it must contain a useful item, something that could help him escape this perilous place. But as he approaches, a surge of vibrant purple energy erupts from the chest, blinding and overwhelming. The glowing aura expands rapidly, engulfing him completely. Shadowy, tendril-like forms writhe within the purple light, grasping at his body and pulling him inexorably into the chest's depths. He lets out a pained grunt as the force drags him further, his form distorting within the swirling energy. His hand, reaching out in desperation, is swallowed by the vortex. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his body racked with pain as he struggles against the overwhelming power, gasping for breath. The agony is immense, like invisible claws tearing at his very being. Screaming in agony, he is violently pulled deeper into the swirling purple vortex, the energy tearing at him as he descends. The world around him becomes a blur of violet and black, a dizzying tunnel of raw power. He reaches out a desperate hand, grasping at nothing as the dark, cavernous space rushes past. The fall seems endless, the environment shifting into a vast, empty void with distant, indistinct structures, until suddenly, with a heavy thud, he impacts a solid surface. A system interface displays the profile of Nam Woo-hyun, known as the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, detailing his various stats and abilities. Groaning, he slowly stirs, his body aching as he lies sprawled on the cold, hard ground. His eyes flutter open, a question forming in his mind. How long had he been unconscious? As he lifts a hand to his face, a strange glow emanates from his left eye, making him wonder if it had somehow popped out. Tears stream down his face, reflecting the vibrant blue light now pulsing from his eye, a stark contrast to its usual dark hue. He stares at his reflection, bewildered, questioning if this new, glowing orb could truly be his own eye. A system window materializes before him, displaying his updated status, race, evil demon, class, novelist, title, fox-eyed villain, and a new skill, mana manipulation, Eye of Superbia, prompting him to wonder if he had become the fabled lord of the stage. The system further clarifies that his extreme increase in dynamic eyesight activates after killing an enemy, confirming the power of his new Eye of Superbia and its mana reserves. A confident smirk spreads across his face, certain that with this newfound power, he would never again be defeated by those weaker than himself. He surveys his surroundings, a desolate, cavernous space, and a sense of satisfaction washes over him, realizing he had made the right choice by coming to this demonic realm. With everything he needed now acquired, he decides it's time to leave. His focus had been entirely on the demonic realm itself, but now he notices a large, ornate door behind him. A moment of thought passes as he considers his next move, knowing that any commotion would mean countless troops waiting outside. He ponders the gravity of his situation, wondering if his life is worth more than the need to conceal his identity. The first priority, he concludes, is to hide the insignia on his hand. If anyone discovers his connection to the arson family, they would surely kill him, regardless of his pleas. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the cavern, demanding the door be opened. The shadowy form of the master of the stage glows with malevolent energy, its presence filling the space with dread. A chilling realization strikes Nam Woo-hyun as he looks at the glowing mark on his hand, the horrifying truth solidifying his urgent need to hide the insignia. He stares at the imposing door, a question forming in his mind about why it remained sealed, wondering if it was a test or a deliberate obstruction. This place, he muses, must be a domain crafted by the highest novelist, or perhaps a trial. His gaze then falls upon a glowing chest, and a new objective solidifies. He needs to uncover its owner. A flicker of concern crosses his face, knowing that if he were to claim the reward within, he'd be torn to pieces by those who truly deserved it. Still, his thoughts drift to his own identity, pondering who among the characters in this world he most closely resembles. A sudden realization dawns on him. Such vital information comes at a cost, demanding a payment of either 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic rank or higher. A price, he thinks, but what could he possibly offer? His eyes glow with resolve as he makes a decision. He will pay with 100 of his maximum mana. It will be a difficult sacrifice, he acknowledges, but he can always recover it once he survives this ordeal. The mysterious system confirms the transaction, declaring the assessment satisfactory and claiming 100 of his mana. It then reveals a crucial piece of information, stating that the closest figure to him is Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete of the Bears family. A shadowy figure, wreathed in crackling blue energy, appears to be in motion. Its form indistinct yet powerful, as if a sudden realization dawns. A single, desperate curse escapes Nam Woo-hyun's lips, his life seemingly over with this new, terrifying revelation. The system continues, explaining that this is a domain created by Bear specifically for his youngest daughter's training, the shadowy figure of Renee, now clearly visible within its confines. Within the domain, Renee unleashes a devastating blue energy attack, shattering a Death Knight with a fierce cry, the system adding that the Eye of Superbia must be her reward for completing this arduous training. The Death Knight lets out a final, pained shriek, as Renee stands victorious over its broken form. He decides to slow down the scansions, intending to give the simulation a try. A surge of blue energy erupts, as Renee, a shadowy figure, unleashes a powerful attack on the red-haired sacrifice. The red-haired figure, battered but resolute, steels himself, declaring his intent to fight. Back in his own space, Woo-hyun stands, his expression grim, while Renee's glowing blue eyes pierce through the simulated darkness, her voice echoing with an unseen challenge. He takes a hesitant step forward, clutching his chest as if struck by an invisible blow, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon him. A dark, armored figure steps forward, her glowing blue eyes fixed on an unseen point, a voice echoing with a chilling finality. "You've finally become worthy," she declares, her form wreathed in a deep, shadowy aura, before demanding, "Explain." Her armored leg descends with a heavy, deliberate step, the ground beneath her shimmering with residual energy. The red-haired figure, his expression troubled, responds, "The Patriarch has ordered me to act as your guard, but he didn't even tell me the reason." Renee's glowing blue eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing across her face. She looks up, her gaze piercing, and a single word escapes her lips. "You?" He quickly asserts, "No. Despite what you think, I'm rather skilled." He then adds, "I'll use." Renee cuts him off, a dismissive sound escaping her as she states, "Her to get out of here." As she turns and walks away, the red-haired figure watches her retreating form, a question forming in his mind. Does she not trust me then? As if in response to the previous confrontation, sharp, crystalline blue energy suddenly erupts, forming jagged spikes in the air. Instinctively, the red-haired figure reacts, a protective blue aura flaring around him to shield against the sudden magical surge. The vibrant blue energy swirls around dark, flowing locks, indicating its close proximity to Renee. She looks on, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, as the protective magic envelopes her. His hand reaches out, gently taking hers, assuring her of his intent to protect her. But Renee's expression darkens, her eyes glowing with an intense red light, as a powerful, shadowy red aura erupts around her, pushing back against the blue. The red-haired figure recoils slightly, taken aback by her sudden, potent display, wondering if she's truly lost her temper. He looks down, a thoughtful frown on his face, muttering about her overlooking his efforts. Turning towards a grand door adorned with dragon motifs, he declares it's time to move on. He receives an urgent command to report to the Patriarch, who seems to have anticipated his arrival, and acknowledges the order, though with a slight internal sigh. Before departing, he feels compelled to say a proper goodbye. He promises himself he won't be late. A grinding sound echoes as he stands in a dark, glowing space, reaching out. With a strained groan, his hand connects with another, surrounded by shimmering particles. A sudden impact reverberates as Renee, her eyes glowing with fierce intensity, looks up at him. Her voice, filled with a mix of awe and trepidation, whispers a single word, "Father." Now, under a blood-red sky, the red-haired figure stands before a colossal, ominous structure, a transformed Renee, complete with horns and a shadowy aura, among a retinue of similar figures behind him. Her glowing eyes fixated on the unseen entity before them, she appears ready for whatever lies ahead. The scene opens on a figure clad in a dark, ornate robe, its gold trim gleaming faintly in the dim light. Renee, now with small horns protruding from her temples and her red eyes glowing intensely, clenches her jaw, a crimson aura flaring around her. She calls out, "Father?" Her gaze falls upon a group of horned figures, their forms silhouetted against a fiery, ominous structure, as she questions, "But why is Crete here?" She then mutters to herself, "We'll try to avoid the fact that I took the eye of Superbia." Her attention shifts to the red-haired figure, standing silently nearby, as she wonders, why isn't he reacting? A tall, dark-haired woman in a similar ornate robe stands before Renee and the red-haired figure, her expression unreadable as she asks, "Did you clear the dungeon successfully?" The woman's sharp eyes narrow slightly, awaiting a response. Renee replies, "Yes." The woman then states, "I see. Follow me." A pale hand reaches out, guiding Renee forward, her transformed body now bearing dark horns and glowing red eyes, a look of quiet distress on her face. Following behind them, the red-haired figure watches the scene unfold, a question forming in his mind. "Follow me?" His footsteps echo softly as they continue their journey. He knows it's impossible to shake them all off, and he's out of things to offer the paper, which means he can't use its power. Finally, a massive, ornate structure looms into view, its dark architecture imposing against the dim light. As they approach, the red-haired figure realizes, this must be the Crete mansion. The creature's patriarch, with their imposing horns and dark robes, stands with their back to the red-haired figure, a powerful aura emanating from their form. He watches the patriarch's back. As a clear command rings out, "Return to your quarters." In the courtyard, the red-haired figure stands a respectful distance behind the patriarch and Renee, while a guard in the background acknowledges the order, responding, "Yes, sir." The patriarch then turns and begins to walk away. Calling back, "I'll call for you later." A faint smile touches the red-haired figure's lips as he thinks, "He's leaving me alone? Is this my chance?" But as he looks down, shadowy, wispy figures begin to emerge from the ground around him, their forms writhing and coalescing, a silent, ominous presence. His smile twists into something more knowing, a hint of resignation in his eyes as he concludes, "No, of course not." The scene opens within a vast, opulent chamber, its towering walls lined with ancient tomes and intricate carvings. Where the creature's patriarch sits regally upon a grand, throne-like chair, bathed in the room's warm, amber glow. A figure with flowing dark hair walks away from her, disappearing into the crimson-tinged shadows. As the patriarch's voice echoes, "You've finished my last task." The departing Renee pauses, her voice tinged with a hint of defiance. "Must you enter my training facility?" Her expression is one of quiet resignation, her dark eyes reflecting a deep sadness beneath the polished armor. She stands before the imposing desk, her gaze fixed on the patriarch, who remains seated, her own stern features unyielding. The patriarch's hand rests calmly on the armrest of her ornate throne, a picture of serene authority. The creature's patriarch, her armored form imposing, turns her attention to the next matter, asking Renee about the target's condition. As if in answer, a shimmering, blue-hued projection of the red-haired figure appears, his eyes glowing with an intense red light. And the patriarch considers the image, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. She then declares, her voice carrying a note of respect, "He's strong." Her gaze remains fixed, a subtle shift in her posture indicating a deeper contemplation of the figure's power. A faint smirk plays on her lips, and a soft glow emanates from her outstretched hand as she muses, "How intriguing." Now seated upon her grand throne, the patriarch addresses Renee once more, offering a reward for her success. "Since you've proven yourself worthy, I'll grant you a wish." "Just as you wish." A young man in gleaming armor offers a bright, confident smile. She had thought he would be immediately apprehended into the domain, but the red-haired figure had not only survived, he had even caught the eye of Superbia. There was also Renee's mention of him, a detail that now held new significance. He was definitely worth using. Meanwhile, the red-haired figure, his expression one of growing impatience, wonders aloud, "How long do I need?" A character profile flashes into view, detailing the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, a figure with dark, messy hair and sharp, discerning eyes. Meanwhile, a towering Gothic structure, bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun, stands majestically against the horizon, its intricate architecture hinting at ancient power. Inside, the soft thud of footsteps echoes through a grand hall, adorned with opulent chandeliers and a long, crimson carpet, leading deeper into the estate. A voice breaks the silence, guiding the way, "This way. I've brought him, patriarch." A low hum vibrates through the air, emanating from a large, ornate window, its stained glass catching the light in a dazzling display. At a massive desk, the patriarch sits, a commanding presence in the dimly lit room, her form partially obscured by shadow. Her sharp, dark eyes, framed by long, flowing hair, fixate on the approaching figure, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on her lips. The red-haired figure, his brow furrowed in confusion, struggles to comprehend the situation, a single thought echoing in his mind. Just what is he thinking? As he walks down the long carpet, his gaze falls upon a collection of skulls at the foot of the desk, and he finally voices the question that plagues him. Why did you let me live? The ornate, Gothic chamber remains steeped in shadow, the scattered skulls on the ground a grim testament to the power held within its walls. From the depths of the gloom, the patriarch's shadowy tendrils tightened their grip, her voice a low, chilling whisper that echoed through the space. A surge of dark energy pulsed through the air, forcing the red-haired figure to his knees, his body racked with pain as he fought against the overwhelming force. His face contorted in a grimace of agony and defiance, the vibrant red of his hair a stark contrast to the oppressive purple aura surrounding him. He struggled, his limbs straining against the invisible bonds, a guttural sound escaping his throat. With a desperate gasp, he managed to force out the words, demanding to know why he was being spared. The shadowy tendrils continued to hold him captive, his struggle unwavering. The patriarch merely observed him, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, her response a single, enigmatic hum. Despite his bonds, the red-haired figure strains against the invisible force holding him, a grunt escaping his lips as he feels the impossibly demonic energy surrounding him. From above, the patriarch observes him, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she remarks, "You're quite quick-witted, aren't you? Tell me, what's your name?" He meets her gaze, his voice firm despite his predicament. "I'm Adele." The patriarch descends, her form graceful as she kneels before him, her hand reaching out towards his face, shadowy particles beginning to swirl around her fingertips as she murmurs, "Adele." A jolt of surprise runs through him as the dark, glowing energy erupts from her hand, engulfing his form, consuming him in its vibrant purple aura. The shadowy tendrils tighten around him, and the patriarch cradles his now weakened body, her voice a soft whisper as the absorption continues. "Adele." The dark energy intensifies, pulsing with a raw, overwhelming power. Still caught in the shadowy embrace, Adele struggles against the unseen force, his face contorted in pain. As a deep, commanding voice echoes in his mind, demanding he open his mouth. The patriarch's eyes glow with an ominous purple light, explaining her need for him to understand her daughter. Her shadowy power intensifying, tendrils of dark energy coiling around him, as she warns that any other thoughts will rip apart his heart. Her form, now fully revealed in its menacing glory, looms over him, her words a chilling promise. And the shadowy energy surges, a guttural sound escaping him as the power overwhelms his senses. Suddenly, he finds himself in a grand, ancient study, surrounded by towering bookshelves, his body still reeling from the ordeal. When the patriarch stands before him, her expression unreadable, dismissing him with a command to take his leave. Adele stares, bewildered and disoriented, a single thought echoing in his mind. Disoriented, the red-haired figure finds himself in an unfamiliar room, his gaze cast downward. Within a grand, old house that stands silently under the twilight sky. The patriarch's voice echoes, firm and unwavering, declaring that he will remain here from now on. He stands by a window, the weight of his new reality settling in, knowing his fate is now dependent on Crete's will. A wry smile touches his lips as he thinks, thankful enough just to be alive. He reflects on his past, how he was once completely ignored, a mere novelist who had been partially acknowledged. Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, he pleads with himself, hoping this night might actually be a good situation, but above all, he needs to get rid of this thing. His hands begin to glow with a soft, blue energy as he concentrates, whispering that it has to work. The ethereal blue light intensifies, shimmering with vibrant particles as it radiates from his palms. He watches as the blue energy he conjured successfully manipulates the inanimate object before him, just as he intended. A wave of unease washes over him, thinking of the disastrous consequences if his attempt had failed. He knows the patriarch would immediately notice if he destroyed it, leaving him to wonder how best to appease the entity. Suddenly, the shadowy mass begins to stir, its form shifting as it awakens. He realizes the mana maintaining his body outside is now being used by this creature, and he cannot afford to damage it. With no other choice, he quickly appeases the monstrous shadow, urging it to return to its slumber. Later, lying in bed, he ponders how much of the trap set for him has been eliminated by his actions. The mental exertion is immense, and he feels himself on the verge of passing out. A system window appears before him, displaying his current status, including the revelation of his half-demon race. Despite his exhaustion, he knows he must still check his condition, wary of any foster transfer to the next body, and determined not to become an issue himself. Compared to the protagonists he'd written, his current situation felt like a bit of an exaggeration, leaving him to wonder how he could possibly recover his mana. He pondered, trying to recall what method he could use. Meanwhile, a young woman with small horns on her head simply stated, "I don't." His eyes widened slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, "Pardon?" He reflected on the past few days. It had been 3 days since he was assigned as her guide, and her reactions were consistently cold. As she walked away, he recalled her name was Yonhee, a girl with a bright smile, yet also the daughter of Crete, who had sold her own mother to humans. She was a half-demon. As the author of her story, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for her plight, a silent apology forming in his mind. Suddenly, he called out, his voice echoing through the air, "Renee." He addresses her, speaking of her. A narrative voice explains that the patriarch's summons must concern Renee's impending entrance to Satan. As she walks through a grand hall, her thoughts are focused on raiding the domain, despite her previous success. The narrative continues, revealing that Crete, her father, had forbidden such actions. Seated on a dark, ornate throne, Renee dismisses the idea, stating that Satan is no easy place, and with their current abilities, they would surely perish. The narrative voice laments the inability to properly avenge. And as Woo-hyun stands before her, Renee interjects with a decisive, however. She continues, proposing that if he were to take Adele as his guard, she would permit his entrance. Renee looks down, surrounded by shadowy figures, and quietly utters, "No." She wonders if her father truly despises her that much, to forbid her from entering a place like Satan. It is a demonic realm school, filled with promising children, including the protagonists and many students who will become great villains, a ticking time bomb of danger and intrigue. It's the worst possible location, a place where one could easily die, and yet, she can't understand why her father would prevent her from going there, especially with all the major incidents and chaos that will soon unfold. Renee knows she has to go to a place like that, and if it were up to her, she would already be there. Adele considers her words, thinking that perhaps this is the best place for her to gather forces, a place where she can truly grow. He agrees with her, a slight smile playing on his lips, but then his expression shifts. Renee looks at him expectantly, asking if he has a request, sensing a condition in his agreement. Adele's gaze is firm as he states that if he's going to be dragged into this dangerous place anyway, he should at least get something out of it. He swallows, his eyes narrowing slightly, and requests something related to mana. A figure with long, dark hair sits upon a grand throne, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He muses to himself, "Oh, I thought you'd ask me to remove that. He can't catch up to me now that the worm poison is gone. He's not an enemy anymore." Nearby, Renee stands with Nam Woo-hyun, her dark hair and small horns a stark contrast to his bright red. The throne-seated figure addresses them, an arrogant tone in his voice, "Arrogant bastard. It's not a difficult request, so I'll hear you out." He then commands Renee, "Renee, take your leave." She bows deeply, acknowledging his words with a simple, "Yes." As Renee departs, Nam Woo-hyun watches her go, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering if she truly dislikes the idea of going with her backup. Later, in a quiet study, he stands amidst towering bookshelves, his mind still occupied. He holds a small, glowing orb in his hand, contemplating its significance. What is he going to give me? A mana elixir? An artifact? No, it wouldn't be bad either. The red-haired man considers the challenge ahead, realizing that such a treasure won't be easily found, and he'll likely need to visit an auction house to acquire an artifact of that level. A shadowy, horned figure, emanating a potent purple aura, speaks with a chilling offer, asking about a family treasure, then dismissively noting the meager mana of their interlocutor. They continue, explaining that in exchange for a sacrifice, they can bestow a significant boon. With glowing yellow eyes fixed on their target, the figure commands them to draw closer. As purple energy swirls around a mystical orb, the shadowy entity declares their intention to transfer the bear's family's mana cultivation technique. The red-haired man, Adele, stands in a state of shock, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension as the powerful magic begins to flow. A deep sigh escapes Nam Woo-hyun as a purple aura flares around him, his mind processing the system interface that labels him the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, listing various names beneath it. The system's command echoes in his thoughts, urging him to grasp his destiny as a demon god for the sake of the true demon king. With a determined expression, he mentally commands, "Blow upon us, frightful beasts. Do not forget the name of a demonic storm, but do not eat us, of course." The system responds, promising that his name shall be glorified. Turning, Nam Woo-hyun faces the creature's patriarch, who observes him with an unreadable gaze. A slight smile playing on her lips as she remarks, "You really are an interesting one." Woo-hyun's expression shifts to one of surprise, a thought crossing his mind. With the cultivation technique, mana, and spiritual power, you will be able to get what you want. The creature's patriarch's eyes widen slightly, her hand rising in a gesture of disbelief as she questions, "The demon god?" Looking down, Nam Woo-hyun offers a simple, "Sorry." He continues, his voice laced with a sinister assurance, that with the worm now planted, any gift would be meaningless. A chilling smirk spreads across the demonic face of the creature's patriarch, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on an unseen point. Meanwhile, Nam Woo-hyun's thoughts drift to the Adele family, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He ponders the connection to the 7 deadly sins, unable to recall making such a promise. A single word echoes through the ornate chamber, confirming the grim reality. The scene shifts dramatically, transitioning from the dark, confined space to the vibrant expanse of a sun-dappled forest, where rays of light pierce through the dense canopy, illuminating the tranquil surroundings. Woo-hyun sits cross-legged on a mossy rock, his eyes closed in deep meditation. He resolves to practice his mana here, aware of the risk of it spiraling out of control. He finds himself enveloped in a swirling vortex of dark, purplish energy, a chilling presence pressing in on him. As the oppressive aura intensifies, he recalls the moment he first began his journey, accepting the demonic energy that now threatens to consume him. A grim resolve settles over his features as he acknowledges, "I don't have a choice either way." From within the shadowy depths, a pair of malevolent, glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, and a voice echoes, demanding, "Tell me." The voice continues, its tone dripping with contempt. "You're a mongrel." Woo-hyun's expression tightens, a silent question forming on his lips, as he struggles to comprehend the accusation. The dark energy swirls around him, a constant reminder of the entity's power, and the glowing eyes narrow as the voice asserts, "I don't think you can say that you're human, not when you carry the blood of the Demon King." The chilling revelation hangs in the air, culminating in a direct, unsettling question. "Are you the demon god?" He remains enveloped in the dark, purplish energy, his expression one of deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the shadowy form of the creature's patriarch looms before him, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, declaring its intent to become the true god of pride. Woo-hyun, his face etched with a mix of defiance and concern, challenges the entity, asking if it plans to kill him. The patriarch dismisses his concern with a chilling retort, asserting that if it truly intended his death, he would already be gone. It then claims absolute power over him, stating that it is the one with the ability to end his life. The shadowy figure continues, expressing a cruel desire for revenge, and threatening to burn him to ashes in an instant. Yet, its tone shifts, offering to bestow power upon him, recognizing a shared fate. The patriarch emphasizes its connection to the Demon King, its claws appearing as extensions of that ancient power. Woo-hyun, now with a faint smile, acknowledges that he has received the power of a Demon King, concluding that he has earned their trust and will now live with the Mafia. He muses on the future, knowing that with the death of the world's strongest villain, his series is nearing its end, and soon his own body will be covered in the Mafia's tattoos. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washes over him, his brow furrowing in surprise. As the creature's patriarch materializes before him, her dark hair flowing around small, demonic horns. The unexpected appearance leaves him utterly stunned, his mouth agape. He quickly recovers, a flicker of concern crossing his face, wondering if she had overheard his private thoughts. Meanwhile, the creature's patriarch herself seems taken aback, her eyes wide with an emotion he can't quite decipher. A question escapes him, a whisper of "Dark Priest," as she reacts with a startled "What?" A knowing smile then spreads across his face, his eyes closing in quiet satisfaction. A month has passed since he received the mark from the demon god, and the mysterious blue energy continues to emanate from his being, a constant reminder of the power now coursing through him. His race has shifted to half-demon, his alignment to chaotic, and his talents now include position transfer Z, along with traits like interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, and the Eye of Superba. His mana, once at 241, has surged to an astonishing 1035. He trained diligently, yet the sheer speed of his mana's tripling leaves him in awe, a testament to the profound changes within him. He attributes this rapid growth to his focus and excess traits, which seem to amplify his potential beyond measure. A confident smile plays on his lips as he considers his future, believing he could surpass the strongest individuals of the human realm within a couple of years. In his current state, he feels capable of even venturing into a hidden domain, but before he can fully commit to that thought, a sudden interruption catches his attention. He moves with a burst of energy, the blue aura flaring around him, only to be met with an unexpected sight. His expression shifts to one of utter surprise as he questions aloud, wondering why an innocent girl has appeared in his private training ground. A sudden flinch ripples through Renee, her green eyes widening slightly. Standing opposite Nam Woo-hyun, her sword held loosely, she offers a quiet, "Yes," while he lets out a soft, exasperated, "Ugh." He observes her, a thought forming in his mind. It's good that she no longer avoids him as she once did. Yet, a deeper concern lingers. He suspects she deeply misunderstands him, perceiving him as merely a priest. He considers the situation from her perspective, realizing it makes sense, given that the demon god in this world is primarily known through its priests. A wry smile touches his lips as he concludes, it's honestly better if Renee never learns about his true connection to the demon god. Another subtle flinch passes through Renee, her glowing green eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. She responds with another soft, "Yes," as she processes his unspoken thoughts, understanding what he's thinking. Looking at her earnestly, Nam Woo-hyun makes a direct request, "But I ask that you don't treat me in the same way you used to." He pauses, his expression unreadable as he continues his conversation with the horned figure. Her glowing green eyes meet his, and she responds, I'm only following the order from the demon god to protect you. A thought forms in his mind, a silent command. Please treat me comfortably. He watches her, waiting for a reaction, his gaze steady. Then, he speaks aloud. Bring me some water. The change in her demeanor is immediate and noticeable, her previous flinching replaced by a more compliant, if still reluctant, posture. A slight smile plays on his lips as he feigns surprise. Sorry? The young woman, Renee, an apostle of the demon god, approaches him with a tray, her glowing eyes still sharp as she complains, I'm tired and want to stop training. As she walks away, he hears her mutter, hurry up, and a knowing thought crosses his mind. Yes, I'm definitely the character I'm playing. A small bird perches on a branch, its gaze fixed on the forest below. Nearby, in a clearing, he sits on a tree stump, while Renee stands watch, her dark form a stark contrast to the verdant surroundings. He knows he needs to move quickly to conquer the next domain, but Renee's unwavering presence makes it clear she won't leave his side. Time is running out, and he hardly has enough of it to act before the main character crosses over to the demonic realm ahead of him. To survive what's coming, he needs to find the treasure, a glowing chest radiating an ethereal blue light in a dark, mystical space. Renee's sharp, glowing blue eyes betray a deep concern, her newly visible horns adding to her imposing, yet protective, aura. Looking at him, she asks, why are you preparing for some unpleasant event? Why are you preparing for a siege? Holding a sword, she turns away, her voice soft but firm. Because you'll face all sorts of dangers in this place. I'm afraid because I'm worried for you. I finished everything here. Nam Woo-hyun, kneeling amidst some scattered items, lets out a sigh of relief, asking if she is all right. She responds, her glowing blue eyes fixed on him, that she doesn't want him to be reckless, and that he should listen to her when she has something important to say, prompting him to demand what she is trying to say, and to get to the point. He then tells her to go back and double-check, just to make sure, but Renee, her new horns prominent, simply states that she is only worried for him, and that she is his escort. Her gaze intensifies as she calls him a liar, and he asks where she intends to go back to. She then asks if he is going to abandon her, a question that visibly shocks him. He explains that he actually heard about a treasure around this area and was planning on investigating it. But Renee simply repeats her plea, please. She remembers now, the forgotten details resurfacing in her mind. Still, Nam Woo-hyun presses, wondering why she doesn't simply return, but she dismisses his concern, stating she's merely warming up. He looks at her, a hint of confusion in his expression, and offers a quiet apology. Renee, however, remains firm, reiterating that she hasn't warmed up yet, her resolve unwavering. She declares her intention to accompany him to the domain, her glowing eyes fixed on him. She explains that they can't simply withdraw if the situation turns dangerous, emphasizing the commitment required. Nam Woo-hyun, still slightly bewildered, asks her to hurry, then questions the location of this mysterious domain. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing a desolate, moonlit landscape of crumbling ruins and skeletal remains, an eerie, foreboding place. This grim expanse, littered with ancient bones and a decaying castle, is known as the Domain of the Undying. A system interface flashes, displaying a raid scenario titled The Fox-Eyed Villain of the Demon Academy, indicating an ambush and listing participants like Victor, Yuna, and Maine, with options for reward obtained or reward failed. Meanwhile, a narrative voice explains that a certain place, once ruled by necromancers, is now overrun with wraithified soldiers following the human-demon war. In a lush forest, Renee, with her distinctive small horns, acknowledges the location, confirming it as a place she knows. She muses on its difficulty, estimating it to be at least a middle-upper-level domain. Nam Woo-hyun, his red hair catching the light, considers the increased number of soldiers there, but dismisses it, believing that retrieving Renee shouldn't be too difficult. Turning away and walking deeper into the woods, Renee expresses her concern, wondering if their actions will make escaping the mansion even harder, as news will surely reach Crete right away. Woo-hyun, facing her, offers a solution, suggesting she doesn't go if it's too much of a burden. He then warns her of the consequences, should the patriarch discover she left without his permission. Renee continues her walk through the forest, a small basket now in her hand. She assures him that it's fine, revealing she knows of a secret exit. The path leads them through a verdant forest, alongside an ancient stone wall, until she gestures towards a hidden archway, indicating their way out. As Woo-hyun follows her through the passage, a thought crosses his mind, prompting him to observe that she seems quite familiar with this place. Renee crosses her arms, a silent acknowledgement that she must sneak out quite often. Urging her to move quickly before they get caught, Woo-hyun receives her quiet agreement, and their footsteps echo softly as they depart. The vast, rugged mountains stretched endlessly under a muted sky, as Nam Woo-hyun and Renee traversed a narrow, winding path carved into the treacherous peaks. He glanced over, a hint of impatience in his voice, wondering how much farther they still needed to go. Renee, leading the way, offered a small, almost apologetic, whoops, explaining that she hadn't had reason to come this way before and wasn't familiar with the exact geography, but assured him they were almost there, just needing to get over one more rise. Finally, she announced their arrival. As they continued their journey through the rugged, ancient landscape. Nam Woo-hyun and Renee pressed deeper into the territory. He muttered under his breath, "Damn son of a bitch. I guess that asshole is a bitch." His thoughts raced, a crucial secret weighing on him. He had to hide his arson bloodline from Renee at all costs. Only he possessed the knowledge, the true path into the domain. He suggested they could sneak in, to which Renee simply affirmed, "Yep." The air grew heavy with a grim reality. Under the largest rock statue, lands were protected by soldiers of rotting flesh. Woo-hyun offered to lead, but Renee insisted, "No, I'll go first." They approached a glowing entrance. And as they stepped inside, Woo-hyun noted, "It's brighter inside than I expected." As they step into the new domain, a sense of purpose fills the air, Renee confirming their arrival. "Over there." The cavernous space glows with an eerie green light, and she adds, "We've come to the right place." A skeletal hand, shimmering with the same unnatural green energy, begins to push through the earth. Nam Woo-hyun observes the surroundings, a grim realization settling in. This place is on a different level from the bear's domain. His gaze sharpens. "I bet there are at least 100 new graves here." Despite the ominous atmosphere, Renee strides forward confidently. "All right." Suddenly, another skeletal hand bursts from the ground, its bones glowing with malevolent green light. With a crackling sound, a full skeletal warrior pulls itself free, its empty eye sockets burning green. Then, with a series of thuds, an entire army of glowing green skeletal figures begins to rise from the earth, blocking their path. He turns to his companion, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declaring that he will leave this initial challenge to her. With a simple affirmation, Renee's form begins to shimmer with an ethereal blue energy, her eyes glowing with an intense light. Suddenly, the ground before them erupts, sending glowing green skeletal fragments exploding upwards, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. Renee's blue aura flares brightly, enveloping her in a dynamic cascade of light and particles as she prepares for the onslaught. Watching her, Nam Woo-hyun thinks to himself, confirming his earlier assessment that she was indeed the best choice to accompany him. He realizes the full extent of her power, acknowledging her as the daughter of the dragon before giving a resolute nod. As he moves to catch up, another glowing green skeletal hand claws its way out of the earth, its bony fingers crunching through the soil. Renee stands firm, her sword drawn, facing a growing horde of skeletal warriors, their forms radiating an eerie green light. Her glowing blue eyes narrow, a question forming on her lips as she observes the revived enemies. An ominous voice echoes through the desolate space, commanding the skeletal forces, "You must be fearless, coming in here." The chilling directive repeats, "Eliminate the intruders." As if on cue, skeletal warriors erupt from the ground, their glowing red eyes fixed on their targets, letting out guttural roars as they continue to emerge. A young woman with dark hair exclaims in alarm, "Reviving. What do we do?" while a reddish-haired man beside her curses, "It's because of that cheater." He quickly urges her forward, "Don't stop. Keep advancing, miss," to which she responds with a surprised, "What?" Without hesitation, the man lunges into the fray, engaging a skeletal warrior in a blur of motion, his attacks swift and decisive. He follows through with a powerful, sweeping strike, the force of his blow echoing through the air. As the battle rages around them, he confidently declares, "I have an easy way of clearing this." Then, Renee unleashes her power, a brilliant blue aura flaring around her as she sends a devastating wave of energy through the skeletal horde, engulfing them in a blinding explosion. The unnamed human male watches as the blue energy from Renee's attack dissipates into the air. But the skeletal patriarch, wreathed in a sickly green aura, raises its staff, its red eyes burning as it commands its minions to stop them. Determined, the male hunter knows their only chance is to reach the source of the summoning, declaring they just need to get to him. He sprints forward, convinced that everything will end once they break the caster's orb. The skeletal figure, however, has other plans, its grip tightening on the glowing red orb as it reveals its intention to use position transfer's new ability. A crimson, wing-like energy erupts from the orb, tearing open a rift in the air. From within, a towering, monstrous skeletal figure emerges, its glowing red eyes fixing on the male hunter, who stares up in stunned disbelief. A gasp escapes him as the sheer scale of the new threat becomes clear, realizing it won't be that easy, and he calls out to Renee. Meanwhile, Renee, her eyes glowing with intense blue light, begins to channel a powerful surge of energy, readying her next move. The unnamed human male is violently thrown through the air, amidst shattering debris, a guttural cry escaping him. He continues to be propelled through the chaotic air, enveloped in a strange, swirling blue energy. The force of the impact sends him crashing hard into the ground, fragments of the environment flying in every direction. As he struggles to recover, a small, glowing red orb materializes directly before him, designating him as a target for position transfer 2. The blue energy around him intensifies dramatically, pulling him into an unknown transfer. Meanwhile, the creature's patriarch, in its skeletal form, holds a glowing red orb, actively channeling and activating the position transfer 2 ability. The unnamed human male's eyes widen in dawning horror as he comprehends the terrifying implication of the ability, a complete swap of targets, with each other. He screams in terror as the transfer fully takes hold, his form distorting within the surging blue energy. The skeletal form of the creature's patriarch stands, having completed the position transfer to exchange. As the powerful ability takes hold, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, tearing apart the very fabric of reality into countless glowing fragments. A searing red orb materializes, locking onto the unnamed human male, his face twisting in a silent scream of pure agony and terror as the transfer begins. Meanwhile, in another place, a skeletal figure cloaked in shadows recoils, its glowing eyes wide with a primal fear as it senses the impending, violent swap. The ground beneath the male continues to fracture and distort, swallowed by an encroaching darkness. The skeletal figures are suddenly plunged into a murky, underwater abyss, their silent cries echoing through the depths as they realize their new, terrifying reality. The unnamed human male is violently ripped from his surroundings, hurtling through a chaotic void, a spray of blood marking his forced displacement. He lands abruptly in a dark, cavernous space, only to find the creature's patriarch standing before him, her voice calm as she confirms the success of her ability. Still disoriented and distressed, the male can only manage a bewildered, almost ironic, "Thank you." As he continues to fall through the endless darkness, he realizes the profound tragedy of his situation, a direct consequence of his own creations. He lands, a soft blue glow emanating from his chest, a sense of calm washing over him as he whispers, "Please be at peace." His eyes close, a serene expression settling on his face. Then, the creature's patriarch appears before him, asking if there's anything left to do, to which he replies, "Yes, it's time for the reward." A magnificent, glowing treasure chest materializes, and he exclaims, "I'm finally getting an item I need." A detailed character sheet appears, displaying Arsenadel at level 8, with various stats like Volt, Mana, and Agility, along with the title The Fox-Eyed Villain of the Demon Academy. Following this, a description of the Fong of Darkness dagger emerges, revealing it to be a weapon crafted from dark energy, capable of increasing mana sensitivity, sharpness, and dealing dark damage. Next, the Eternal Full Moon artifact ring is detailed, a mystical item designed to absorb both mana and moonlight. Na Muhyun looks on with a surprised expression, a soft "whoa" escaping his lips. His gaze settles on the Fong of Darkness, its dark blade gleaming. A confident smile spreads across his face as he considers the dagger, realizing he can now utilize his darkness trait to its fullest potential. He then holds up the Eternal Full Moon ring in its box, muttering that while it's a nice item, he doesn't truly need it. Turning to Renee, he offers the ring, asking for her preference, but she decisively states she will take the dagger instead. With a slight hum of acknowledgement, Na Muhyun accepts her choice, watching as she turns and walks away. He extends his hand towards Renee, the Eternal Full Moon ring glinting between his fingers, urging her to accept it. As his fingers gently slide the ring onto her finger, a look of profound shock washes over her face. Her lips part slightly in disbelief, leaving Woohyun utterly perplexed by her intense reaction. He wonders why she's reacting like this, questioning if rings hold some strange significance for demons. Still, he presses on, asking her how it feels. A faint, ethereal glow emanates around Renee as she blushes, muttering that the sensation is simply weird. "I'm glad it's to your liking," Woohyun remarks, a subtle smile playing on his lips as Renee stands before him. He then gathers a pile of shimmering gold coins, declaring, "Now, since I took care of the goblin, I'll take all the gold." A soft chuckle escapes him, while Renee remains silent, her gaze fixed downwards, and distribute it very evenly, down to the last penny. Woohyun finishes, offering her a share of the spoils. Later, they return to the mansion, Woohyun noting, "We made it before dinner," to which Renee simply replies, "Yep." A month passes, filled with Woohyun running Renee's errands and diligently training his mana. His efforts yield significant results, his status window now displaying an updated profile, a half-demon with chaotic alignment, possessing talents like position transfer, and traits including killing intent and mana manipulation. He reflects on the period, acknowledging, "I made some satisfactory progress." Na Muhyun stands amidst an ancient, cavernous space, sensing the immense power around him. The mana here is almost divine, he realizes, placing it among the middle-tier ranks of the demon realm. A few days later, an urgent summons arrives, bringing Woohyun and a dark-haired attendant before Renee in a grand, ornate hall. Her glowing blue eyes fix on him, declaring that it is time for him to enter the academy. Woohyun, now in a different, darker setting, acknowledges the gravity of the moment. The time has indeed come. Back in a formal room, Renee, now in a business suit, reiterates her command, informing him that today he will depart for the capital to begin his entrance into the academy. The attendant watches as Woohyun confirms his readiness, assuring Renee that he has paid his preparations. Later, Renee stands alone in her armored form, gazing out a vast window, a silent figure in the opulent room. The dark-haired attendant joins her, both observing the world outside. Renee remains lost in thought, her expression unreadable. He stands before her, a silent moment passing between them. Now, I'll head out together with them, Woo-hyun states, ready for his journey. Renee watches him, her expression unreadable. I hope you'll do well, she says, her voice carrying a subtle weight. His hands clasp, he simply replies, yes. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips as he looks away. Outside, an ornate carriage waits, surrounded by attendants. From the window, Renee observes the scene, declaring, we'll depart immediately. The carriage begins to move, carrying him away from the estate. A young man with reddish-brown hair stands poised for departure, reflecting on a farewell that was promised, yet never truly given. He muses that even demons have their own unique ways of dealing with their young. A flicker of worry crosses his face as he admits, I'm worried about my future, but quickly resolves, now that things have come to this. His gaze hardens, a determined glint in his eyes as he declares, I'll achieve my goal in Satan. Outside, a line of ornate carriages stands ready, their intricate designs hinting at a journey of importance. With a shimmering burst of light and a resonant hum, the carriages vanish, leaving behind only a lingering magical aura. The young man, now within one of the departing vehicles, feels the subtle shift of space around him, a quiet thrum accompanying his journey. Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair observes the departure from a distance, her expression unreadable as she remarks, she hasn't said anything since we left. A moment of self-doubt crosses her mind, wondering, did I do something wrong? Her thoughts then drift to the departing young man, a faint image of him appearing in her mind as she admits, I didn't like him at first because he looked suspicious, but he's better looking than I thought. Haha, isn't this weather great today? The young man remarks, his words carrying a hint of forced cheerfulness, though the creature's patriarch finds herself wondering if he truly is a priest. His earlier words about the weather still echoing in her mind, she observes him with a critical eye, a question forming in her thoughts. As he continues to speak, mentioning a lucky break and a good omen, she can't help but notice his gaze lingering on her. How stupid, she thinks, hearing him lament about a mistake he made. I didn't even know what I was doing back then. Alone in the carriage, the creature's patriarch settles back, her expression thoughtful, reflecting on the encounter. A subtle shift crosses her features, her gaze distant as she considers the implications of his presence. Her hand rises to her chin, a gesture of contemplation, as she muses on the concept of an eternal time and the weight of a promise made to someone who no longer exists. Her thoughts drift to the young man's words, wondering what he has done and what he will do next. A flicker of intrigue lights her eyes, and she softly utters, I'm curious, Mississippi. As the carriage continued its journey, the unnamed human male informed his companion that they would be arriving in about an hour, though the creature's patriarch noted it was sooner than she had expected. She simply regarded him with a knowing look, before calmly stating, okay. Confused by her nonchalance, he wondered if he had missed something important. Soon after, as the carriage traversed a vibrant, green landscape, the creature's patriarch declared her intention to nap, to which he simply agreed. Before long, they had arrived. A grand city, bustling with life and towering structures, spread out before them, its architecture reminiscent of ancient human settlements. Standing atop the carriage, he observed the sprawling metropolis, realizing this was the capital of the demon realm. A slight smile touched his lips as he mused. It didn't look very different from the human realm at all. He walks through the medieval-esque streets of the demon realm capital, noting that while some buildings appear ancient, the architectural differences aren't as stark as he might have expected from a demon realm, as the patriarch confirms his observation. She then explains that elite demons have a clear distinguishing feature, identifiable by their tattoos. The patriarch gestures to her own neck, revealing a similar mark. As they continue their journey, she urges him to hurry, asking what he's waiting for. He then asks about their next destination, knowing the entrance exam is still a few days away. He suggests they tour the capital until then, proposing a leisurely exploration. However, the patriarch quickly dismisses the idea, insisting they don't have time for sightseeing and must register immediately. Watching her, he sighs, admitting he still can't quite figure her out. The grand, imposing structure of K-Tain University rose before them, its intricate architecture a testament to its prestige. Inside, a low murmur of activity filled the vast hall, as students and applicants moved through the ornate space. He took in the surroundings, a sense of awe washing over him. So this is K-Tain, he thought, marveling at its scale. It must be triple the size of a regular university. Their turn came, and a stout, bald clerk at the registration desk grumbled, You're making me go back and forth. Next. Approaching the desk, the unnamed human male offered his documents, explaining, We're here to register for entry. The clerk eyed him with a questioning look. His expression quickly shifted to surprise, then suspicion. What are you? He demanded, his voice laced with disbelief. Huh? You don't seem to be a demon. The clerk's anger flared as he crushed the document in his hand. A half-orc wants to apply? A sharp gasp escaped the clerk as the creature's patriarch stepped forward, her presence commanding attention. We may have won the war, but what do you think of this place? She challenged, her voice cutting through the hall. A sigh escaped the unnamed human male, a wry smile touching his lips. He could already see the patriarch's future unfolding before them. A soft sigh escapes Nam Woo-hyun as he sits before a screen, his hand covering his face, reflecting on the end of an era. With the strongest villain finally defeated, his long-running series was nearing its conclusion. A game-like interface displays the profile of Nam Woo-hyun, the fox-eyed villain in the Demon Academy, along with his various stats and ambitions. A sigh escapes him, as the death of the strongest villain in the world means his series is soon about to end. Suddenly, an older man with a bushy mustache looks on in confusion, wondering what's going on because of someone named Kai. He stands before a dark-haired woman with prominent horns and animal ears, accompanied by a silent red-haired man, observing them intently. The older man questions the horned woman's identity, then, finding the place quite good, offers a gold of thanks for their hard work. The horned woman, Renee, her expression sharp, demands that any applicant state their name and identity. She continues, mentioning her house, her blue eyes glowing with intensity. Seated at a table, the older man explains that his grandchild will be coming to live with him, holding a small bag. He elaborates, stating that as a reward for his good deed, he will take one of them as his granddaughter, and that a Satan is getting married. Renee, now wielding a glowing sword and surrounded by a vibrant aura, declares that while she isn't sure if she can trust him, she will believe him for now. Still in her horned form, she reveals her identity as Adele, a name that resonates with power, as the older man concludes her examination, demanding her name and identity. Her examination complete, the older man dismisses her, urging her to grow up and take the entrance exam, while a narration box explains that Adele was the strongest and fiercest during the human-demon war. He then muses that it's natural for them to be cautious towards half-demons, to which Renee, still in her horned form, expresses her anger but acknowledges the situation, prompting her companion to suggest they find accommodations. As they leave the older man behind, Renee's form shifts, shedding her demonic appearance for that of a human woman with long, dark hair. Her companion surveys a nearby building, deeming it clean enough for their needs. Later, seated inside, he laments the age of the local taverns, while she reminds him of their financial constraints. He sighs, realizing the gold crete provided won't sustain them for a month, a situation exacerbated by the war's aftermath which has made house prices cheaper, yet he hadn't asked for more. They exchange a silent glance, the weight of their circumstances settling between them. A soft, green glow emanates from somewhere nearby. As they settled into the inn, Renee's companion inquired about a room for 2 people for 2 days, to which the innkeeper confirmed availability. However, Renee, with a hint of surprise, questioned if they would be sharing a single room, prompting her companion to quickly clarify that they would need separate accommodations. The innkeeper then informed them that 2 rooms for 2 days, including meals, would cost a total of 2 gold, with their rooms located on the 2nd floor. Her companion, examining the gold coins, mused that the equivalent of 200,000 won in human currency wasn't too bad. With the payment settled, he announced he would head up first. A slight smile gracing his lips. Renee simply acknowledged him with a quiet, "Okay, you too." Having always lived in a high-class mansion, this would be her first time sleeping in a place like this, though she would likely grow accustomed to it soon enough. Renee, now dressed in more conventional attire, approaches a grand, ornate building, its architecture hinting at a place of significant importance. Meanwhile, her companion muses aloud that it's time for him to rest up for the next 2 days as well. The imposing structure looms over them, its many windows reflecting the sky. A sign at the entrance clearly instructs all applicants to follow the given directions. Standing amidst a vast throng of people, Renee's companion observes that there are so many here, perhaps 100 or more. He concludes that there must be 100 applicants showing up to defeat the numbers. Renee, her expression serious, reminds herself that she must be careful not to get her identity exposed. Her companion then announces they are preparing to sign up in order, prompting a surprised, almost panicked, screaming "What?" from Renee. The sheer scale of the building and the multitude of hopefuls below emphasize the significance of the event they are about to partake in. As the journey begins, a train appears, a mode of transport the companion hadn't anticipated, a surprised exclamation escaping him. The massive vehicle rushes forward, its speed a testament to the urgency of their mission, as rumors suggest multiple interdimensional gates have been erected to deter intruders. Only by this specific route can one reach Satan, a place the companion muses the novelist himself forged his identity to enter, wondering aloud just how distant this mysterious location truly is. The announcement echoes through the carriage. "We will be arriving at Satan shortly. Brace for impact," the train rattling ominously. The vehicle lurches violently, jostling both him and Renee. He braces himself against the sudden force, his expression momentarily strained. Finally, the grand, Gothic architecture of their destination comes into view, a majestic structure surrounded by a faint, green glow, with countless other figures already making their way towards its entrance. Stepping off the train, the companion declares their arrival, to which Renee simply affirms, "Yeah." A final instruction guides them. Applicants, follow the signs and enter the auditorium where the exam will be held, as the companion pushes a cart laden with their belongings, joining the throng heading towards the imposing building. He steps forward, the soft thud of his footsteps joining the growing murmur of the crowd, a quiet sigh escaping him as the sheer scale of the place begins to sink in. The vast, ornate hall of Satan unfolds before him, filled with countless other applicants, all converging on this mysterious exam. From above, the stream of hopefuls appears endless, winding its way through the opulent architecture. He gazes around, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the building, its immense size almost suffocating. Observing the diverse group, he notes that most of the young faces around him belong to demons. A thought crosses his mind. Are there other heirs of the 7 deadly sins house present here, among these hopefuls? His eyes then fall upon another distinct group, their presence commanding attention. These individuals don't seem like students. Their attire suggests they might be instructors, and he considers how making a good impression on them could make things a bit easier. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a hint of determination in his eyes. As he stands ready for whatever comes next, Renee silently by his side. Stepping through the grand entrance, he and Renee find themselves in a vast, ornate hall, its sheer scale immediately overwhelming. A low rumble echoes as massive doors swing shut behind them, sealing them within the imposing structure. The air crackles with an unseen energy, and Renee observes the sudden shift in atmosphere, wondering aloud if this is some kind of magical effect, given that it was clearly daytime just moments before. Amidst the murmuring crowd, he ponders the true nature of the challenge ahead, questioning what kind of exam this could possibly be. They stand among countless other applicants, all gathered in anticipation, their gazes fixed forward. A soft hum emanates from a glowing magical symbol emblazoned on the floor, its intricate design radiating a faint, ethereal light. The vast hall stretches before them, filled with a sea of figures, while high above, a lone individual watches from a shadowed balcony. Her sharp, pink eyes pierce through the dimness, observing the assembled crowd with an intense, calculating gaze. A figure with long, dark hair and piercing blue eyes surveys the vast hall, a sense of disdain emanating from her. As the words, "Welcome to Satan," echo through the space, she addresses the assembled crowd with a sneer, calling them a bunch of arrogant youth fools. Her voice carries, asking how many of them are here for the exam again, a question that draws a reaction from the unnamed human male among the applicants. He thinks to himself, I can't believe there are so many career-less people. Renee, still observing the crowd, decides the small talk has gone on long enough. With a decisive tone, she declares the entrance exam will begin immediately. The announcement sends a ripple through the diverse group of applicants, many of whom possess their own glowing eyes and unique auras, as the magical environment around them seems to intensify. The unnamed human male looks up, a surprised exclamation escaping him. Kook, Lady Renee. Surrounded by the other hopefuls, he steels himself, his resolve firm. Focus on the exam. A wave of intense pressure washes over him, forcing him to clutch his head in agony as the mental endurance test begins. The unseen force continues to batter his mind, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, a group of figures watches the struggling applicants below, Renee among them, her red hair and glowing blue eyes now sharply defined. A blue-haired male observer, standing beside her, remarks, "The headmaster certainly has a twisted sense of humor, don't you think?" He continues, explaining the true nature of the challenge. Talent means little here. Mental fortitude is the real key. This mental endurance test is the first stage for a reason. The blue-haired observer elaborates on its purpose. It's designed to see if applicants can withstand interrogation and keep secrets, even when captured by humans. He gestures to the dwindling crowd of participants, including the unnamed human male, noting, it's been 5 days, and almost no one is left standing. With a final glance at the remaining few, he declares, that's enough for now. As the pressure finally lifts, the unnamed human male collapses, utterly exhausted, a wry chuckle escaping him as he realizes, I didn't think I'd be the first one down. Nam Woo-hyun observes the red-haired figure, a question forming in his mind, wondering who this kid is, as he doesn't seem to be part of the 7 deadly sins. He then recalls the whispers, the stories that claim this very individual defeated all the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. Acknowledging the truth of those formidable rumors, a sudden realization hits him, prompting a moment of pause. Below, the red-haired male remains standing, his feet still firmly planted on the platform. Renee stands beside him, observing the scene, noting that he has somehow maintained his sanity for nearly 10 minutes. But the strain becomes too much. A guttural scream tears from the red-haired male as his body gives out, glowing particles bursting around him. His hand, now radiating with an intense light, twitches as he feels something profound stirring within. Nam Woo-hyun's expression tightens, a mix of surprise and concern etched across his face. A violent burst of crimson energy erupts, tearing through the air with a deafening roar, as if something immense has just shattered. The sheer force of it sends a grotesque creature reeling back, its face contorted in a scream of agony and shock as the red light washes over it. From a distance, the unnamed human male watches, his expression a mix of surprise and grim determination, while the creature's patriarch beside him gasps, her purple eyes glowing with intense focus. Her gaze, sharp and piercing, is fixed on the chaotic display, an ornate headpiece framing her dark, flowing hair. The raw power continues to surge, enveloping a shadowy figure in a dangerous, swirling vortex of red, a voice echoing the alarm. That's dangerous. Another monstrous entity, its form bathed in the same ominous glow, snarls a desperate command. We must kill him here. Meanwhile, far removed from the immediate chaos, Nam Woo-hyun observes the unfolding events with a calculating gaze, his phone held tightly in hand. A character profile flashes into view, detailing the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, an ambassador of formidable power, boasting high attack, defense, speed, and vitality. Yet, in this moment, Nam Woo-hyun stands in a dark, watery expanse, appearing utterly unremarkable. But suddenly, the very air around him shifts, causing the red-haired figure to question the change. An emotionless killing intent radiates from him. A primal, destructive force, just like one would unleash when crushing insects, not the primitive rage of beasts, but the cold calculation of the worst murderers. Suddenly, the attention of every instructor snaps to him, and his body reacts before he can even process it, glowing blue symbols appearing on his arm. A white-haired mage, adorned with an elaborate, feathery headpiece, fixes him with a sharp, crimson gaze. Her hand begins to glow, crackling with intense blue energy. Then, with a surge of power, she unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue magic, sending it hurtling towards the red-haired figure. He feels a surge of intense nervousness, cursing the situation as he faces a new opponent. A crimson aura flares around him, his hand clutching his chest as the raw power threatens to overwhelm him. From a distance, the white-haired mage watches, her expression calm and assessing, as if observing a fascinating experiment. The pressure intensifies, forcing Nam Woo-hyun to his knees, blue particles swirling around his struggling form. Gasping for air, he tries to comprehend the overwhelming force. A sudden realization dawning that perhaps this crushing weight is his own killing intent, spiraling out of control. He knows he must meet her aura with his own, leaving him with no other choice but to unleash the full extent of his power. With a guttural roar, a massive wave of crimson energy erupts from his body, engulfing him in a blinding, destructive surge. Still caught in the oppressive blue energy, Nam Woo-hyun struggles against the shadowy, red-eyed manifestation that looms over him, its power pressing down as he wonders if he's truly weak enough to engage in this combat. The shadowy entity's grin widens, red energy swirling around it, as if savoring his torment and urging him to give just a bit more. But with a powerful surge, a crimson aura erupts from Woo-hyun, pushing back against the blue pressure with a resounding force. He unleashes a massive, destructive burst of crimson energy, a sudden, overwhelming display that even the white-haired mage observes with a look of surprise. Exhausted but relieved, Woo-hyun catches his breath, the faint red energy still clinging to him. He feels a sense of composure returning, noting that the intense exertion truly topped him off, but now feels much better. As he begins to walk away, his thoughts turn to Renee, wondering how she is. He glances back over his shoulder, a slight, satisfied smile gracing his lips. As he reflects on his creations, a vision of the air of lust, prone, appears, surrounded by a soft blue glow, and he notes that she's holding out pretty well, as expected. Next, the air of envy, Baltian, manifests with a fierce yellow aura, followed by another glimpse of the air of lust, prone, her form shimmering with power. Then, the air of gluttony, Samuel, appears, his eyes glowing with a vibrant green light. And finally, the hooded air of sloth, Agirus, with his piercing red gaze, and the armored air of greed, Leviar, whose eyes burn with a deep purple, both emerge from the ethereal mist. Woo-hyun's thoughts drift, acknowledging that some of these characters were written with genuine affection. But a somber realization washes over him. They're all fated to be killed by the main character anyway. 6 of them, including those he just recalled. A sudden, sharp jolt of emotion hits him, as he remembers how long ago he first conceived of their tragic ends. A figure with piercing red eyes and a crown of thorns appears, a stark image of the tragic fates he had woven. Suddenly, he finds himself within the world of his own creation, embodying the very villain he had written, a powerful blue aura swirling around him. Then, the demon lord herself appears, her dark hair flowing around her. This is Diana, the heir of wrath, her presence radiating a similar blue energy. The grand hall echoes with a sharp sound, signaling the conclusion of the first exam. He is taken aback, realizing the Demon King is traditionally from the family of Wrath, which means Diana should not be here. A successor to the Demon Lord has come to Sultan as an applicant, and he watches her intently. The words heir of wrath echo in his mind, and a sudden realization hits him. He already knows her. As others question the nature of this exam, he remains focused on Diana, the character he created now standing before him. A man with reddish-brown hair clutches his head, a vein throbbing at his temple as he demands, "Bring the headmaster." His frustration evident, he continues, "I couldn't care less about what your father does. Do you understand?" A guttural sound escapes him. Cuff. As he addresses a group of applicants. "Don't make me repeat myself." He looks down at them, his voice firm. "Those who failed are now." The scene shifts to an imposing, ornate gate, as a voice announces, "Gates." The red-haired man stands in a courtyard, a sigh of relief escaping him as he muses. Saidan really is merciless. I guess I passed, thankfully. He glances towards a figure in the distance. Now that I think about it, that girl is Saitan's headmaster. I knew I recognized her from somewhere. The headmaster, Ijazan Saitan, is revealed, her pink hair and sharp eyes striking, a powerful presence despite her cute appearance, and one of the strongest in the academy. Having been fortunate enough to pass the first exam, Nam Woohyun knew he had to proceed with extreme caution, as failure could strike at any moment. He mused, wishing he could simply pass the second exam as well, amazed that Renee was present among the applicants. The sight of the formidable bear's family members, standing in their imposing armor, underscored the gravity of the situation. Observing the crowd, he noted Renee's undeniable popularity. It made sense, he thought, considering they were all heirs to the 7 deadly sins, and had even endured the headmaster's overwhelming killing intent. A surge of frustration washed over him, a blue aura briefly flaring around his form, as he wondered why no one seemed to be paying attention to him, vowing not to be outshone. A white-haired mage approached, confirming, "You passed, Adele." He simply replied, "Yes." Despite his passing, Adele resolved to leave an impression, proving he was no ordinary applicant, certain that both the headmaster and the headmaster would remember him. Suddenly, a towering, red-haired figure with horns bellowed, "Attention!" The imposing figure from the previous challenge now stands before the assembled applicants, a dark-haired female instructor at his side. He introduces himself, declaring, "My name is Ares, and I am the instructor in charge of teaching you." Among the gathered, one applicant eyes him warily, noticing a dagger tucked into his inner pocket. Ares then congratulates them on passing the first exam, a test of mental strength. He explains that it was a trial to see if they could maintain their composure, even when facing their inner demons in future situations. The female instructor adds that those who passed will receive extra points, and that young Master Adele, too, will be able to choose a weapon. The mention of weaponry makes Adele internally exclaim his luck, grateful he held out until the very end. Ares watches the group, a slight smile playing on his lips. He stands before the assembled applicants, a subtle aura of power emanating from him, sensing the undercurrent of envy from everyone present. Ares then begins to explain the second exam, emphasizing that the class each applicant is assigned will depend entirely on their performance, so they should keep that in mind. Another instructor, a woman with glowing blue eyes and small horns, adds that this next test will judge their abilities. Nam Woohyun listens intently, understanding that they will specifically need to demonstrate their talents and weapons against humans. He ponders what kind of weapons might be provided, assuming they will be able to choose their preferred armaments and talents. Ares, holding a glowing weapon, declares that their assignment for this exam, as well as the human they will be facing, is this. With a sharp sound, a brilliant light erupts from his hand, the ethereal glow intensifying. Ares begins to unleash a torrent of light blue energy, a powerful surge erupting from his hand, which quickly intensifies and expands, swirling around him with growing force. The vibrant aura envelopes his upper body, crackling with raw power. As the energy solidifies, taking on a more defined, almost weapon-like form around him, Nam Woohyun watches, his eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming, Hold on, what's that?" The light blue energy fully coalesces around Ares, forming a distinct and potent aura, revealing the name of the power, Nini Sel. The system registers Nam Woohyun, the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, listing his many aliases and current status. A white-haired woman, her red eyes glowing amidst a swirling blue aura, wonders why a mere human is present. A reddish-brown-haired man looks on, his expression one of surprise. He finds the situation utterly random. Turning to the white-haired woman, he asks if she recognizes the individual, to which she confidently replies that she does. This is Wing Sel, the head of House Snake, her figure emanating a powerful blue and green aura. The reddish-brown-haired man is not just closely related to the Demon Lord's protagonist, but his bloodline is directly descended from royalty. Wing Sel reveals the profound truth. He is the Demon Lord's father. This lineage grants him the unique power to see through all of them. He and his companion discuss the formidable reputation of the Sword Saint, wondering if their current situation is designed to eliminate them from the start. Acknowledging the Sword Saint's influence, the Demon Lord's father notes his connections to numerous demon houses. He muses that even if they only use 70% of their strength, it would still be a significant challenge. He knows that if the Sword Saint were to unleash their full power, they wouldn't stand a chance. Even at 70%, he considers the Sword Saint a true monster. Looking around the Grand Hall, he wonders how this intake process will test their mental fortitude. He believes there must be a specific standard for passing, wishing he could use an information scroll, but lamenting their limited funds and the scarcity of questions. His companion reassures him that with his current skills, he should pass easily, reminding him of his schooling and explaining that the test content is randomized across separate rooms to ensure fairness. He considers the implications of the upcoming selection, knowing the top 8 must include the 7 deadly sins, heirs, and himself. A self-deprecating thought crosses his mind, that he was simply carried along by luck. Meanwhile, the heir of lust, with her dark hair and glowing blue eyes, stands silently, flanked by the heir of envy, whose yellow eyes gleam, the green-eyed heir of gluttony, and the armored, purple-eyed heir of greed, all observing the situation. The unnamed human male offers a slight smile, remarking to himself that he's grown accustomed to their judgmental stares, wondering if they're implying his presence is merely a stroke of luck, while the others were simply ghosts in the competition. He pauses, lost in thought, his fingers idly touching his chin. The air of lust then addresses him, wishing him to get a pass and return safely. He responds to her, wishing her happiness, then quickly correcting himself to sense. As the scene shifts to a grand, ornate hall, an unseen voice announces the beginning of the selection process, preparing to call out names. He observes a new group of individuals, their names already being called out: Adele, Hina, and Sanchez. A frown creases his brow as he realizes he doesn't recognize any of those names. He wonders if they are merely extras, characters who held no real significance in the original story. As the introductions continue, the group stands before him. The dark-haired man steps forward, introducing himself as Adele. Next, a young man with white hair and a blonde woman offer their greetings, identifying themselves as Chris and Kina. Finally, the green-skinned figure is introduced. His name is Sanchez. Adele looks at him with a hint of surprise, questioning his presence as a half-orc in their home. A sigh escapes him as he realizes, even these nobodies are looking down on him now. He acknowledges the situation, agreeing to do his best, while Chris enthusiastically affirms his commitment. Nearby, Sanchez, standing with Kina and Adele, declares his full effort. Adele then takes charge, explaining that they first need to arrange their roles, asking everyone to share their weapons or abilities, and starting with Chris. Chris begins his explanation, revealing his ability to be mana transformation, which allows him to conjure a triangular crystal and inject it into armor or a weapon. He clarifies that while it lacks direct killing power, its versatility makes it valuable. The triangular crystal glows with intricate blue geometric patterns, radiating energy. The unnamed human male considers Chris's ability, finding it quite useful, and declares that he passes the assessment, then calls for Kina to present next. Kina, looking a little shy, admits she's not really suited for direct combat, identifying herself as a support type. She then demonstrates her ability, her hands glowing with a vibrant golden aura as she explains that she prays to the dragon god to enhance her allies' speed. As Kina's golden aura faded, a new, intense energy began to manifest, fiery particles swirling around a pair of hands. The unnamed human male stood enveloped in a vibrant, orange-red glow, his own power now visibly active. He turned to Kina, a smirk playing on his lips, asking if she felt lighter. Kina looked back, a hint of surprise on her face, but he quickly waved it off, assuring her he was only joking and not to be upset. With the demonstrations continuing, the unnamed human male gestured broadly to the small group, which included Chris and Na Mu-hyun, as he continued to speak. He confessed he genuinely didn't understand how Kina had managed to pass the initial test, a slight frown creasing his brow. Then, Na Mu-hyun stepped forward, his voice cutting through the discussion, announcing the next participant. His gaze fell upon Sanchez, who stood ready. Sanchez, now the center of attention, began to reveal his own unique power, stating, "My ability is..." As the group watches, Sanchez flexes, his body hardening with a resonant clang, a visible aura of power emanating from him. The unnamed human male observes, a thoughtful expression on his face, recognizing the ability as a hardening type. He muses that such a power would be perfect for a tank, then turns to Sanchez, urging him to continue. Sanchez responds, his form blurring as he prepares his next move. And Chris's eyes widen, glowing with a vibrant blue light as he perceives the unfolding event. The unnamed human male watches intently, a blue, ethereal energy swirling around Sanchez's body. Chris's gaze remains fixed, his glowing eyes reflecting the intense magical display. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Sanchez vanishes, his ability revealed as teleportation. As the teleportation effect dissipates, Sanchez declares his ability with a confident air. Chris exclaims in awe at the impressive feat, calling it awesome, while Kina acknowledges it as a truly useful power, prompting Sanchez to offer his thanks for their compliments. Meanwhile, the unnamed human male considers the situation, knowing that variables could still arise. He decides against revealing all the details of his own abilities just yet, then states that the positioning for their next task will be simple. He instructs Chris and Sanchez, both skilled in close-range combat, to take the front, while he positions himself in the center, with Kina providing support from the rear. Kina nods in agreement, confirming the plan sounds good. With a determined expression, the unnamed human male announces that the second test will now begin, urging each group to prepare themselves, as the real challenge is finally starting. He then calls out, commanding Group 1 to step forward. Even though they are not yet full-fledged hunters, their potential is undeniable. As the second test begins, the unnamed human male stands ready, his hands glowing with a vibrant blue energy, preparing to face the challenge. He lunges forward, unleashing a torrent of blue energy against multiple shadowy figures, the air crackling with the force of his attack. Among his opponents is a towering, monstrous creature, its eyes burning with an ominous blue light. From a distance, Ares and another observer watch the unfolding battle, their expressions shifting from anticipation to concern as the fight intensifies. Suddenly, the unnamed human male is struck by an unseen force, a red impact flaring around him, sending him reeling back with a pained cry. He struggles to regain his footing, muttering in disbelief, unable to comprehend the speed of his attacker, realizing this is only a fraction of its true power. Unfazed by the display, Ares calls out, commanding the next group to step forward. Another devastating blow lands on the unnamed human male, forcing him to his knees with a guttural gasp as the call for the third group echoes through the arena. Still reeling from the relentless assault, he remains on the ground as the next phase of the test is announced. He watches as a blonde-haired woman clutches her head, a pained groan escaping her lips. Meanwhile, Ares' voice cuts through the tension, calling for the fourth group to step forward. A white-haired man beside the woman shakes his head, convinced there's no point in continuing, that they're destined to lose. The blonde woman simply stares ahead, her expression unreadable. Ares, observing their hesitation, offers them a choice. All right, you two may skip the test. Will the remaining two proceed? To his surprise, the blonde woman responds with a determined nod. Yes, we'll give it a shot. The unnamed human male's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. They're actually going ahead with it. Ares watches them, a thoughtful expression on his face, before beginning to outline the criteria. I see. The qualification to pass this second test will be that Nam Woo-hyun, the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, finds himself at level 12, his stats and skills laid bare. Meanwhile, from a grand observation hall, a red-haired man questions, what do they want to take the test for? Another voice dismisses the notion. Of course not. Below them, in a vast arena, a white-haired woman stands ready as the command rings out. Group 4, begin. The red-haired observer remarks with a hint of disdain, you can't handle Cell with two people. He then adds, let's keep watching a little longer. Suddenly, a devastating blue energy erupts from the arena floor, shattering the stone with a thunderous crash. The force of the impact sends the red-haired man from the observation group hurtling through the air, his body a blur against the blue magical trails. Back in the observation hall, the red-haired man, now recovered, exclaims, if she used real sword aura, they'd be in a million pieces now. A white-haired observer questions, can we really defeat such a monster? The red-haired man scoffs. Humph, are you really scared of a demon lord? The tension in the air is palpable, so thick that one can almost hear the trembling of legs, a clear sign of the fear gripping those about to face the trial. As Group 5 steps forward, their combined assault erupts in a blinding flash of energy, a desperate attempt against an overwhelming force. Yet, the effort proves futile, as another combatant is swiftly brought down, their body collapsing to the ground, marking the failure of Group 9. From his vantage point, Ares watches the unfolding scene with a grim expression, calling out the next challengers. Group 10, step up. The sheer power on display forces even the formidable heir of lust-prone and heir of envy Baltian to concede, declaring their forfeiture as Group 20 is announced. Ares continues the relentless progression of the test, his voice echoing as he summons Group 30. By the time the 30th group is called, a total of 5 teams have already forfeited, and not a single one has managed to land even a meaningful strike on the legendary Sword Saint. It is a battle against an unbeatable opponent, with no restrictions on leaving midway, a testament to the overwhelming might of the figure wielding the blade. With a sudden surge of brilliant blue energy, Winged Cell unleashes another devastating attack, her power radiating outwards in a blinding display. He blocks it, the Sword Saint's movements too fast to dodge, forcing him to adapt his strategy. The instructor, Ares, observes that the further they advance, the more their skills improve, but the protagonist realizes something deeper. The Sword Saint isn't dodging, but blocking, which means there's a way to pass the second test. As the current group struggles, the protagonist remarks, it'll be our turn soon. A sudden realization dawns on him, a spark of understanding igniting his mind. He's changing, figuring out how to pass the second test. Ares turns to him, asking, what do you think? The protagonist looks down, deep in thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Later, lying down, he muses, judging by how the instructors are handling matters and how strong the Sword Saint is, I'm sure of it. Ares then announces the next group. Next, Group 33. Among them, Samuel, the heir of gluttony, steps forward, his green eyes glowing with determination, declaring, with our power, we can do it. As the next group prepares for the test, the protagonist's companions express their resolve, even if it means failure. He watches them, a question forming in his mind. His eyes glow with a fierce determination as he considers his own identity, wondering if his common origins truly matter. A powerful conviction settles within him, believing that with the talent of Adele, the strongest villain, he can achieve victory. Instructor Ares then calls out to the assembled students, signaling the start of the next challenge. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air, marking the beginning of the trial. Meanwhile, Wing Cell observes the proceedings, reflecting on her own lack of complaints regarding the main character, unlike her previous greed. The protagonist, still watching, questions his role, reminding himself to stay calm and maintain his position. Samuel, the heir of gluttony, and Baltian, the heir of envy, stand ready, confirming their readiness for the test. Samuel, with a confident smirk, acknowledges the obvious, fully aware of the challenge ahead. The heir of envy, Baltian, surges forward, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Ares' voice cuts through the air, a sharp warning echoing across the testing grounds. Baltian closes the distance in a blur, the vibrant blue aura around him intensifying with each stride. The energy coalesces into a formidable barrier, or perhaps a crushing force, radiating immense power. The unnamed human male can only stare in wide-eyed terror, the blue light engulfing him as the impact strikes. He is violently thrown backward, shattering shards of blue energy exploding around him. Even as he reels from the blow, he cries out, "Kina, protect Chris." Sanchez, seeing the impending danger, braces himself, knowing he must mitigate the fall's impact. He acknowledges the command with a fierce resolve, ready to act. The unnamed human male is engulfed in a blinding flash of blue energy, the force of Baltian's attack slamming into him. He is sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a distant wall, which cracks and splinters under the impact. A guttural cry escapes him, his face contorted in pain as the residual energy crackles around him. Yet, even as he remains embedded in the shattered masonry, a defiant thought echoes in his mind. He withstood it. A realization dawns on him, a fleeting glimpse of an opening he'd seen just before the attack connected. But the gap had been too obvious, too deliberate. Meanwhile, Baltian stands poised, a chilling intuition warning him against a direct follow-up. The unnamed human male pushes off the wall, a new thought forming. Could this be a trap? Was Baltian baiting them, or was there a deeper strategy at play? His eyes widen in sudden alarm, a chilling premonition confirming his fears. A second attack is imminent, and Kina and Chris are right behind him. As the heir of envy, Baltian unleashes a torrent of crackling blue energy. A powerful shield forms around him, shimmering with raw power. Standing over the unnamed human male, who lies battered on the ground, Baltian declares his shield impenetrable, while the unnamed human male, still reeling, thinks of Sanchez, wondering if he can hold out. His face contorted in pain and disbelief, he realizes the sheer devastation a single attack from Baltian can cause, acknowledging the dire situation. Despite the overwhelming odds, he clenches his fist, a fierce determination burning within him to endure just a little longer. Meanwhile, Baltian's power surges once more, his form enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy, as he prepares a second, even more potent attack. The unnamed human male watches, grim-faced, knowing the next blow is imminent. With a thunderous impact, Baltian unleashes the devastating blue energy blast. The explosive force expands rapidly, engulfing the entire area in a blinding, destructive light. Straining under the immense power he wields, Baltian observes his own attack, noting with a grim satisfaction that it has grown even stronger. He cries out, demanding to know what his companions are waiting for, acknowledging their dire situation and the need to hold on just a little longer. As the blue energy attack slams into him, a pained curse escapes his lips. He grits his teeth, the immense pressure reminding him that they are the only ones left to block this second, devastating assault, questioning if they can truly endure it again. Meanwhile, Baltian, wreathed in crackling blue energy, continues to channel his power. His weapon glows with the same fierce blue light, ready to strike. The relentless assault continues to batter the human male, eliciting a sharp gasp. Finally, the overwhelming force sends him sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain, with Chris lying injured beside him. All three, the human male, Chris, and Kina, lie battered on the ground, struggling to move, as the human male lets out a guttural cry of agony. Despite the pain, he looks to Chris, urging them to find the strength to last just one more time. Still reeling from the previous assault, he shouts in alarm, while Chris, behind him, warns that the attack is coming again. Elsewhere, Adele, his back to the viewer, asks if there's a plan. He affirms his intent to strike a decisive blow, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as a powerful aura flares around him. Back on the battlefield, the human male, Chris, and Kina are thrown back by another devastating impact, their faces contorted in shock and pain. Baltian unleashes a torrent of blue energy, his form crackling with power. The human male, struggling to his feet, urgently calls out to Chris as the attack closes in. Suddenly, Sanchez, looking injured, tells Nam Woo-hyun he shouldn't have gone to the Hunters Guild, prompting a furious, bewildered response from the novelist. Meanwhile, the heir of lust, Prone, moves with swift grace, her sword drawn and glowing with a vibrant blue energy. As the heir of lust, Prone, makes her move, a swift, arcing wave of brilliant blue energy erupts, slicing through the air. The force of the attack slams into Baltian, who screams in agony as the crackling blue magic engulfs him. He recoils sharply, a frustrated TSK, escaping his lips, as the relentless energy pushes him backward. Still reeling from the impact, Baltian struggles against the overwhelming magical pressure. With a burst of speed, he activates a position transfer skill, his form blurring as he attempts to evade the continuous assault. He streaks through the air, leaving a trail of blue light in his wake. Meanwhile, Prone takes a decisive combat stance, her body radiating with the same vibrant blue energy, ready for her next move. Baltian, now at a distance, watches her intently, his own form still shimmering with residual energy. Then, with a powerful surge of magic, Prone activates her own position transfer skill, preparing to designate her next location. As the previous conflict fades, a new magical assault begins, with brilliant blue energy descending from above, targeting a figure below. The white-haired winged Cell stands her ground, her form enveloped in a vibrant blue aura as she channels her own power. Her eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the sheer force of the incoming attack, as a voice booms, commanding her demise. Then, Ares appears, a smirk playing on his lips, his body radiating a fierce red energy, confirming his role as the aggressor. As the system interface flashes, introducing the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, the unnamed human male, a character within this unfolding narrative, turns with a fierce determination. Elsewhere, a scarred man with spiky dark hair watches intently, his expression grim. Meanwhile, the heir of lust, now bearing prominent horns, stands beside the unnamed human male, both observing the unfolding events with focused gazes. With a surge of power, the unnamed human male concentrates a sphere of glowing red energy, the air crackling around it. He charges forward, enveloped in a vibrant red aura, a blur of motion. The attack connects with devastating force, sending the scarred man recoiling violently. Blood splatters from the impact, a stark reminder of the brutal reality of this bad end. His face etched with distress, the unnamed human male resolves that he must succeed one more time. Engulfed by a sudden surge of darkness, he finds himself falling through swirling purple energy, a system message flashing, trait darkness as the void consumes him. The oppressive dark magic expands around him, and an unseen voice echoes through the gloom, lamenting that without Chris's barrier, his wings would have been lost. He attempts a position transfer, but the dark energy resists, his escape failing as he remains trapped within the swirling abyss. The voice from the darkness confirms its success, boasting of having trapped him in a pitch-black space devoid of light. Looking around, he realizes the truth of the claim, unable to discern anything within the profound gloom. Yet, a flicker of defiance ignites within him as he declares, he possesses the Fong of Darkness. The unseen voice retorts, asserting that in this space, its power is stronger than any weapon. But his resolve hardens, his gaze unwavering as he vows to defeat his opponent with everything he has. Engulfed in the swirling, oppressive darkness, the unnamed human male finds himself trapped, his form partially obscured by the ominous purple energy. Nearby, another figure, with light, messy hair, also struggles against the same suffocating magical force. A massive, shadowy entity, the source of this dark power, looms menacingly over the light-haired victim, its indistinct form radiating pure malice. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, striking the struggling figure and forcing them further into the void. Overwhelmed by fear, the light-haired victim cries out, calling their tormentor a total monster. The unnamed human male watches the brutal assault, his face etched with distress as the dark energy continues to swirl around him. As the light-haired figure is consumed by the intensifying darkness, he too feels the crushing weight of the magic, his body tensing in resistance. A grimace twists his features, a silent battle raging within him. Then, with a chilling smile and eyes blazing crimson, he embraces the darkness, his transformation complete. The dark magic he had embraced now swirls around him, coalescing into sharp, ethereal blades, which multiply rapidly, filling the void with deadly purple energy. He lunges, a blur of motion, striking at the light-haired figure before him. A sinister smile spreading across his face as he declares, "This time, you're the one who has been lured in." His gaze fixed on the one he calls Sword Saint. The air crackles as the dark blades surge forward, his clenched fist unleashing the full power of the black blade rain. A torrent of purple energy descending upon the Sword Saint. The dark energy from the devastating attack continued to swirl, coalescing into a more defined shape. The shadowy mass solidified, revealing a figure within its depths. Nearby, a white-haired man and Kina stared in disbelief, the man exclaiming, "What the hell is going on in there?" Chris, equally stunned, mutters, "Look like it's almost over." A foot clad in a dark boot stepped firmly onto the ground, surrounded by the dissipating dark aura. The protagonist turned, his reddish-brown hair visible as the last vestiges of the dark energy clung to him. He stood over the fallen Sword Saint, who lay defeated on the ornate floor. The protagonist took another step, casually walking past the unconscious figure. The group of onlookers, including Kina, Chris, Sanchez, Ares, and the white-haired man, watched in stunned silence as the protagonist emerged victorious. He looks down, surveying the scene. The ornate chamber lies in ruins, bathed in the lingering glow of purple magic, several figures defeated on the ground. Chris, observing the aftermath, breaks the heavy quiet, this silence. The protagonist, his chest heaving slightly, declares with a triumphant grin, "I did it." A satisfied smile spreads across his face. As Chris throws his arms up in celebration, shouting, "Adele Dash!" Kina beams beside him. Ares approaches, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief, asking, "How did you manage to do it?" The protagonist explains that the Sword Saint was in a bit of shock, but the instructors are helping him recover. Ares nods, a sense of relief washing over him. He stands over the fallen Sword Saint, his gaze fixed on the defeated figure, as Chris and Kina watch on, and a voice asks, "Then, shall we finish this?" The protagonist considers the question, while Chris, looking surprised, asks if it isn't already over. A soft thud echoes as the sword saint's leg twitches slightly. Chris, noticing the movement, exclaims in alarm, what are you doing?" The protagonist's expression remains unreadable, his eyes still on the prone figure. He then voices his own concern, wondering if they shouldn't ensure the sword saint is truly gone. Meanwhile, Sanchez observes the scene with a thoughtful grunt. Wing Cell watches with a subtle, knowing smile. She then turns to Sanchez, Aries standing silently beside them, and remarks that for a half-orc, he's not half bad. He still considers himself nothing special. A scoff escapes her lips. Hoo-hoo, of course not. She continues, her voice laced with disdain. He was born inferior. His true nature will never change, no matter what. Her gaze sharpens. So stupid and vulgar. Suddenly, a vibrant blue energy begins to coalesce, pulsing with raw power. Wing Cell stands enveloped in the ethereal glow, her form now crowned with spiraled horns. Her eyes widen in surprise. What the hell? Who's that? An unseen voice questions. Those horns. Is that bears? The heir of lust prone looks down, a flicker of unease crossing her features. Why is she looking at me like that? A figure with newly sprouted horns and a vibrant blue aura emanates an intimidating presence, prompting a nervous thought about the sheer power on display. Observing the spectacle, the heir of lust prone remarks that this is precisely what one would expect from the 7 deadly sins heirs. Standing beside her, the heir of envy Baltian notes that they are already locked in a battle of intimidation, wondering aloud who will emerge victorious. The heir of lust prone confidently declares it will be Frony, though she quickly corrects herself, acknowledging that the other girl might not be as weak as she appears. Meanwhile, a man with reddish-brown hair watches the unfolding events from a distance. A flicker of recognition crossing his face as he questions if that is Renee. His gaze sharpens, confirming the identity, Pixie Adele. Moments later, the man finds himself in conversation with the heir of Envy Baltian. Their discussion continuing amidst the grand architecture of the city. Heir of Envy Baltian questions him, wondering if he truly doesn't know the answer, to which the reddish-brown-haired man replies that he does not. Turning to leave, Baltian declares he will be watching him from now on. The reddish-brown-haired man reacts with surprise, having expected a compliment. He muses to himself that he will have to keep a close eye on Renee. Meanwhile, the transformed Wing Cell, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura and with her distinctive horns, stands in a tense standoff with another powerful female figure. Observing the spectacle alongside Baltian, the reddish-brown-haired man exclaims at the continued intensity of their confrontation. He then questions Baltian, asking about the identity of the girl facing Cell. She possesses striking blue eyes, long flowing hair, and a single Oni horn protruding from her forehead, a clear mark of her unique lineage. From the House of Lust, Laurel Fron, a figure with a single horn protruding from her forehead, stands before a gathering, her blue eyes glowing with an intense light. He wonders why this powerful being from the demon world is confronting Renee, admitting that his focus on the human realm has left him utterly clueless about the intricacies of demon society. Her gaze sharpens, a clear challenge in her glowing eyes. The reddish-brown-haired man watches, a sense of unease settling over him as the tension mounts. Suddenly, the heir of lust lunges forward, closing the distance with alarming speed. A jolt of pain or shock crosses his face as she reaches him. Her voice rings out, a chilling command. Hey, half-blood, become my slave. The heir of lust, Laurel Fron, stands poised, her dark, flowing dress accentuating the ominous power she wields. Her eyes blaze with an intense blue light, crackling with raw energy, as she unleashes a furious cry, her voice echoing with absolute command. The force of her will sends him plummeting through the air, his body a dark blur against the ancient stone, while below, a figure with long, white hair watches his rapid descent. A surge of purple energy flares around the heir of lust prone, her eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. As her long, white hair whips around her, her voice cutting through the air with a sharp command to stop. Nearby, the heir of envy Baltian stands with arms crossed, a blindfold obscuring his gaze, yet his posture radiating an unyielding calm. Suddenly, a flash of blue energy erupts as Ares, the instructor, steps between them, his glowing sword held defensively, his voice sternly declaring that unnecessary disputes between heirs are forbidden. His blade hums with power, a clear warning to resolve your personal problems outside. The heir of lust prone lets out a relieved sigh, her purple aura receding, acknowledging that Ares had successfully blocked whatever was about to happen. With a slight smile, Ares remarks on the fortunate timing, noting that good thing nothing happened between the 7 deadly sins before the entrance ceremony. A woman with dark hair and a purple aura radiating around her stands defiantly, drawing a sharp humph from another female figure nearby, who mutters that she must be truly out of her mind. Approaching her with a gentle demeanor, the red-haired man asks if she is all right, while the heir of envy Baltian stands silently in the background. He reminds her that her group is up next, suggesting she compose herself. As he reaches out to her, she lets out another dismissive umph. His expression remains calm and understanding. With a reassuring touch, he places a hand on her shoulder. A small smile plays on his lips as he offers a quiet, encouraging good job. Suddenly, a white-haired woman with striking red eyes, wings cell, appears, teasing him with a playful, "You're in too? Are you dating a half-demon?" He simply smiles, expressing gratitude for being treated better now that he has passed, offering a sincere thank you. Heir of Lust-Prone looks at him with a piercing gaze, her glowing blue eyes narrowed, asking if he had hidden his true strength. He responds with a simple, confused sound, as she explains her reasoning. He must have done so to appear weaker. Suddenly, a playful voice cuts through the tension, as Wing Cell appears behind him, announcing, 34, step right up. Ignoring the interruption, the heir of Lust-Prone turns away, declaring that she needs to leave and won't tell anyone about his perceived deception. She walks away from him, leaving him to ponder her words, a thought crossing his mind that perhaps she mistook him for a priest, as he stands before a gathering of other powerful figures, including the heir of Envy Baltian, Ares, Chris, Hina, Sanchez, and the Sword Saint. His attention is drawn back to the heir of Lust-Prone, who now demands he state his name, identifying herself as being of the family. He looks at her, surprised, as she confirms, "Yes, you." He then asks why she called him over, a slight smile playing on his lips as he considers her earlier assessment, thinking, not a bad name. Her glowing blue eyes narrow, a dark aura swirling around her as she presses him, demanding, "Why do you ask?" The heir of Lust-Prone's voice drops, a clear command in her tone. "You interrupted me earlier. Leave that witch's slave and serve me." A faint purple glow emanates from her, her power visibly manifesting as she turns to face him, while the unnamed human male simply watches her, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Her expression hardens, the purple energy intensifying around her as she declares, "You will now bear witness to my irrefutable appeal." With a confident stance, the heir of Lust-Prone points a finger at him, the purple aura flaring around her, promising, "I will steal you and flatten that witch's nose." The unnamed human male, still amused, turns to Wing Cell, who stands nearby, and offers a polite apology. "I'm sorry, but my wife's turn is next." Wing Cell, taken aback, lets out a surprised sound, then quickly corrects him. "No, not the wife." He then turns his attention to Kina, who eagerly asks, "Will I finally be able to see Renee's full power?" The unnamed human male, however, seems distracted, prompting Kina to exclaim, "Are you ignoring me?" His gaze drifts past Kina to the assembled figures, a thoughtful expression on his face as he wonders, just how strong is she? He then considers the others, noting, "I have high expectations for the children of the other 7 deadly sins." Among the gathered, the heir of Envy Baltian stands tall, his yellow eyes glowing with intensity, while the Sword Saint maintains a stoic presence beside him. The heir of Lust-Prone, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, stands poised before the Sword Saint, a palpable tension filling the air. Observing the scene, the unnamed human male remarks on the intensity of the standoff, a sentiment echoed by the heir of Envy Baltian, who finds her even more incredible than he had imagined. With a deliberate step, the heir of Lust-Prone advances directly towards the Sword Saint amidst the gathered powerful figures. Her approach drawing a sharp gasp from Wing Cell and Kina. Chris chuckles, finding her audacity quite amusing. As the unnamed human male watches, bewildered by her direct confrontation with the Sword Saint, wondering what she could possibly be thinking. Her blue aura flares, radiating an undeniable power as she closes the distance. She stands opposite the Sword Saint, a shimmering blue aura already beginning to coalesce around her. The Sword Saint's eyes glow with an intense, icy blue light, his expression grim. Her own gaze burns with a fierce, unwavering blue, mirroring his intensity. Without hesitation, the Sword Saint lunges, his blade a blur as he closes the distance. Both their faces are etched with fierce concentration, their eyes blazing with power as the clash begins. But before his attack can land, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from her, slamming into him with concussive force. The Sword Saint is engulfed, pushed back by the sheer, overwhelming power of her counterattack, the impact echoing with a sharp, resounding crack. A look of utter shock washes over the man's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the heir of Lust-Prone stands triumphant, her dark robe flowing around her as she gazes down at her defeated foe. A resounding impact echoes through the chamber. As the man is thrown back from the force of the blow, his body recoiling violently. He steadies himself, a thoughtful expression crossing his features as he acknowledges his opponent, Renes, with a quiet, not bad. Disbelief then creeps into his voice, wondering if he truly lost so easily. He realizes now why she had approached with such confidence, having already assessed his true level of power. A sigh escapes him as he laments not seeing the Sword Saint's full strength, but he warns that she must be careful if she wishes to live up to her name. His gaze remains fixed on the heir of Lust-Prone, a complex mix of frustration and grudging respect in his eyes. He questions the wisdom of sending out children with insufficient skills, wondering if they could truly defeat the real Sword Saint. Wing Cell responds, musing that perhaps they could, if the Sword Saint were still alive, but then considers the possibility of the children possessing skills that exceed even the Sword Saint's own. Rennes, however, dismisses the notion with a scoff, declaring that anyone with eyes would know that pathetic fool was far weaker than even 10% of the Sword Saint's true power. A moment of frustrated silence passes, as he admits the current situation is breaking his heart. A deeper truth is revealed. The very creator of this world is also a slave to the demonic realm. With a renewed sense of resolve, Rennes decides to simply observe how things unfold. His voice echoes through the grand hall, calling for the next group, 35. Only the 7 deadly sins remained. He ponders aloud who will claim the title of the Sword Saint, acknowledging that the other children have inherited the Sword Saint's legacy, perhaps very soon. The heir of lust stands before a colossal, ancient structure, its grandeur hinting at forgotten power, as the differences in strength between the children and the 7 deadly sins become increasingly apparent. Meanwhile, the legendary Sword Saint, his blade gleaming with an ancient aura, acknowledges the strength of 2 individuals, confident that he need not worry about their capabilities. Back in the assembly hall, Rennes addresses the gathered crowd, his voice echoing with authority, announcing the results of the second test, a combat participation assessment, regardless of victory or defeat. Among the hopeful faces, Kina and Chris listen intently, as Rennes confirms his expectations, revealing that many have failed. He commends those who passed, declaring them official trainees, but quickly tempers their excitement with a stern warning. But don't get excited. His voice sharpens, promising a grueling path ahead. A hellish road is ahead of you, and it'll be so hard that you'll want to quit. He then instructs those who passed to gather for extensive training in 2 days. Rennes stands firm, his expression resolute. While the air of envy and the air of lust stand together, their presence a silent testament to the challenges that await. As the trainees gather, one wonders why Aries is so keen on staffing, while another remarks on the instructor's apparent obsession with the protagonist, Nam Woo-hyun, whom he'd picked up from the last class. Aries, turning to leave, announces that he will now grant them the promised opportunity to enter the maze, a statement met with silent anticipation from the assembled group. He then specifically addresses one of the trainees, commanding Leekan Baltian to speak. Baltian, the son of envy, eagerly questions if they can exit the maze with an abundance of weapons, his thoughts already consumed by the prospect of acquiring powerful gear. Indeed, Leekan Baltian's greed and curiosity know no bounds, a trait Nam Woo-hyun observes with a knowing gaze. Woo-hyun, recalling the heir of envy's significant role in his own novel, firmly states that wielding multiple weapons would make it difficult for Baltian to focus, thus only one will be permitted. Baltian, undeterred, maintains his confident demeanor. He begins to ascend a flight of stairs, moving towards the maze entrance as Nam Woo-hyun watches him go. With a determined expression, Baltian reaches for the door, ready to face the challenge ahead. As the heir of envy prepares to enter the maze, a hand reaches out, activating a complex, glowing magical interface. Before them, a colossal structure of swirling energy and intricate runes materializes, its vibrant blue light illuminating the faces of Baltian and his companion as they gaze up in awe. A voice echoes, offering a final choice as they stand on the precipice of the unknown, reminding them that the consequences of their decisions within the maze are entirely their own. Nam Woo-hyun sighs, his hand covering his face as he sits before a computer screen, the glowing purple interface of a game-like system reflecting in his eyes. He reflects that with the strongest villain's death, his series was nearing its end. Elsewhere, Adele stares at an imposing, ornate door, questioning if this is truly weaponry, and why it resembles a dungeon entrance. He stands in line with others, including Aries, as a voice announces that they will enter one by one, in the reverse order of the second exam. Adele grips his sword, a stern voice warning that each of them will be inspected on the way out. He turns to Aries, asking if he's the last one, and if the instructor is simply doing as he pleases, while Aries eagerly declares he'll go in first. As they approach the entrance, an unseen figure barks at them to hurry up and enter. Adele suggests to someone off-panel that they pick an artifact since he already has a weapon. Wing Cell, standing beside him, agrees, adding that she thinks she'll also go with an artifact, expressing concern that others might not get one. Adele steps through the imposing doorway, another voice urging whoever is next to follow. He grins, a playful crown of thorns resting on his head, clearly enjoying the moment. As others emerge from the exam with their own artifacts, he wonders if he should have chosen armor instead of his current gear. Then, a voice calls out, announcing that it's Adele's turn to enter. Another participant observes his choice, noting that he went with a bracelet. Adele, curious, asks about its features, only to be told that he'll find out once he's inside, where descriptions are available. The word descriptions echoes in his mind. As the other participant adds, that some items simply don't have them. The thought of items without descriptions makes Adele pause, wondering if it implies immense power or simply a lack of care in their handling. Still contemplating the artifacts, Adele's thoughts drift to their potential, believing there must be something truly special about them. As he looks up, Aries' voice cuts through his musings, announcing, "You're the last one." Aries gazes down at him, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he observes, "Your face is practically begging me to say anything." Adele, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asks, Could I ask why some items don't have a description? Aries' expression turns serious as he explains, it means that we have yet to figure out exactly what it is. Adele nods in understanding, confirming, precisely. Aries continues, laying out the stakes. If you're lucky, you might find an item with amazing abilities, but if you're unlucky, you might have to risk your life. With the implications of his choice now clear, Adele turns towards a grand, ornate door, ready to face whatever lies beyond. Adele steps through the grand entrance, a thought crossing his mind about whether his decision to go last was a good idea or not. As he moves further inside, the interior reveals itself to be surprisingly bright and clean. He notes the tidy appearance of a new space. Moving deeper into the chamber, lit by flickering torches, he hopes nothing unexpected will jump out at him. His gaze falls upon a distant point, concluding that his path must lie through there. He continues his journey along a path lined with glowing blue cubes, a sense of wonder growing within him. Coming across a display case, he exclaims, "Whoa, this is crazy." Inside, a unique spear, devoid of any description, catches his eye, and he decides to take it. He moves deeper into the chamber, his gaze falling upon a display case holding a twin fang spear, an ancient weapon said to have been used by an unnamed demon to hunt serpents. Within its gleaming surface, he senses the vengeful spirits of the serpents it once hunted, and understands that with enough mana, the spear could manifest the forms of two spectral serpents. Despite the intriguing, if vague, description, he dismisses it, already possessing a spear and finding this one less than essential. His attention then shifts to a starlight crystal, an orb imbued with starlight, once a tool of a skilled astrologer. He learns that by channeling a small amount of mana into it, the crystal can draw upon the power of the stars to illuminate its surroundings. Considering his dark night skill, which would render him unable to use the crystal as a torch, he still acknowledges its potential usefulness. Further along, he finds another display case, this one empty, prompting him to wonder what kind of item it once held. A faint inscription reveals the item was the Great Crown of the Victor, a legendary artifact that granted its wearer exceptional recovery and charm, remaining with them until their death. The final detail of the crown's permanence, belonging to its owner until death, catches him by surprise. As he surveys the empty pedestal, a scoff escapes Nam Woo-hyun, realizing this must be the item that Baltian once possessed, that greedy bastard. He muses on the irony of encountering such powerful binding items in his own novel, never imagining he'd run into one here. His gaze sweeps across the chamber, taking in the glowing displays. Another display case, once holding the bind of the python, stands empty, its contents no longer present. Nearby, a similar case, meant for the insignia of the fallen noble, also reveals nothing but vacant space. A frustrated cry escapes him as he realizes the extent of the pilfering. There's nothing left. He laments the situation, knowing that the 7 deadly sins are the truly valuable ones, and wonders what he should do, as most of the remaining armor and weapons are not very good. His eyes fall upon a sword, gleaming with a faint blue aura within a display case. And with a sigh of resignation, he concludes he has no choice, even if this is a cursed artifact. A sudden idea sparks within Nam Woo-hyun, a method he can employ. He considers the implications, knowing he must conserve his gold, yet deciding to proceed for now. His hand moves with purpose, a quill scratching across parchment. Before him, a glowing interface demands payment, seeking compensation for details about an artifact whose powers remain undescribed. The system presents its terms, either an artifact of equivalent grade or 100 gold coins, as he continues to write. But then, a realization dawns on him, a sudden insight causing him to pause. The interface shifts, now offering the same information, but for a reduced price of at least 50 gold coins. 50 gold, he murmurs, a smile spreading across his face. He understands the system's logic, deducing that by selecting the item with the highest cost, he can glean the most valuable information. He stares at the glowing blue screen, a digital interface displaying a daunting number, 100,000 artifacts, all without descriptions, and begins his methodical search, focusing his query on a specific item, the eagle-shaped black stone. The system responds immediately, demanding a minimum of 1 gold coin for information. A single gold coin for an artifact's description suggests a low value, confirming his theory about the system's pricing. He continues, scrolling through countless entries, each demanding a mere gold coin, until one finally catches his eye, an artifact that enhances fortune and weapon damage. But the price remains the same, a single gold coin, despite its seemingly useful effects. Frustration begins to etch itself onto his features, as he realizes the system's pricing isn't as straightforward as he'd hoped. He mutters to himself, dismissing the mediocre artifacts, his gaze fixed on the screen as he approaches the last entry. Then, a sudden shift. The final artifact demands a staggering 500 gold coins, instantly confirming its mythical grade and the validity of his pricing strategy. A figure stands before a glowing display, his eyes widening as he recognizes the immense value of the item before him. Whoa, mythical grade. Lucky, he exclaims, realizing its potential. This one might even be better than the artifacts everyone else took. Without hesitation, he reaches out, declaring, "I'll take this one." But just as his hand approaches, a sudden, Inexplicable sensation makes him pause, his head snapping up in surprise. His gaze falls upon a delicate, glowing necklace, suspended in the ethereal blue light of the display, a new focal point in the eerie silence. A shiver runs down his spine as he tries to pinpoint the source of his unease. What is this strange feeling, he wonders aloud. It feels like someone's watching me. His attention returns to the necklace, a realization dawning on him. That necklace. Right. There was one more left. His eyes narrow, scanning the dark expanse around him, a profound question echoing in his mind. Are these also Adele's senses? He demands to know more about the glowing, unnamed necklace. When suddenly, a sharp beep echoes as the artifact reacts, catching him off guard. He finds himself struggling against an unseen force, the necklace actively resisting his touch, prompting him to question why it fights back. As the blue energy intensifies, forming a pillar of light, a chilling command echoes in his mind. You must offer a god. The surging magical energy then envelopes him completely, forming ethereal rings around his body. His gaze intense, he repeats the strange demand, offer a god. A subtle smirk then plays on his lips, his eyes glowing with the necklace's power as he realizes the true potential of the legendary item he now holds. Nam Woo-hyun sighs, believing he was finally free, only to realize he'd been given another mission. Meanwhile, Ares, surrounded by a faint blue glow, questions the meaning of another mission. Woo-hyun, however, thinks it's far too early to celebrate, wondering which deity he should even appeal to, since he doesn't even have a minor god to rely on, let alone the demon god. He laments his current lack of divine connections. His gaze falls upon a delicate, ornate necklace displayed within a glass case. Considering his options, he muses about infusing it with a bit of divine power. The necklace gleams under the display lights. He finds its nature perplexing, wishing he knew its true purpose, though he tells himself he only keeps it because it might be a rare item, nothing more. As he considers his options, Nam Woo-hyun thinks to himself, maybe I should try some tricks. He focuses on the glowing blue interface, a system prompt appearing before him, demanding to know which god is related to the unidentified necklace in the basement. The system's response is stark and unyielding, a single command, offer a god. A sigh of frustration escapes him, the system's stubbornness clear. He knows that even if he rephrases the question, he'll probably get the same answer. Trapped within the glowing blue cube, he wonders, should I just give up? But a sudden realization hits him, a certainty that solidifies his resolve. No, I'm sure of it. His hand reaches out, a faint blue glow emanating from the interface. As he pulls out the mysterious necklace, his instincts telling him that it holds the key. He decides to check something crucial, his status window appearing before him. He brings up a status window, revealing his chaotic neutral alignment, along with talents like position transfer Z, mana manipulation, and the intriguing Eye of Superbia. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the expected results. He then dismisses the thought, deciding that since no one else would be interested in such peculiar traits, he can take his time understanding them. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his contemplation, asking about the necklace he wears. He looks down at the artifact, recalling that it was one of the items without a description. The other man presses him, questioning why he would choose an artifact without knowing its function or identity, then asserts that he must know something about it. He quickly denies it, insisting he knows nothing at all. The man stares at him intently, before grabbing his face, wondering aloud why he always makes that particular expression and why he dislikes him so much. Ares nods, acknowledging Balshan's words, stating that as an instructor, he must trust his cadets. As they walk together, he advises Baltian to take good care of the artifacts he has chosen, suggesting they might even serve as an extra life in times of hardship. Ares continues, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, explaining that everyone else present is insignificant, and Baltian is destined to lead the demon world one day, implying that others will eventually tire of their investments and recognize his future. A wistful sigh escapes him, wishing he could also acquire some of those benefits. A glowing blue portal shimmers into existence, and Ares expresses his anticipation of meeting again in Satan, specifically at the entrance ceremony. Turning to a different figure, Ares asks if they should head back to their dorm, addressing them as Miss Renee. He glances at Renee as they walk, a subtle intensity in his expression. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming, Group B leader. With a harsh laugh, Ares grabs Renee's face, his fingers digging into their cheeks, demanding to know if their ego is truly so vast, before calling them Baltian. As the conversation begins, a figure with glowing yellow eyes extends a hand, introducing himself as Baltian, noting that the other's reputation precedes him. The red-haired man returns the greeting, identifying himself as Adele, his expression calm despite the intensity of the moment. Balshan's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Adele, too, seems taken aback, his brow furrowing in a silent question. Suddenly, Balshan's grip tightens on Adele's hand, a sharp, painful squeeze that elicits a gasp. His gaze piercing, Baltian questions the other's true intentions, wondering what he's truly doing in such a place. Adele's expression hardens, retorting that Baltian is merely a dog who only knows how to prey on the weak. Indeed, Baltian is known as the heir of envy, a being who only fights the strong and preys on the weak, a true monster in the realm of death, a battle-crazed lunatic whose potential is said to be limitless. Ares struggles, his brow furrowed in concentration as he looks down, a quiet fury escaping him. Suddenly, Balshan's grip tightens on his arm, the air of envy's voice cutting through the air, demanding to know why Ares came to him when there were stronger individuals nearby. As a system message flashes, indicating a position transfer to target set, Ares' expression hardens, and he prepares to strike, a brilliant blue glow emanating from the weapon in his hand. He glances back, a flicker of concern crossing his face as Baltian watches him from behind, his presence a constant, unsettling pressure. Ares' eyes widen in surprise, a sharp gasp escaping him. He clutches his hand, a pained expression twisting his features, cursing under his breath as if struck by an unseen force. Baltian, however, simply grins, a cruel amusement in his eyes, taunting Ares that he never saw it coming. The air of envy's own eyes then blaze with an intense, fiery yellow light, a powerful aura of red and orange particles swirling around him. Ares, engulfed in a fierce red aura, declares his unwavering resolve, proclaiming that the confrontation will continue until one of them falls. He asserts his claim over Baltian, who calmly reiterates his initial stance. He has no intention of fighting. Ignoring the warning, Ares lunges forward with a glowing weapon, but Baltian effortlessly blocks the assault, while Nam Wuhyun calls out for them to stop. Ares, now surrounded by a vibrant blue energy, challenges his opponent, daring him to fight for the chance he seeks. Balshan's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, a powerful aura erupting around him, as he accepts the challenge, stating Ares will have to fight him too. Before Ares can react, Baltian delivers a swift, devastating kick, sending him flying backward with a sharp impact. Ares crashes hard onto the ground, defeated, as Baltian stands victorious over him. Baltian remarks on the intensity of the encounter, while Nam Wuhyun expresses his desire to avoid further involvement in their skirmishes, though Baltian assures him there will be plenty more. Still on the ground, his eyes glowing with defiant resolve, Ares vows for more chances to prove himself. He lets out a sigh, acknowledging the truth of his recent defeat, yet a deeper understanding settles within him. Having witnessed Balshan's power firsthand, he realizes he still can't quite grasp the full extent of the man's abilities. Ares wonders, when did his opponent even draw his sword? Turning to the heir of envy, he suggests they depart, addressing him by his alias, Adele. Though only a single day has passed since the confrontation, it feels as though several have gone by for Ares. Despite the setback, he finds himself looking forward to his life at Saitan with renewed anticipation. Later, in a private room, Ares stretches, feeling a profound sense of relief, as if a heavy burden has been lifted. He acknowledges the previous day's events, and declares himself unusually refreshed. He flexes, feeling a surge of power course through him, his body responding with newfound vigor. With a satisfied sigh, Ares turns his attention to the uniform Saitan sent over, eager to try it on. He slips into the jacket, noting the thoughtful design, and finds it surprisingly comfortable. Though restricted to this attire for the next 3 years, he acknowledges its practicality. A thought then crosses his mind about Renee, wondering how she looks in her own uniform, and he considers going to see for himself. Before he can act on the impulse, a soft knock echoes from his door, prompting him to ask. The door creaks open slightly, and he invites the visitor inside. He stands before a woman, her back turned to him. And a genuine compliment escapes his lips. You're beautiful. The woman flinches, a subtle tremor running through her, as Ares, noticing her reaction, playfully asks. Ahem, going somewhere? Her ears, visible just beneath her dark hair, flush a deep red, and he finds her embarrassment surprisingly endearing. A rare glimpse of her softer side in the city. With a slight bow, he bids her farewell, suggesting she take time to rest. A soft smile plays on his lips as he watches her depart. A young woman with dark horns protruding from her temples looks on with a serious expression, asking, You have something you need to do, don't you? His brow furrowed in surprise, Ares responds with a questioning, Excuse me? The horned woman, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, repeats her query, Something I need to do? A sudden thought strikes Ares as he stands over a kneeling blonde figure, his expression shifting with a dawning realization. He remembers a crucial detail, something he had completely forgotten amidst other concerns. The blonde figure looks up, and he agrees to accompany her, but first needs to change his clothes. She asks how long he plans to stand there, to which he replies he will wait outside. He sighs, his day off now clearly interrupted. Walking through a bustling city street, the architecture hints at recent reconstruction. He pauses to speak with a stout, bald man. The city thrives, showing no signs of the war that ravaged it just a decade prior, though reconstruction continues in the older districts. He observes the rebuilt city, a testament to humanity's resilience, yet a lingering thought suggests that while they may have won the war, they never fully reclaimed the capital. As he ponders, a young woman with dark, flowing hair and subtle horns approaches, her hand gently touching his arm, and he asks if she means street food, to which she confirms with a bright smile. The aroma of sizzling skewers fills the air, prompting him to inquire about the type of skewer. She explains it's seasoned duck and vegetables, musing aloud if it's similar to chicken skewers. He decides on two, receiving a grateful thank you from her. Taking a bite, She lets out a soft sound of pure enjoyment, then turns to him, asking if he likes it as well, a warm smile gracing her lips. Aries lets out a soft sigh, observing his companion. He muses on how she's slowly starting to let her guard down, her expressions becoming more open. As they continue their casual stroll through the bustling city square, a massive, imposing statue looms into view, dominating the urban landscape. They walk past other citizens, their attention drawn to the grand monument. Aries offers a knowing smile, remarking that this peaceful moment is likely the last of its kind he'll experience for a while. The statue itself is a formidable sight, depicting a powerful, horned figure clad in ancient armor. His companion gasps in surprise, wondering aloud about the giant statue in the middle of the city and its identity. The intricate details of the statue's face, with its sharp features and prominent horns, are clearly visible. She repeats her question, her curiosity piqued by the mysterious figure. Aries turns to her, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and reveals that she's looking at the first Demon King. As he stands before the imposing figure, Aries recognizes the statue as the first Demon King, a realization that makes him pause. He muses on the resemblance to his companion, noting that few get such a close look at the ancient ruler's face, and decides to examine it more closely. A low hum emanates from the statue's glowing eyes. Suddenly, a soft green light begins to pulse around him, catching him off guard. His eyes widen in surprise as he notices the source. The necklace he wears has begun to glow with an ethereal green light. He stares at the radiant pendant, utterly bewildered by its sudden activation. The green energy intensifies, swirling around him, forming a vibrant aura. Engulfed in the luminous glow, he remains frozen in shock. A closer look reveals that one of the necklace's gems has turned a vivid green, leaving him to wonder about the implications of this strange phenomenon. He vehemently denies the implication, insisting he's not that kind of person, as the narrator reveals that only the heir of envy Baltian truly understood the first Demon King's nature. A look of confusion and surprise crosses his face. Baltian confirms her unique insight, stating she was the sole witness to the truth. She elaborates that even Adele, a figure of power, only ever received vague, cryptic answers about offerings to gods or demons. Yet, the narrator reveals something unexpected has now been discovered in an equally unforeseen location. Still processing the weight of the revelation, he repeats his earlier denial. Baltian concludes that everything connected to the first Demon King holds immense significance, suggesting they return to investigate further, her curiosity piqued by its true nature. The next morning, after a brief respite, he and Aries made their way to the academy, knowing the ceremony was about to begin. They arrived at the grand auditorium, where the headmaster and instructors were already gathered, awaiting the arrival of around 100 new students. As the ceremony began, Aries remarked on its simplicity, while his companion expressed disbelief that such a small figure could be their classmate. Aries quickly corrected him, explaining that the child was the heir of envy, Baltian, whose presence alone was overwhelming. Observing the small, hat-wearing student, Nam Woo-hyun found himself thinking, still, she's cute. His companion, however, scoffed at the idea, pointing out that Baltian was covered in a terrifying aura. You call that cute? He challenged. Aries, noticing the intense glow in Baltian's eyes, wondered aloud what was wrong with them. Despite the unsettling aura, Nam Woo-hyun remained captivated, insisting, I mean, she's adorable. A small, knowing smile played on Baltian's lips, prompting Nam Woo-hyun to realize with a jolt, she can read minds too, huh? The headmaster's speech continues, a formal address to the assembled students, as Aries stands among them, observing the new recruits. Just as the headmaster's voice begins to settle, signaling the nearing end of the ceremony, the atmosphere within the hall grows quiet. With a final declaration that they must abide by the rules or face expulsion, the headmaster's speech officially concludes. A new voice then rings out, announcing the next phase of the ceremony, calling for the top cadet, the runner-up, to step forward. The student, a young man with wavy gray hair, makes his way to the stage, his presence acknowledged by the academy staff. Among the other students, Renee stands with an unreadable expression. As expected, those two students, Renee and the top cadet, hold the highest positions, yet Renee remains completely unfazed by the recognition. Aries watches her, a thought forming in his mind. She must have placed first in the competition, yet she shows no outward reaction, as if nothing anyone says matters to her. Meanwhile, Nam Woo-hyun, lost in his own world, reflects on his series, acknowledging that with the death of the strongest villain, his story is rapidly approaching its end. Aries' eyes narrow, a silent question hanging in the air as he observes the unfolding ceremony. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a clear sign of his simmering frustration. Heh, he mutters, a hint of disdain in his voice. It's this creep again. What's with this villain? He reminds himself to stay calm, to ignore the provocation and not get caught up in whatever drama is unfolding. Meanwhile, an announcement echoes through the hall, calling for the top cadet to step forward. A figure with long, flowing silver hair gracefully advances. Her presence commands attention, as if she is truly blessed by the gods themselves. This is Diana, the Demon King's daughter, and with her securing the top cadet spot, it seems no one can stand in her way. Aries, still observing, remarks, "We who have been accepted to the academy," while another student adds, "Shall hope and pray that no unexpected incident occurs." As the new school year began, bringing with it changes in instructors, Aries found himself reflecting on the academy itself. It perfectly matched the image from his novel, filled with students from noble families, all capable of using magic, and the thought of his own Adele bloodline being discovered here was horrifying. He couldn't shake the chilling premonition that, in the worst-case scenario, he might be reincarnated for eternity. A dark vision of a fallen figure amidst shadowy forms and blood flashed through his mind. The entrance ceremony for Seitan Academy concluded, leaving the grand hall momentarily empty. Nearby, Diana, the Demon King's daughter, reassured a concerned captain, promising to protect the young master and return to his daughter's side once her task was complete. With a confident smile, Aries turned to Diana, inviting her to proceed. Later, Aries stood before the class assignment board, his gaze sweeping over the lists. He quickly located his own name, confirming his placement in Class A, then wondered aloud about Renee's assignment. A knowing, almost mischievous smile played on his lips. He stares, surprised, at the familiar face before him, a slight smile playing on her lips. Honestly, he thinks, I didn't want us to be separated. But his outward demeanor is stern. Wipe that smile off your face. She simply reminds him, you're still my guard, so you behave the same when I call for you. He responds with a sarcastic, of course, Miss Renee, while internally celebrating. Nice. Looks like I'll be able to relax for a bit now. His expression remains neutral as he continues to speak. While Renee's dark hair frames her face, a subtle shift in her expression, hinting at something deeper. She looks at him, a question mark hanging in the air between them. But his eyes suddenly glow with an ominous green light as he declares, you shouldn't have laughed. A sigh of exhaustion escapes Nam Woo-hyun, the novelist, as he stares at his computer screen. With the death of the strongest villain in the world, his series was soon about to end. Meanwhile, in a different reality, the heir of envy, Baltian, stands in a grand hall, contemplating the lineage of powerful beings, the family of gluttony, the son of greed, the daughter of wrath. Elsewhere, Aries, his hands glowing with a faint green aura, muses aloud. If I remember correctly, he's pretty much the strongest of the 7 deadly sins. He stands before Renee, who offers a sincere apology, while he responds, it's despite this, but I'll have to ignore it. I'm an adult now. Later, Renee faces Baltian, who curtly tells her to get lost. She replies, you're lucky. It's the first day of school. Aries sighs, looking up at the ceiling. Why are all the heirs of the 7 deadly sins like this? Baltian, with a worried expression, wonders, surely there's no chance Baltian is in class too, right? The grand architecture of the academy stands silent. As Nam Woo-hyun's hand reaches out, a silent plea or challenge in his mind. So you refuse to believe me? Meanwhile, in the academy, a heated discussion unfolds as instructor Adele, her pink hair flowing, dismisses a point with a sharp retort, declaring that it's not the issue at hand. Aries, standing at the head of the long, ornate table, asserts his authority to the assembled instructors and students, reminding them that he is a proper instructor of Seitan now. He continues, his expression stern, insisting that a certain child is too dangerous, and from his experience, they will not be able to handle them. Baltian, the heir of envy, interjects with a frustrated sigh, pointing out that the students have already been assigned to Class A with an instructor. Aries, looking down with a tense expression, warns them that they cannot simply walk all over him like this. Instructor Adele and Baltian stand near each other, a silent tension hanging in the air. As Baltian crosses his arms, muttering to himself with a defeated air, wondering why he always ends up in such weak situations. Aries, attempting to regain control, firmly tells Instructor Adele to sit down, but she challenges him, her gaze unwavering, asking the reason he wishes to switch the class she is in charge of. With a determined glint in her eye, Instructor Adele declares that she intends to handle trainee Adele herself. Aries, his expression grim, declares that he has faced countless foes on the battlefield just like this problematic trainee. His voice sharp with conviction, he asserts that the boy was born a murderer. He continues, emphasizing the danger, explaining that the trainee could turn on his allies at any moment, and therefore must be restrained. From the side, a bespectacled instructor questions his harshness towards a half-demon, while Nam Woo-hyun adds that they cannot simply abandon the children of the Demon King. Aries dismisses their concerns, stating that strength is not solely determined by raw power. He elaborates on the trainee's true threat, claiming his ability to attempt bold things and his cleverness are as formidable as the 7 deadly sins themselves. Nam Woo-hyun and the other instructor listen, their expressions unreadable. As Aries continues, beginning to state that Adele needs something. When suddenly, Baltian, his eyes glowing with intensity, cuts him off with a sharp, urgent cry, demanding that he hold on. As the meeting continues, Baltian firmly states that he understands the concerns, but the matter is now closed. Instructor Adele, however, interjects, asking if he truly believes she can trust him after his previous actions, demanding to know when he will stop treating her like a child. A tense silence falls over the chamber, the air thick with unspoken frustrations. The other instructors remain silent, observing the exchange with cautious expressions. Adele's gaze remains fixed on Baltian, her expression unwavering. She continues, explaining that she understands his concerns about Adele, but questions how they can expect the children to grow if they are always kept in the dark. Aries, listening intently, acknowledges her point, but insists that caution is still necessary. He then addresses instructor Adele directly, stating that he has an idea for the child named Adele, which she seems to understand. With the discussion concluded, Baltian announces the meeting's end, instructing the teachers to go and prepare the children. The sign for classroom 1A hangs prominently, marking the start of a new day. Inside, Aries looks down, a sigh escaping him as he wonders why he's so unlucky. A mischievous chuckle echoes from Diana, her horned silhouette framed against the light. Aries lets out a breath of relief, realizing it's neither Diana nor Baltian. He sits at his desk, glancing towards Nam Woo-hyun, who is also seated nearby. Diana stands over Aries, explaining that the class assignments were random. She laughs, declaring it wonderful, and grants him the privilege of being her classmate. Aries sighs, muttering about her antics, before calling out to the two of them. Diana stands beside Aries' desk, while Nam Woo-hyun sits quietly in the foreground. Still reeling from the unexpected class assignment, he mutters under his breath, a dark promise escaping his lips. Hearing his words, she turns, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Huh. He avoids her gaze, his annoyance palpable as he questions the cruel twist of fate that brought them together. What part did I go to? What part did you adolescent go to? A sharp kick echoes through the room, a small, frustrated outburst. Meanwhile, across the bustling classroom, Nam Woo-hyun observes the chaotic scene unfolding. He watches the other students, a slight frown on his face as he remarks on their boisterous behavior. You guys sure are noisy. You aren't fighting on the first day, are you? Aries, still simmering with irritation, glances towards the front of the room, anticipating the arrival of their teacher. That instructor is. Just then, a crisp clap cuts through the din, and a voice rings out. Welcome, everyone. She introduces herself to the class, making sure they remember her name as their instructor for Class A. Continuing her introduction, she reveals that she is their senior, known to many as the Legion of Calamity. The name alone sparks a ripple of recognition and unease among the students, one of them murmuring, Legion of Calamity? Another student recalls the legend, mentioning the figure who single-handedly killed 30,000 people at the Fellow River, questioning if the number was indeed that high. A faint, almost imperceptible glow emanates from instructor Adele as she smiles, while Nam Woo-hyun internally muses that this might actually improve his chances of survival. With her introduction complete, she gestures, preparing to outline the class structure. The blackboard behind her displays the words, hunting method, as she begins to explain how their classes will be conducted, promising to teach them the. Nam Woo-hyun, however, lets out a quiet TSK, thinking to himself that they aren't supposed to be hunting monsters or demonic beasts. Instructor Adele then points to the blackboard, posing the question, then, what are we hunting? As the instructor continues her lesson, she clarifies that they will be hunting not monsters or demonic beasts, but humans. The revelation causes a stir among the students, while Nam Woo-hyun, though surprised, finds himself strangely intrigued by the unexpected curriculum. She further explains that while she will teach hunting methods, magic and weaponry will be handled by other instructors. Observing her calm demeanor, Nam Woo-hyun muses that she certainly has the presence of an instructor. He acknowledges that on top of basic combat training, this new subject is his weakness. Instructor Adele then commands everyone to prepare for their first class, and in an instant, the entire class is transported. The sky above them is vast and open, as Nam Woo-hyun finds himself falling through the air. Before landing in a massive, open area, perhaps 4 or 5 times the size of a typical field, with Aries standing nearby, both surveying their new surroundings. As the class stood ready for their next lesson, Instructor Adele's voice cut through the air, asking if their focus was on weapons or magic, then confirming everyone's presence. Aries, among the other students, listened intently, as Adele continued her instructions. Nam Woo-hyun, his gaze fixed downward, absorbed her command to concentrate and keep their eyes focused on the task ahead. Suddenly, a vibrant, swirling vortex of teal energy erupted before them, its glowing particles coalescing into a shimmering portal. Instructor Adele, now visible within the portal's depths, turned back, beckoning them forward. The portal expanded, revealing the armored legs of students already stepping through, their heavy boots disappearing into the ethereal glow. As a steady stream of figures moved through the shimmering gateway, each enveloped in the portal's radiant light, the last of the armored students followed, vanishing into the unknown expanse beyond. As the students arrive in the new training ground, the instructor looks around with a surprised expression, a sharp exclamation escaping his lips. Observing the white armored figures that populate the desolate landscape, he quickly discerns they are not real humans. With a hand raised, a faint magical glow emanating from his palm, he clarifies that these are merely illusions, conjured by his own magic. Holding Woo-hyun, who appears to be a smaller, armored version of himself, the instructor reveals he even created this Sword Saint illusion during the entrance exam. He continues, noting a clone is now heading towards the heir of the Sword Saint, and with a hint of awe, labels her a monster. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he acknowledges Saiten's formidable nature, but quickly adds that the Royal Academy far exceeds it in power. With a determined gaze, he declares it's finally time for the practical training, setting a simple task for the students: pass the exam and reach him. Woo-hyun, looking perplexed, questions the instructor's intentions. As the instructor stands before the assembled students, Woo-hyun addresses him directly, confirming his name as Adele. A figure resembling Ares, the instructor, appears, his expression challenging as he asks, "Why don't you try stabbing my throat, like you did to the Sword Saint?" Then, with a chilling grin, the heir of envy Baltian materializes, his white-gray hair framing glowing yellow eyes that promise a formidable fight. A game-like interface displays the title, The Fox-Eyed Villain of the Demon Academy, listing key figures like Ares, Adele, Diana, Baltian, and Nam Woo-hyun, as the protagonist considers the story's progression. Meanwhile, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, Diana stands, a powerful energy swirling around her. She reflects on her training, acknowledging the lessons learned from both Instructor Ares and Instructor Adele. Elsewhere, Ares offers a warm smile, standing beside Nam Woo-hyun, who appears deep in thought. Woo-hyun observes a group of armored students, recalling Instructor Archery's teaching about the importance of mental fortitude in battle and how combat skill, like leadership, always chooses the leader first. He understands that if their leader is strong, the entire group will follow suit. Among the students, Baltian confidently declares that he will act as the leader of the humans. Woo-hyun, now in a different setting, realizes this is his chance to defeat the Demon Lord's daughter, thereby surpassing the original novel's plotline. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he thinks that this new path will be too easy. He lets out a soft sigh, the weight of his own narrative choices pressing down on him, knowing that it would be difficult for anyone to survive his machinations. He muses, "So let's just call it a part of you get your head crushed on my body." Meanwhile, Baltian stands calmly, surrounded by a squad of armored guards. A heavy thud echoes as one of the guards moves in. But before they can even react, Baltian unleashes a devastating burst of blue energy, his yellow eyes glowing intensely as the force cracks the ground and sends the guards reeling back, their armor groaning under the impact. The sheer power leaves onlookers stunned. From a distance, Diana watches, a faint red glow of particles surrounding her as surprise flickers across her face. Baltian, still wreathed in his blue aura, calls out, "Instructor." The voice of Instructor Ares, standing several dozen meters away, acknowledges his presence. Baltian stands over the defeated guards, his power still radiating, declaring that such a distance is nothing to him now, as Instructor Adele observes alongside Ares. Back in his own space, Nam Woo-hyun's eyes glow crimson, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he reflects on the progress he's made, confident that he'll be able to defeat the Demon Lord with ease. As a low hum of power emanates from him, Baltian's mouth opens, a surge of blue energy gathering within. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he considers the implications of his recent display, acknowledging the warning he'd received about the others. A fleeting image of his younger self, eyes similarly alight with power, flashes through his mind, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Ares, standing before Diana and Instructor Adele, dismisses them, telling them they've passed and can return to their places, to which they respectfully agree. Baltian, however, remains preoccupied, wondering if the reactions he's observed stem from hostility or mere curiosity, unable to pinpoint what exactly provoked such a response. Ares, observing Baltian, questions if his true identity has been compromised, while Baltian himself reflects on the fact that Ares has now witnessed his power, anticipating additional training. Looking up, Baltian lets out a frustrated sigh, his patience wearing thin. With a sudden, explosive burst of blue energy, he lashes out, a powerful impact sending a guard reeling as Baltian declares his intent to eliminate the humans. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he continues his assault, striking another guard with a focused blast. He knew these were just normal humans, powerless against him. And though they had only managed to take a few down, he mused that if Instructor Adele were to directly control them, things might be different. With a surge of blue energy, Baltian struck down another guard. But a sudden impact sent a red-haired student reeling back with a pained cry. The student, however, quickly recovered, a smirk spreading across his face as he declared his intent to take over the fight, much to Ares' surprise. He then launched himself into the fray, effortlessly dispatching the remaining guards. A confident grin played on his lips, clearly enjoying the challenge. Yet, just as quickly as he entered the battle, the student found himself defeated, lying prone on the ground, as Baltian reflected on the overwhelming power of his position transferability, confident that he could now aim for the top of the class. Instructor Adele watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable amidst the fallen guards. Ares, the instructor, confronts Baltian, his voice sharp as he commands him to move. It seems it's Samuel's turn, and many wonder if his cocky personality truly matches his spell level, as he fixes Baltian with an unwavering gaze. With a surge of vibrant green energy flaring around him, Ares declares his intention to begin the fight. His expression is resolute, his focus absolute as he channels his power. But before Ares' attack can fully manifest, Baltian responds, a shimmering green magic circle forming beneath him, swirling with potent energy. The green aura intensifies, coalescing into a furious vortex that spirals upward, engulfing him in its raw power. The vortex expands rapidly, a colossal column of emerald light and shadow dominating the space around him. It continues to churn with overwhelming force, a testament to Balshan's formidable magical might. His green energy vortex continued to expand, pushing Ares back with an overwhelming force that distorted the very air around him, sending him reeling through the debris-filled space. The sheer power forcing his eyes shut as he realized the truth. Baltian had wiped them all out in the blink of an eye. This, he mused, was true magic, Samuel's unique ability, gluttony. Amidst the dissipating emerald light, Baltian stood unmoving, a silent testament to his power. A monstrous skill that consumed everything in its path. Ares decided he would let him take the top spot in the class for now. Ares, now composed, offered a knowing smile, accepting the outcome of their clash. From a distance, Nam Woo-hyun let out a soft sigh, his hands clenching in disbelief as he wondered, what was with this bastard? Ares plummets through the air, a trail of shattered earth and debris marking his descent. Below, Baltian stands tall, his trench coat billowing slightly, gazing down at the impact site with an air of calm authority. From the ground, Ares concedes, his voice tinged with a grudging respect. Well, it's to be expected. There's no way an instructor would get blown away by a cadet. He continues, acknowledging the sheer force of the attack. You blew away everything around me. That was really impressive, even if only for a second. Balshan's voice cuts through the silence, a clear statement of fact, but unfortunately, you failed. A confident smile plays on his lips, his victory absolute. From a distance, Nam Woo-hyun watches the exchange, his expression a mix of shock and awe, the display of power leaving him speechless. Baltian then turns, raising a finger to address the unseen crowd, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers. A sea of faces, some with eyes glowing with anticipation, stare back at him, awaiting his next words. Even if you eliminate their leaders, humans will always find a way to fight back, no matter how many you kill. But looking at the sheer number of soldiers, Ares remarks, there are so many, at least 200, appearing so quickly. Nam Woo-hyun watches on as Ares speaks, while Baltian, his eyes glowing with an intense blue energy, dismisses the thought, acknowledging that Ares' magic was indeed powerful. He extends a hand, blue particles swirling around it, adding with a slight smirk, for a first-year cadet, maybe. Ares lets out a frustrated click of his tongue, his annoyance barely contained. His face is a mask of discontent, though he tries to hide it well. Balshan's gaze lingers on him for a moment, a silent challenge in his eyes. Then, with a dismissive grunt, he turns and walks away, leaving Ares to grapple with his defeat. Still riding the high of his recent victory, Baltian glances back, his words dripping with condescension as he suggests a lack of focus was the true cause of failure. A confident smirk plays on his lips, and he declares his turn has finally arrived, a palpable sense of anticipation in his voice. A triumphant laugh escapes him, acknowledging the long wait for this moment. Elsewhere, Diana strikes a powerful pose, her presence commanding attention. Baltian watches from a distance as she confronts a line of armored soldiers, musing aloud about how she will fare against the formidable 7 deadly sins. Diana, undeterred, challenges the soldiers, her voice laced with disdain for their perceived weakness. She lets out a booming laugh, while one of the soldiers responds with a nervous chuckle. Suddenly, Diana's expression shifts to surprise, her movements halted as she questions why she isn't moving and what has happened. Immobilized and vulnerable, she can only wonder what to do next. Meanwhile, Ares observes, noting that as expected, Fran, the child of lust, avoids direct confrontation. Diana looks up, her thoughts racing. As Ares continues, explaining that Fran controls her minions like a queen bee, unable to accomplish anything without them. Diana, surrounded by the grotesque creatures, resolves that she needs to do something. Her eyes suddenly flaring with a brilliant blue light in surprise. Ares stands confidently, watching the unfolding events. As Diana stares in shock, her glowing eyes wide. A pale, horned figure with flowing white hair appears, her blue eyes wide with distress as she cries out, "Help me, my slave." Ares is also present, looking on. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Nam Woo-hyun stares ahead, a look of utter surprise on his face, muttering, "Huh?" 2 other men behind him share his bewildered expression. The game interface displays the profile of the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, a powerful figure whose defeat signals the nearing end of a long-running series. Meanwhile, in a bustling school hallway, Ares stands among his peers, his expression shifting to surprise as he overhears a student question if someone was just called a slave. His confusion deepens, wondering what offensive words are being spoken, while another student urges someone to intervene. Elsewhere, a stern-faced woman with short, curly gray hair points decisively, 2 masked figures standing silently behind her. Back at the academy, Instructor Adele's eyes widen in utter shock, her composure momentarily broken. A sudden force ripples through Ares' uniform, leaving him visibly distressed as he ponders, questioning if it's truly impossible for him to cast buffs on himself. He quickly dismisses the thought, reasoning that it shouldn't be the case. Perhaps there's a special reason for the anomaly, before a sudden, desperate cry for help escapes him. The impact tears at his uniform, leaving a jagged mark on his shoulder. He offers a quiet thanks to the green-haired figure, who simply replies that they are doing what they're supposed to do. A soft green glow emanates from the healer's hand. And Aries watches, a sudden realization dawning on him. This is healing magic. As he walks away, he muses that such a power is typically reserved only for healers, which means the young woman must be a multi-position user. Instructor Adele, observing the scene, finds it hard to believe she's in the same class as someone with such rare healing talent. Aries admits to himself that he doesn't remember her name, but he knows he needs to find a way to connect with her. He wonders if he should try approaching her now. Meanwhile, the gray-haired woman mentions that Cadet Adele had asked for help earlier, and Instructor Adele agrees, thinking it would be nice to help her walk now that the test is over. He nods, acknowledging the information, and prepares to depart. However, his expression sours as he observes a kneeling Instructor Adele and a student collapsed on the ground, muttering. The student, a young woman with long white hair, trembles, her face etched with profound distress. Aries stands over her, his voice sharp as he declares. The young woman lets out a small cry of pain, but Aries continues, his tone unwavering. He looks down at her, a bag held loosely in his hand. Tears stream down Fran's face as she looks up, her voice barely a whisper. Aries turns his back, dismissing her plea with a harsh retort. Clapping his hands together, he announces. Even as a student, he was always pushing his limits, and the gray-haired instructor acknowledges his effort, remarking that it was still good work for his first lesson. The instructor emphasizes the importance of such experiences, stating that it's crucial to face challenges to understand one's own standing. He continues, pointing out the areas where mistakes are made, while Aries lets out a small TSK of frustration. Fran then questions her own performance, to which Aries bluntly replies that she's the one who's always alone and has no one to rely on in battle. Unlike the human imperial school, where students are grouped by ability, here in Saitan, class placement is random, making synergy among students key. Aries, reflecting on the instructor's words, realizes that the instructor is likely trying to emphasize this very point. The instructor then shifts the topic, asking about the previous lesson, and Aries confirms his understanding with a simple yes. Suddenly, the focus shifts to Baltian, his eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, as he declares his anticipation for their progress. Surrounded by shadowy, indistinct figures, Baltian's glowing gaze pierces through the darkness. Back in his student days, Aries hears the gray-haired instructor's voice, firm and clear, telling everyone to return to their seats for the next class, and he wonders if her words were meant as praise. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, as he can't shake the feeling that her tone held a hint of hostility. He knows she's always looking for an excuse to challenge him, to make him her personal project, and he can't help but question if he'll even survive the constant pressure in this place. The grand, imposing architecture of the Saitan school stands tall, its clock tower reaching towards the sky, a silent witness to the daily routines within its walls. After Instructor Ideas class concludes, the remaining lessons proceed as scheduled, with a new gray-haired instructor introducing himself to the theoretical education class. During the theory lesson, they delve into the fundamental differences between the demonic realm and the vulnerabilities of humans, learning that demons are centered around their core, or soul. As the instructor explains that human body structures are quite similar to demons, Aries ponders, wondering if getting hit in the same spot would hurt just as much. The instructor then announces a quiz on the day's lesson for next time, advising everyone to study hard to avoid remedial sessions. His hand rests on an ancient-looking tome, the weight of the day already pressing down on him. Slumped over a desk, his mind races, wondering if this new reality is truly happening, feeling a familiar sense of defeat, just like when he first started school. A bitter laugh escapes him as he thinks, it's only the first day, and he's already feeling completely overwhelmed. Sunlight streams through the arched windows of the classroom, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Around him, other students and an instructor stand, but his focus remains inward, lost in his own struggle. The feeling is all too familiar, a crushing weight he remembers from long ago. As he slowly lifts his head, his gaze drifts across the room. Then, a thought surfaces, oh right, that girl is here too. Fran stands by a window, her expression unreadable as she looks out. He considers his next move, a thought forming in his mind, wondering if he should finally speak to her. Closing the distance, he approaches the seated figure. Standing beside her desk, he hesitates for a moment, an awkward sound escaping him. Then, a confident smile spreads across his face as he extends a greeting, introducing himself as Adele. His uniform blazer, adorned with the school crest, reflects the light, while the classroom hums with the quiet activity of other students, as the two stand out in their interaction. He gestures slightly, perhaps indicating a seat, asking if she's settled. The young woman looks up at him, her expression unreadable. Finally, she offers a polite, if slightly awkward, reply, agreeing that it's nice to meet him. As the truth settles in, when two half-demons appear, they are bound to draw attention. He senses her discomfort, deciding it's best to postpone the rest of their conversation for another time. With a polite nod, he tells her, I'll talk to you again at another time. To which she simply replies, goodbye then. As he turns and walks away, a sigh escapes him, and he considers heading to the restroom to feed his loneliness mana, or perhaps something else entirely. Continuing down the corridor, He suddenly bumps into someone, a familiar face. The other student, Nam Woo-hyun, looks at him with a knowing gaze, a thought of timing crossing his mind. Woo-hyun's voice cuts through the air. You again? Aries, slightly annoyed, responds. I was just about to leave. Woo-hyun simply states, go ahead. I'll catch up too. As Aries walks on, Woo-hyun follows close behind, his thoughts revealing a calculated intent. Until you navigated, low-rank hunter. He stands, a faint red aura shimmering around him, when a voice cuts through the quiet, questioning his family's status. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair and eyes glowing an intense green turns sharply, a surge of emerald energy beginning to coalesce around him as he demands to know what's happening. He then confronts the red-haired student directly, his green aura flaring violently, his face contorting as sharp, predatory teeth emerge. And the emerald energy around him twists into monstrous, shadowy forms as he vows to tear his opponent to pieces. But before the heir of Envy Baltian can act, the white-haired student's voice rings out, declaring her own intent to be the heir of Wrath. She surges forward, leaving a brilliant blue trail in her wake. As the heir of Envy Baltian continues to unleash his menacing green energy, he declares that no one would mind if he simply blew off an arm. The raw power intensifies, a guttural sound escaping him as the emerald aura flares. But before he can act on his threat, Diana, wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, surges forward, commanding him to stop right there. Her movement is a blur of azure light. Elsewhere, instructor Adele calmly announces that class is about to begin, asking two students to take their seats. Aries, startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, reacts with a gasp of surprise. He looks around, bewildered, wondering aloud when the instructor had even arrived. A character profile screen flashes into view, identifying the fox-eyed villain in the Demon Academy as Nam Woo-hyun, also known by his alias, Samuel. Meanwhile, a dark-haired instructor strides confidently through a hallway, a faint green aura shimmering around him. A reddish-brown-haired student reflects on the situation, acknowledging that even if the instructor's sudden appearance was unexpected, it had somehow unlocked both his and Samuel's talents. He continues to ponder, questioning if the man is truly an instructor, or if there's more to him, concluding that he has no choice but to return to his classroom. The instructor walks away, a subtle TCH sound accompanying his departure. The reddish-brown-haired student observes the instructor's casual dismissal of the situation, finding it unsettling. In a classroom, the dark-haired instructor addresses a group of students, including Fran and a pink-haired student, asking everyone to quiet down. He then announces that he will be teaching them magic. The reddish-brown-haired student finally understands, realizing that the man is indeed the instructor in charge of magic. The reddish-brown-haired student considers the new instructor, thinking that if he teaches at Saitan, he must be highly skilled, a definite thought forming in his mind. For him, in any fantasy world, the first thing that comes to mind is magic. The instructor explains that in his novel, magic wasn't categorized as a talent or trait, but something completely different. It was more akin to a skill, taught under the realm of academics, depending on the specific academy. To truly learn magic, the instructor continues, there's something students absolutely must understand first. And that's attributes. He elaborates that the core elements are earth, water, fire, and wind, forming 4 base elements, but adding darkness and light creates 6 basic attributes. The reddish-brown-haired student, a faint smile on his face, wonders if he might possess 2 of them. The instructor continues his lecture, explaining that the Bears family is known for their darkness attribute. He then expresses uncertainty about the Arson family, before announcing that today's lesson will involve identifying each cadet's mana attribute. He instructs them to place a hand on the glowing orb, explaining that its changing color will reveal their attribute. The instructor then directs the students to form a line and approach one at a time, stating he will observe from the back. As the reddish-brown-haired student steps forward, he is told to place his hand on the orb. The orb flares a vibrant red, confirming his attribute as fire. The instructor then mentions that green signifies the wind attribute, before calling for the next cadet to step forward. The orb glows with an earthy green, indicating the earth attribute. He stands before the instructor, a slight unease settling in as he realizes it's his turn to test, while the other students whisper, commenting on how quickly things are moving. The instructor gestures, inviting him to step forward, and he begins to approach the testing table. He walks towards the glowing orb, its presence a silent invitation. As he reaches the table, the instructor addresses him directly, calling him Adele, a name that surprises him, leaving him to wonder how the man knows his true identity. Following instructions, he places his hand upon the orb, which immediately begins to glow with a dark, swirling energy. The orb pulses, its dark energy intensifying, emitting a low hum. Both Adele and the instructor watch intently as the orb's light shifts. The instructor leans in, questioning the orb's unusual appearance, now split distinctly into black and white, while Adele simply observes the unprecedented phenomenon. The orb glows with an unprecedented duality, half of it a profound black, and the other half a stark white. He is asked about the attribute he possesses, and Adele replies that black or white, like darkness and light, sounds similar to the demons he writes about in his novels. The instructor then questions if he knows what it means, to which Adele confirms he does, but expresses surprise at its rarity. The instructor reveals that it represents chaos, an attribute of magic that defies the natural order. Adele, taken aback, questions this, as the instructor apologizes, seemingly afraid of the implications. He admits he's never encountered such an attribute, not even within the worlds of his own creation. The instructor reiterates that it is indeed magic defying the natural order. Adele believes this phrase might hold the key to understanding it, but for now, he decides to focus on the darkness attribute, as that much is certain. As the implications of his unique mana attribute settled in, Adele found himself lost in thought, a quiet sigh escaping him. He considered the unsettling truth of the white aspect, a power that defied all natural order, a chaotic force that manifested with glowing blue eyes and an aura of raw, untamed energy. Suddenly, a sharp gasp tore him from his contemplation, sending him sprawling backward as a figure appeared behind him, demanding to know what he was doing. Still on the floor, Adele looked up in disbelief, questioning how she could have possibly detected his stealth technique. Diana, her expression unreadable, simply glanced down at his tie, repeating his words about a stealth technique, with a hint of skepticism. She then dismissed his concern, insisting that his technique was not the real issue at hand. With her arms crossed, Diana fixed him with a stern gaze, asking pointedly what he had been thinking. Adele, now sitting up, retorted, telling her not to play dumb. He finally stood, turning away slightly as he accused her of provoking that guy, the true reason for his current predicament. Fran, her expression serious, explains that she simply couldn't stand being picked on any longer. While the reddish-brown-haired student, with a slight smirk, questions if she couldn't stand it, asking if there was a problem. He continues, his tone light, to ask if she didn't feel the same way. Fran counters, pointing out that outside forces can't enter sight in any way, so it shouldn't matter. The reddish-brown-haired student dismisses her logic, stating, "That's not it." He sighs, looking away with a frustrated expression, wondering aloud if she truly doesn't understand. Fran, her gaze distant, then muses on the nature of the conflict, suggesting it's just demon versus demon, before adding that that kid's family is. She trails off with another sigh, her thoughts left unspoken. Finally, the reddish-brown-haired student decides to leave, telling Fran he'll go back for now, but warns her to be careful from now on. Still reeling from the previous conversation, the reddish-brown-haired student ponders, what was she going to say? He considers the possibility of a warning, wondering if Samuel's family was known for brutal revenge, but quickly dismisses the thought, concluding it didn't seem to be the case. Shifting his focus to the present, he reminds himself that it's the last class of the day, and he should concentrate. His hand clenches unconsciously. As a new instructor, Aries begins his lecture with a scathing attack. "You weaklings. These worthless cowards. None of you should have been born. Get lost." He challenges the stunned students. "Am I wrong?" The reddish-brown-haired student winces, feeling the sting of his words, hurting our pride right from the first class. Aries continues his provocative teaching. "That's why I will now be teaching you everything I know. That even if you die, you'll be able to at least take." He finishes his sentence with a chilling declaration. "Your opponent's arm with you." The students are pushed to their limits, a frantic command to run, echoing across the training grounds as they struggle to keep pace. Instructor Aries, his form radiating raw power, declares that the very foundation of swordsmanship lies in physical strength. He emphasizes that any technique, when backed by sheer endurance, becomes 2 to 3 times more potent. Among the gasping, exhausted students, the reddish-brown-haired student struggles, barely able to breathe, wondering how much longer they are expected to run, feeling as if he's about to collapse. Aries then singles out Nam Woo-hyun and Diana, his voice cutting through the air, demanding their attention. He stands over Nam Woo-hyun, who is now on the ground, questioning him sharply. "Who told you to use mana then?" Turning his attention to the reddish-brown-haired student and another, both sprawled on the ground, Aries scoffs. "You're already out of breath from the warm-up?" He shakes his head in disdain, observing that these rich kids always try to use tricks. Aries then recounts his own brutal past, how back in his day, he beat down knights right after possessing a body and escaped to the demon world, causing utter chaos. He calls out, his voice cutting through the students' labored breathing, commanding everyone to stop. With the grueling 100 laps finally complete, he instructs the cadets to proceed to their assigned dorms, leaving many collapsed on the ground in utter exhaustion. For those who failed to meet the time limit, he promises extra lessons, a chilling prospect that makes the already weary students flinch. A sigh escapes the reddish-brown-haired student, acknowledging the brutal difficulty of the day's training. With the immediate ordeal over, Aries directs them to head to the dorms, his expression unyielding. Under the vast sky, the students make their way towards the grand, ornate structure of the dormitories. The reddish-brown-haired student walks alone, his thoughts consumed by fatigue, longing for rest, and wondering about the entrance to the boys' dorms. His hand clenches tightly on his uniform, a silent testament to his physical and mental strain. Still reeling from the intense training, he suddenly finds himself caught off guard, a sharp impact sending him stumbling. He collapses to the ground, looking up to see a familiar, yet unsettling, face standing over him, her dark hair framing an expression of cold indifference. A gasp escapes him, the name Renee, barely a whisper as he recognizes the student uniform. Her eyes, now glowing with an eerie blue light, fix on him, leaving him to wonder, why is she here? In the grand courtyard of the Demon Academy, where the fox-eyed villain was once a prominent figure, Nam Woo-hyun approaches Diana, asking if she's on her way to the committee. She confirms with a simple, yeah, and he then inquires about her first day of class. Diana remains silent, her expression unreadable, a clear sign that someone from her class must have offended her, making her a person to avoid. The two stand amidst other students, the academy's imposing architecture looming behind them. Her dark eyes hold a troubled gaze, reflecting her inner turmoil. She dismisses the idea of training, instead requesting help with her cool-down period. Woo-hyun offers a reassuring smile, telling her she'll be all right. He then muses that while a person's training can't be heard, they still have time and should act quickly. The instructor acknowledges the situation, while the reddish-brown-haired student voices his concern, finding it harsh to train with a child, even within the Demon Academy, as such methods would only yield artificial results. The grand, ornate architecture of the Demon Academy stands under a clear sky. Inside, the reddish-brown-haired student and the instructor enter a vast training hall, where other students are already engaged in various exercises. He observes the expansive space, noting its impressive size. The instructor points out the diligent efforts of everyone present, and the reddish-brown-haired student confirms that the rigorous training is indeed enhancing his physical strength. As the instructor asks if they should begin, Diana, holding a small barbell, eagerly requests to try first. The reddish-brown-haired student, straining under a heavy barbell, reassures them not to worry, confident in his years of experience. Despite his bravado, a guttural grunt escapes him as he struggles with the immense weight. He watches the young girl, his voice firm as he warns her that she's too weak, urging her to stop before she gets hurt. Yet, even with the body of Adele, who had spent his entire life indoors, he finds this training to be an immense struggle. Grunting with effort, he pushes against the heavy weights, a strained whisper escaping his lips. The young girl, Lady Iris, observes his struggle with wide-eyed admiration, proclaiming his efforts amazing. He acknowledges her compliment internally, but the truth is stark. In terms of pure strength, he can't compare to her at all, realizing he truly needs to work harder. A determined smile spreads across his face, as the Grand Academy building stands majestically under the clear sky. Later, standing beside the weights with Lady Renee, he suggests they begin wrapping up their 2-hour session. Offering to escort her to the dormitories, he receives a simple affirmation from the young girl. A sigh of exhaustion escapes him, the rigorous training having taken its toll once again. As he changes out of his training clothes, he finds himself curious about his current condition, a system window materializing before him. The display shows his race as half-demon, his talent as position transfer at S rank, and his skill in mana manipulation also at S rank, with his mana count updating from 3200 to 3201. He notes that everything else remains unchanged, but his mana has now reached 1321. Despite practicing mana manipulation every night, it has only increased by 24 points, a frustratingly slow pace. He muses that he must be in the slowest growth period, wondering if elixirs might offer a solution. Just then, Diana approaches, announcing that she has finished changing. She questions what he's doing, and he quickly responds, yes. Let's go. Together, they begin their walk through the Grand Academy grounds. Diana bidding him to rest well, and he returns the sentiment, wishing her the same. He lets out a sigh, feeling utterly exhausted, and decides to hurry back to the dorm for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, in a bustling hallway, other students move about, their uniforms crisp and neat. The grand architecture of the academy gleams under the sunlight. Back inside, he follows the directions, ascending the stairs and turning to the right. He consults his acceptance letter once more, confirming his room number, Dormitory 1, room 407. Finally reaching the 4th floor, he spots his designated room. A wave of curiosity washes over him as he wonders about his new roommate, hoping for someone skilled and of good character, perhaps even a potential ally. The thought of making his first male friend in this demon world sends a slight thrill through him, his heart quickening with anticipation. As he opens the door, he begins to greet them. Hello, nice to meet. He steps into the room, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings of his new dormitory. His gaze then falls upon the figure already seated on one of the beds, a familiar face from his past. The other student rises, a silent question hanging in the air between them, his expression already sour. As the tension thickens, the reddish-brown-haired student's face twists into a snarl. What the hell are you doing here? He demands, his voice laced with disbelief. A soft, rhythmic tapping echoes through the room as Nam Woo-hyun's fingers drum against his leg. The reddish-brown-haired student clenches his fist, a vein throbbing in his temple. Damn it, just my luck, he mutters under his breath. Of all people, I have to room with this guy, he growls, the words dripping with venom. Unperturbed, Nam Woo-hyun simply slides onto his own bed, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He stands calmly, listening as the reddish-brown-haired student's voice drips with contempt, calling him a filthy half-breed. The student, still seated on the bed, glares back, his thoughts turning violent, wondering if he should simply wipe him out. Nam Woo-hyun remains unmoving, his posture unwavering. Rising from the bed, the student challenges him directly, asking if he wants to have a go. But then, he settles back down, a smirk playing on his lips as he dismisses the idea, declaring that they'll continue this at the fight arena, and that he's just going to wait for a bit. A subtle shift crosses Nam Woo-hyun's face, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge. The reddish-brown-haired student watches him, his expression still filled with animosity. A quiet tch escapes Nam Woo-hyun's lips, as he mentally labels his new roommate an obnoxious bastard. A sigh of exasperation escapes him, as he turns and walks away, while his roommate fumes internally, cursing the fate that made this jerk his new housemate, just when he thought he could finally relax. Nam Woo-hyun decides to simply walk around for a bit, planning to return once the other student is asleep. Meanwhile, the reddish-brown-haired student ponders the mysteries of mana attributes, frustrated by his inability to understand why certain elements aren't attributed by the ancients. He then recalls Samuel, the heir of gluttony, and wonders if his own disposition, envy, functions in a similar way. Instructor Robolt's teachings hadn't clarified much about this, leaving him with more questions than answers. He considers if his chads are a type of mana attribute, and whether he should consult an information paper for answers. But he quickly dismisses the idea, reasoning that if the paper knew, it would have already explained chads when teaching him how to use his powers through inscription. Still deep in thought, the reddish-brown-haired student sighs, concluding that there's no point in wasting money on expensive training facilities. Instead, he decides to head out, determined to locate a suitable spot where he can practice his mana techniques. Walking through a lush, green forest, he pauses, his attention drawn upward by the sudden appearance of a small sparrow. The bird chirps back at him from its perch, a tiny, cute creature. A faint smile touches his lips as he observes the wildlife around him. He then notices an owl, perched calmly on a branch nearby, finding the sight quite interesting. His journey eventually leads him to a grand, imposing building, shrouded in the twilight. A soft creak echoes as a door slowly opens, and the reddish-brown-haired student steps inside, a quiet thought passing through his mind. Luckily, the other occupant is already asleep. Overwhelmed by the day's events, he collapses onto the floor, feeling utterly exhausted, on the verge of passing out immediately. Despite his fatigue, a familiar drive pushes him to his bed, where he considers a quick mana training session before finally succumbing to sleep. Lying there, eyes closed, a faint, shimmering aura begins to emanate from his form, signaling the start of his practice. The energy intensifies, and he sits up, now enveloped in a vibrant green glow, his training well underway. A sigh escapes Nam Woo-hyun as he stares at his screen, the game-like interface displaying the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, alongside a list of characters. With the death of the strongest villain in the world, his series was soon about to end. He recalls a memory, standing over the reddish-brown-haired student lying in bed, thinking about how he had to apologize first, even when he was in the wrong. Even when the reddish-brown-haired student was sleeping, his face looked dumb and annoying. It was too much to worry about some pathetic punk like him, and on top of that, he had even harassed Nam Woo-hyun's house. The memory persists, showing Nam Woo-hyun's internal struggle. Even if he was in the wrong, he still had to apologize first. Back in the present, Nam Woo-hyun stands, lost in thought, the weight of these past interactions still heavy on his mind. He then remembers the energy shown during class, a flashback revealing the unnamed gray-haired instructor enveloped in a vibrant, glowing aura, and when he saw it, his heart had throbbed painfully. That sensation was definitely a kind of pain he had experienced before. Sitting on his bed, Nam Woo-hyun ponders the lingering question, wondering why that was. His hands begin to glow with an eerie green light, a deep rumble echoing from within him. A sharp jolt of pain courses through his body, forcing a pained groan from his lips. His eyes blaze with the same unnatural green, a desperate thought forming in his mind. Is it flaring up again? He finds himself trembling, unable to control the surge of energy. The green light intensifies around his hands, the agony so profound it feels as though his very organs are withering, yet he knows this power is unbreakable. Meanwhile, a soft murmur escapes the other student as he stirs in his sleep. He slowly opens his eyes, a familiar annoyance already creeping in, especially with Nam Woo-hyun's presence nearby. To make matters worse, he thinks, I have to endure that irritating face all morning. A strong urge to strike him washes over the student, who then lets out a frustrated sigh, invoking the demon god. The morning bell rings, its clear chime signaling the start of a new day at the academy. The reddish-brown-haired student sits up in bed, disoriented by the sudden light. He swings his legs over the side, wondering aloud what time it is, and if morning has truly arrived already. He lets out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed on the world outside the window. A small bird perches on a branch, its presence prompting him to muse. I can't believe they let a non-student creature in. A faint smile plays on his lips as he considers, especially in a place so sensitive to outside intrusion. He shifts his weight, a thought forming in his mind. Someone must be here to keep an eye on me. Could it be Adele, the one most cautious of me? His attention returns to the bird, a new idea sparking as he observes it closely. After scanning its mana, I've confirmed it's not an illusion. It's definitely a living being. Maybe I'll try taming it with food. He leans in, a playful tone entering his voice as he calls out, Tisk, TSK. Come here, come here. Suddenly, a more pressing concern surfaces, pulling him from his reverie. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten yet. I should hurry before I get hungry. A bright smile spreads across his face as he realizes, wait, where's the dining hall again? He sits in the classroom, a female instructor standing at the front. Still preoccupied with his stomach, the reddish-brown-haired student laments missing breakfast while wandering around, a gnawing worry settling in. The instructor, her expression serious, announces that she has an important announcement, asking if everyone is present. The student looks up, surprised by the gravity of her words. Another instructor, a man with striking gray and black hair, steps forward to clarify, stating that they will be choosing a class representative today. The reddish-brown-haired student's eyes widen in shock. He quickly raises his hand, asking how the representative will be chosen. The female instructor explains that while she had initially planned for a vote, she has since changed her mind. Her finger points decisively, declaring that the class representative she chooses will be. She stands before the class, her decision made. As a student's voice rings out, declaring it a good call. A confident smile plays on her lips, her arms crossed as she prepares to reveal her choice. Just as it happened in the novel, the instructor chimes in, her words echoing a familiar pattern. Samuel's personality, she explains, makes him a born leader. Now, together with her, he will lead the class well. She addresses the entire room, urging everyone to trust him as they always have. The reddish-brown-haired student considers this, thinking that while she might not be the smartest, she possesses charisma and excellent support skills, making her choice potentially the best. He then turns to the gray-haired instructor, questioning Adele's competence, only to be met with a dismissive remark about a half-demon being a class representative. Still, the student ponders Samuel, admitting that he's kind of scary. He wonders if his performance during the first class was truly that good, feeling a flicker of flattery at the thought of his name being called for such a position. Meanwhile, the female instructor muses aloud, that front seems like a shoe-in for class representative. A wide, confident smile spreads across her face. The gray-haired instructor, addressing the assembled students, encourages someone to speak up, telling them not to be shy. He kneels, his gaze fixed downward, as if contemplating the weight of the decision. The female instructor watches on, her expression unreadable. She gestures with a flourish, her uniform emblem catching the light. Finally, the gray-haired instructor announces, the class representative is. The name rings out clearly, Adele. He stares, wide-eyed, at the unexpected announcement. While the gray-haired instructor fumes, finding the decision to appoint a half-demon as class representative utterly absurd. Meanwhile, the female instructor observes the unfolding situation with a calculating gaze, her thoughts unreadable. Addressing Adele directly, the gray-haired instructor offers a formal, if somewhat strained, wish for him to lead the class well, before quickly excusing himself for another appointment, leaving the remaining announcements to his colleague. Elsewhere, Nam Woo-hyun lets out a frustrated sigh as the female instructor declares a new focus on team training to prepare for midterm exams and practicals. She continues, explaining that the practicals will be conducted in groups of 3, and instructs the students to form their teams by the end of the day. Adele, now deep in thought, realizes the true implications of these upcoming practicals. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms over a desolate landscape, its presence a stark reminder of the brutal reality where killing humans is simply essential. In this harsh world, survival dictates that killing is essential. Back in the classroom, the female instructor's voice cuts through the tension, asking, "Oh, and Cadet Fran?" A student in the back, Nam Woo-hyun, offers a casual, almost dismissive reply. "If you talk casually to me again, I'll give you a grade." The female instructor, seemingly unperturbed, confirms she's properly keeping Fran in check. Adele, standing at the front, considers the instructor's words, as she reminds the class to submit their team by the end of the day. He ponders the nature of the practicals, wondering if they are merely about setting the stage for future events, or if they are designed to test their ability to create. He concludes, no, if that were the case, there wouldn't be a need for teams. A deeper thought surfaces, connecting the current events to his own creation. In the novel timeline, it's not yet time for the human world's terror incident. He listens as the other student remarks that forming a proper team is the most important thing now, before adding that he already has his own mostly decided. As the conversation concludes, the two students rise from the table and begin to walk away. Footsteps echo softly as the reddish-brown-haired student watches the gray-haired instructor pass by. More heavy footsteps sound, as a large, muscular man with spiky dark hair and a prominent cross necklace strides through the room. Moments later, the reddish-brown-haired student stands over the seated instructor, a tense silence hanging between them. Suddenly, with a sharp impact, the instructor is sent flying backward, a red glow erupting around him. He lands with a surprised gasp, exclaiming, "Instructor idea?" Now seated across from the reddish-brown-haired student, the instructor asks what he was thinking. A slight smile plays on his lips as he admits it's been a while since he's seen the student's serious face, finding it kind of nice. He glares, his voice sharp with disbelief, declaring this no time for jokes, and demanding to know why the other student was appointed as class representative. His intense gaze burns with frustration. Meanwhile, the gray-haired instructor, still reeling from the morning's events, questions the protagonist's judgment, wondering if his focus is solely on the other student. The protagonist, however, asserts his authority, pushing the instructor back with a firm hand to the chest, making it clear he understands the implications of his decision. He explains that while the appointment is temporary, he is exercising his power over Class A. The instructor recoils, his expression shifting to one of utter disbelief and anger, convinced the protagonist has lost his mind. The reddish-brown-haired student, still observing, issues a stern command, his voice laced with an unspoken threat. The protagonist maintains a calm, unwavering gaze, his resolve unshaken. A game interface displays the profile of Adele, known as the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, his image radiating a subtle purple glow. Meanwhile, in a quiet study, Adele stands before his gray-haired instructor, who leans over a desk, listening intently. The instructor's expression remains calm as Adele speaks, his own face etched with frustration. The older man listens patiently, his gaze steady. Adele sighs, confessing, "This is driving me crazy." The instructor responds, explaining, "We know they are top tier, and he is one of the descendants of the Duke. Since he's also backed by the Baron, a guaranteed victory is assured." Adele counters, his voice firm, "Just because someone's identity is verified doesn't mean they can be trusted." The instructor offers a somber thought. There's nothing more dangerous than a blind blade. He lets out a quiet sigh. His expression is thoughtful, reflecting on the weight of his words. He confidently declares his talent, even as a new instructor, while the pink-haired man listens intently. A sudden thought strikes the pink-haired man, an instructor idea that seems to hit him with a sharp realization. Turning away in frustration, he mutters a curse under his breath. His mind races, lamenting that he should have been at the top of his class, no matter what, and that he shouldn't have left someone so important behind. Most importantly, he recalls a half-demon who left an unforgettable scar on his soul. He can't shake the feeling that, for some reason, this individual's vibe is eerily similar to Adele's. Though the chances of him being a blood relative are slim, the pink-haired man finds it too unsettling to simply overlook. He ponders that they still don't know exactly what this half-demon wants, a whistle echoing in the air as he thinks. As a bird screeches overhead, he looks up, lost in thought. He watches, his thoughts a silent monologue, noting that so far, the subject of his attention hasn't done anything suspicious. A bird soars past a window, its flight a momentary distraction. Yet, he concludes, he can't take his eyes off him for even a moment, his gaze intense. Meanwhile, in a bustling classroom, students mill about, a soft rustling filling the air. Samuel observes his peers, noting that everyone else has already formed teams during break time. He sighs, realizing that despite being the class president, no one has asked him to join their group, wondering if it's because he's too old or something. Suddenly, a blonde-haired student approaches him, offering, do you want to team up with me?" Samuel considers this, then replies, "I don't really mind as long as you don't hold me back." The blonde-haired student grins, introducing his companion. "Thanks, Samuel, this is my friend." Still struggling to find a partner, Samuel watches others pair up, a sigh escaping him as he wonders why no one approaches him, even when others less capable seem to find teammates easily. Feeling increasingly isolated, he resigns himself to the fact that he might have to take the initiative. The thought of approaching someone himself is daunting, a challenge he'd rather avoid. His hands clench in frustration, the pressure of the impending deadline weighing heavily on him. Meanwhile, the pink-haired man continues his silent observation, as Samuel's internal monologue reveals his deeper insecurity. "No one else will approach a half-demon like me first. I need to form a team before class ends." The pink-haired man's gaze remains fixed, while Samuel resolves to simply grab someone to complete his team. His determination solidifies, even as he remains unaware of the eyes watching him. Suddenly, a figure steps into Samuel's immediate space, a soft sound accompanying their arrival. Samuel's eyes widen in surprise, startled by the unexpected presence of the blonde-haired student. He lets out a small hiccup, startled by the sudden appearance of a pink-haired girl before him. Scanning her mana, he notes her decent amount of energy and healing ability, making her perfect as a teammate. The girl smiles, introducing herself as Adele. She asks if he has found a team yet. He can only manage a hesitant, and no. "That's great then," she replies, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort, before asking his name. While he struggles to formulate a response, she muses that joining his team would certainly help her class average, a calculating glint in her eye. She makes a small, nervous sound, then begins, that's a little." His eyes widen in surprise as she continues. Luna continues, explaining that there isn't much time left before class ends, and as both are half-demons, they would likely work well together. As she speaks, her eyes glow with an intense, crimson light, causing Samuel to flinch back, a small gasp escaping him. Regaining her composure, Luna lets out a soft sigh, agreeing to join him, to which Samuel responds that it's an excellent choice. However, a gray-haired instructor suddenly appears, his presence startling them both, and Samuel questions what exactly is so excellent about the situation. The instructor chuckles, observing that they haven't formed a group yet, his gaze lingering on the two students. Samuel wonders when the instructor even showed up, his thoughts racing as the man turns to walk away. The instructor then declares that he will take care of them, offering to bring them under his wing. Luna, however, quickly warns Samuel not to be deceived, revealing that she's heard everything from someone named Baekhyun, leaving Samuel to ponder why the instructors are even involved. The gray-haired instructor, undeterred, asserts his authority, stating that he still doesn't recognize Samuel's position as class president. Luna's triumphant laughter echoes as Samuel, considering whether to simply ignore her, ultimately decides to let her have her way. However, he adds a crucial condition. While she may be the team leader, she must consult him before making any decisions. After all, she is a descendant of the 7 deadly sins, making it prudent to keep her close. Luna confidently urges him to trust her and follow his team leader, to which Samuel can only groan in reluctant agreement, his true intention to strike from the side, while making use of her to some extent. 1 week later, the Grand Academy stands under a clear sky. Samuel reviews his updated status, noting his chaotic alignment, the position transfer talent, and new traits like intent, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation, and the Eye of Superbia. With his mana increasing from 132 to 1332, he realizes he seriously needs to go on an elite mission or something to further his growth. Holding a glowing blue tablet, he hopes to get some hints in this week's magic class. A sudden shiver runs through him, a premonition of trouble. On top of everything else, he realizes Kreet's worm poison is becoming unstable, adding to the overwhelming number of things he needs to address. As the class begins, a fellow student finds relief in Samuel's unusual quietness, while he simply offers a dismissive humph. Outside the academy, the grand clock tower stands tall, its chimes echoing through the morning air. Back in the classroom, the gray-haired instructor greets the students with a cheerful, "Good morning." Samuel observes the instructor's unusual excitement, wondering if something good has happened. The instructor then announces, "Now, today's class will be a bit special." He continues, addressing the assembled students, "We're going to have a field training session." Samuel's expression brightens at the prospect, thinking, "Finally, our first field class." The instructor's determined gaze intensifies as he clarifies, "We're leaving campus and going out beyond." Then, with a final, impactful statement, he reveals the destination. The location is Oregon. Samuel's eyes widen in shock, repeating the name in disbelief. Still reeling from the announcement of their destination, his mind races, recalling that Oregon is the infamous prison that once housed humans who managed to evade death during the brutal Human-Demon War. A chilling thought echoes in his head. They're essentially being taken to a prisoner of war camp. Meanwhile, the instructor announces, "We'll be taking the dimensional train, so everyone, follow me." As a blonde-haired student expresses his excitement, eager to see what kind of place it is, Samuel's internal dread persists, thinking, "It's not even a war, but I'll die if I go outside." He observes the general enthusiasm, knowing that everyone is thrilled about going outdoors, but if they truly understood the nature of Oregon, they would be shocked. The instructor then adds that there's something more important than the training itself, hinting that the main characters will soon be given an opportunity there. As the group moves forward, Samuel realizes that if he goes this time, a new story will unfold before them. A shimmering, purple portal opens before them, and Samuel wonders if he can find what he's looking for while avoiding all the eyes around him, suspecting the guards probably won't be any different from those he's encountered before. As he stands stiffly, a white-haired student with small horns asks why he seems so tense, prompting him to admit his nervousness for their first field class. She then teases him, remarking that with his usual gloomy demeanor, she hadn't expected him to get nervous at all. With a confident smile, she declares herself his team leader and assures him there's nothing to worry about, urging him to simply follow her lead. He watches her, a slight exasperation in his thoughts, wondering if this girl ever runs out of energy, and muses to himself that they'll see if she's still so energetic once they actually reach Oregon. Despite his internal skepticism, he acknowledges that thanks to Fran, he has indeed calmed down a bit. Suddenly, a surge of energy crackles through the air, as a massive mechanical structure whirs to life, sparks flying from its metallic surface. The dimensional gateway opens to reveal a towering, Gothic castle, bathed in an ominous purple glow, a rare opportunity indeed, and he resolves that no matter what, he will seize it. A sigh of relief escapes Nam Woo-hyun as he stares at a game interface, his character, the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, displaying titles like Ambassador and Killer, indicating a significant achievement. Meanwhile, an automated announcement echoes through a train car, informing passengers of their arrival in Oregon and instructing them to disembark safely. The train grinds to a halt with a loud screech, and a foot steps firmly onto the platform, signaling the end of their journey. The city of Oregon looms in the distance, a desolate landscape of crumbling structures and an oppressive atmosphere, its grim presence palpable. The pink-haired man turns to his group of students, announcing their arrival and urging them to stay close. He gestures towards the imposing, dilapidated buildings, identifying the location as the Prisoner of War of Oregon, its very name sending a chill through the air. Standing beside him, the reddish-brown-haired student observes the surroundings, remarking that the atmosphere is precisely as grim as he had anticipated. As the group takes in the desolate scene, the pink-haired man questions aloud, wondering if this truly is the place for their field training. He confirms their arrival, stating that this desolate landscape is indeed the designated training area, Oregon. A cynical thought crosses his mind, that there won't be any problems, that there's no need to worry, a twisted sense of humor for something awful about to happen. As they approach a formidable gate, a stern-faced guard steps forward, asking if they have come from Eton. The pink-haired man responds, confirming their identity and presenting their verification. The guard's presence is heavy, radiating a pressure so intense it suggests a strength comparable to an instructor, making his authority undeniable. With verification complete, the guard instructs them to follow, leading the group forward, while one of the students lets out a small, pained sound, a quiet arg, at the grim reality of their situation. They pass through the massive, imposing gate, entering the designated training area. Their footsteps echo on the cracked, desolate ground, a stark reminder of the harsh environment they now inhabit. A desperate plea echoes through the desolate space, a student crying out for help, terrified of what awaits them. Another, trapped and looking up at an unseen barrier, begs to be released from the oppressive environment. Meanwhile, the pink-haired instructor and his group of students survey their surroundings, one of them questioning the nature of this unsettling place. As another student voices a growing unease, sensing something dangerous lurking nearby, a companion observes the others, noting their visible distress. The pink-haired instructor's voice cuts through the tension, urging them to move quickly and not lag behind. Among them, Samuel remains unfazed, his composure earning him a reputation as a peculiar individual. He glances back at his students, confirming everyone is still with him. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy emanates from the instructor, his eyes widening in surprise, as if realizing something profound. They have finally arrived at the true training grounds, the real challenge now beginning. As the instructor's power surged, the true nature of the training grounds became clear, and one student, Samuel, was immediately overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground amidst swirling purple energy. Unfazed by the sudden shift, the pink-haired man continued to lead the group forward, his confident demeanor a stark contrast to the fear gripping some of the other students. A glowing eye seemed to pierce the darkness, revealing the chilling truth. This was the true face of Oregon. The environment itself screamed of torment, a skeletal figure chained to a wall, a silent testament to the horrors within this hellish place. More skeletal remains lined the cavernous space, each one a grim reminder of lives lost. Stepping forward, the gray-haired instructor began to explain, revealing that this was a prison for humans who had dared to attack the demon realm. He continued, his voice devoid of emotion, describing the prisoners as brutal criminals, each responsible for the death of at least one demon, some even murdering pregnant women and children. With a chilling pause, he then posed the question, asking if they were now curious about the subject of this training. Meanwhile, Nam Woo-hyun remained sprawled on the ground, the purple energy still clinging to him, his fate uncertain amidst the grim revelations. An emaciated, bald man, bound by glowing chains, trembles uncontrollably. His head drops with a dull thud, resigned to his fate. A figure with glowing blue eyes looms over him, a chilling voice promising, "Now, swallow this. Nice and quiet. It'll all be over soon." A hand, crackling with vibrant green energy, reaches for the prisoner's chest, the air hissing around it. From a distance, the pink-haired man watches with a slight smile, while Instructor Adele covers her mouth, her expression unreadable. The prisoner screams, his body consumed by the glowing energy, his form silhouetted against the blinding light. A violent splat of blood erupts, painting the air crimson. His body is torn apart, leaving only a gruesome, bloody mess. Overwhelmed by the horrific spectacle, Nam Woo-hyun collapses to the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips as his body cracks under the strain. A smirk plays on the pink-haired man's lips as he poses a chilling question. "You just need to kill one human, you punk. Pretty simple, right?" Nearby, Instructor Adele recoils, a look of utter revulsion twisting her features, a choked, ugh, escaping her lips, while other students behind her struggle to contain their nausea. Woo-hyun, however, feels a strange detachment, a sense of unreality settling over him. Even after witnessing such a brutal death, he feels nothing, a chilling thought that it's probably because he's become one with Adele. Yet, amidst the horror and his own unsettling calm, his resolve hardens. No matter what more he has to do, his goal won't change. He vows to survive to the very end, to fix this wretched world's ending, and to fulfill Adele's wish. Back at the execution site, the pink-haired man turns to the prisoner, his voice laced with a cruel curiosity. "Last words? Do you have anything to say?" Woo-hyun turns his back on the gruesome spectacle, walking away as Fran watches him go. The glowing hand of the aggressor continues its assault, purple energy crackling around the suspended prisoner. With a final, brutal surge of power, the aggressor delivers a devastating blow to the prisoner's chest. A student with reddish-brown hair stands in a purple-lit chamber, listening to a question about any laggards who might wish to leave. Meanwhile, the emaciated prisoner, defiant even in his final moments, screams his regret that he couldn't take more of his tormentors with him, vowing that humans would wipe out every last demon. Shadowy figures descend upon him, delivering the final, brutal blows. The reddish-brown-haired student watches, a red glow reflecting on his face as he hears the dying battle cry of his comrades. The pink-haired man, overseeing the grim spectacle, asks if it is enough. He then turns away, satisfied, declaring the execution perfect. Afterward, the gray-haired instructor addresses the assembled students. announcing that the half-demon class Monroe has now joined them for training, while Adele remains silent. Adele looks visibly shocked, holding a cup, as the instructor directs the half-demon cadets to step aside and disperse. Nam Woo-hyun watches Adele, while the pink-haired man gestures, indicating the way forward. Only the half-demon cadets are in this class, he wonders, a sense of unease settling over him. He observes instructor Adele, who stands beside him, looking particularly distressed by the situation. Meanwhile, the gray-haired instructor's voice cuts through the tension, declaring that the cadets will have to kill designated prisoners. A dark corridor stretches before them, littered with grotesque figures, their forms barely discernible in the dim, purple-tinged light. The instructor watches the scene, his expression unreadable. The pink-haired man, observing the prisoners, realizes their true nature. They are half-demons. The instructor's voice echoes, demanding that the cadets prove they are not like these traitors. A closer look reveals the horrifying details of one of the half-demons, its skeletal face and vacant eyes a testament to its monstrous form. Both the pink-haired man and the blonde-haired student recoil, their faces etched with shock and disgust at the grim reality before them. The pink-haired man unleashes a furious, green-glowing punch, striking one of the grotesque skeletal creatures. He continues his relentless assault, his anger palpable as he demands the creature's demise. From a distance, the gray-haired instructor watches the brutal scene unfold, a chilling question hanging in the air. Has it begun? Screams of agony and fear echo through the dark space, a cacophony of despair. Another creature, cowering, desperately pleads for help, begging for its life. The gray-haired instructor remains impassive, his stern gaze fixed on the escalating chaos. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowy voice booms, commanding the creatures to devour them. The pink-haired man is instantly overwhelmed by shadowy tendrils and figures, crying out as green energy engulfs him. Instructor Adele clutches her head, her face contorted in anguish, overwhelmed by the horrific turn of events. A desperate cry echoes through the aftermath, the sheer brutality of the magic used leaving a chilling impression. Samuel's actions were undeniably excessive. Perhaps he truly wished to tear his opponents apart. A low groan escapes him, while Adele, utterly broken by the scene, can only manage a similar sound of despair. The gray-haired instructor observes Luna's complete breakdown, knowing that if instructor Adele sees her in such a state, she will be in serious trouble. Adele's hand trembles on the ground, as the instructor's foot comes into view, a silent command hanging in the air. His gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable. He ponders aloud, wondering if using his ability to kill them would still count as a pass. Standing before him, Fran listens intently, her horned silhouette stark against the stone. Well, yes, he finally concedes, and she simply replies, understood. A shadowy figure, its eyes glowing crimson, taunts the white-haired student, declaring her position next to a human. But with a guttural cry, her horns now fully manifest, Fran unleashes a wave of purple energy, striking down the monstrous entity. The creature lets out a pained shriek, its face contorted in agony as the attack connects. She looks down at the fallen foe, her expression unreadable. Turning to the gray-haired instructor, she asks, "Is that sufficient?" He responds, confirming her success and promising a reward. The instructor simply humps, observing her with a discerning gaze. He reflects on Fran's lack of hatred towards humans, yet her unexpected fragility, realizing that now only one target remains. The gray-haired instructor stands with arms crossed, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Luna, overwhelmed by the brutal events, struggles to breathe, tears welling in her eyes as purple energy swirls around her. A gray-haired instructor, his gaze sharp and unwavering, issues a stern command, demanding proof of identity and capability. Meanwhile, a reddish-brown-haired student watches with a worried expression, contemplating the dire consequences if Luna fails to complete her training. Her eyes glow with an intense, pained red, and a faint purple aura shimmers around her, reflecting the immense pressure that threatens to overwhelm her. The weight of it all becomes too much, and she cries out in desperation, pleading for release from the ordeal. A system interface flashes, displaying the title The Fox-Eyed Villain of the Demon Academy, alongside a profile for Nam Woo-hyun, the novelist. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, Fran kneels on the cold floor, her head bowed in despair. A single word escapes her lips, a quiet, self-deprecating pathetic. Her thoughts drift to her mother, who endured a hellish life, all because of a man unworthy of being called a father. The weight of her past presses down, leaving her feeling utterly helpless, a silent cry echoing in her mind. But I can't do anything. As she struggles with her emotions, the gray-haired instructor approaches, looking down at her with a calm demeanor. Fran looks up, a desperate plea in her eyes, asking him to please wait a moment. Ignoring her request, the instructor offers his aid, declaring, "I will assist you with your practice." Before she can react, a sudden, forceful impact strikes. A sigh of relief escapes Nam Woo-hyun as he reflects on his work, the death of the strongest villain in his world signaling the imminent end of his series. Meanwhile, in a stark training room, the unnamed gray-haired instructor addresses Fran, his voice firm as he declares, "Now, let us begin." He takes her hands, a subtle glow emanating from his touch, telling her, "It may be frightening, but you must do it." As a vibrant blue aura flares around her, she pleads, "Please release the restraints for just a moment." The instructor's words echo in her mind, guiding her through the ordeal. In this state, you only need to move forward slowly. Her legs are visibly bound by heavy chains, the metallic clink a harsh counterpoint to her struggle. Fran's face contorts in a grimace of intense pain, her eyes squeezed shut against the agony. A single tear escapes her eye, rolling down her cheek as she endures the torment. Her breath hitches, her expression a mixture of fear and overwhelming distress. She stands before the pink-haired man, who offers a simple, "Well done." His expression then shifts, a hint of concern crossing his features as he adds, "That could have been really bad." Meanwhile, the gray-haired instructor, observing from a distance, considers the gravity of the situation, musing that the best outcome would be expulsion, otherwise, she would face something far worse. Unable to comprehend his casual tone, Fran questions the pink-haired man's actions, addressing him as class president. The instructor, still separate, challenges her, asking if she truly believes that after what she's done. A wide, almost unsettling smile spreads across the pink-haired man's face, as he reminds her that she once claimed using her abilities to kill a human meant nothing, to which she firmly replies that Luna is the only one. The instructor, with a knowing smirk, dismisses the idea as outrageous, stating he simply recognizes the value of raw talent. The gray-haired instructor challenges the pink-haired man's stance, asking if he would abandon cadets simply for lacking talent. The pink-haired man, without hesitation, confirms his philosophy, stating that he would indeed leave such individuals behind. A subtle sound accompanies the instructor's quiet reaction to this blunt declaration. The pink-haired man then turns his attention back to Fran, remarking on her apparent determination to do as she pleases, and promises to remember her words. With that, he announces his departure to check on the other cadets, instructing the two to wait for him there. As he walks away, the pink-haired man reflects on the exchange, noting his good fortune that his response aligned with what Idea desired, and musing that if it had been Ares, there would have been no chance. He then addresses Fran directly, observing that it seems they, and Luna, have safely navigated the situation, prompting a surprised "really?" from her. A soft sound accompanies his continued observation, as he simply states, "I see." He then wonders aloud if she might have fainted from the sheer tension of the moment. Kneeling on the cold stone floor, Fran remained subdued, her silence a testament to the pink-haired man's words. He looked down at her, a chilling finality in his voice, telling her to sleep well. A cruel smile spread across his face as he turned away, the real game about to begin. He knew the prison's every secret, every hidden passage, and time was on his side. With a soft, rhythmic sound, a glowing magical symbol materialized on the floor, and he began to walk, his footsteps echoing softly down the dark corridor. Glancing back, he noted the tight security, just as he had anticipated. His resolve hardened. To find the miracle he sought, he would need to descend underground. As he moved, a swirling, dark aura erupted around him, crackling with energy, propelling him forward into the depths. He observes the dark magic swirling around his hand, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges his improved control. With his form cloaked in shadow, he believes he can infiltrate the secure facility without issue. Crouching low, his dark aura still faintly visible, he calculates the shortest path to the underground passage. He glides past a uniformed guard, who remains oblivious to his presence, continuing his silent advance deeper into the complex. Suddenly, a jolt of unease courses through him, and his eyes widen in alarm. Has he been discovered? A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the ominous glow of a guard's eyes, now burning crimson in the darkness. His stealth compromised, the pink-haired man's dark magic flares once more, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. He lets out a soft breath, acknowledging the guard's ability to sense even his faint presence, a testament to the Oregon Guard's reputation. With his cover compromised, he knows he must move quickly. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly locates the only empty cell on the first floor. A closer look reveals a hidden passage inside. Without hesitation, he activates Position Transfer 2, his body blurring into a cascade of blue energy. The spatial displacement pulls him through the air, a streak of light against the dark stone. He lands with a soft thud, the blue particles dissipating around his feet. Having assessed the approximate depth of the lower level, the pink-haired man decides to utilize his skill. He notes the absence of any pressure mechanism on the floor, a small sound of realization escaping him. Now he wonders, how will he get to the level below? With a decisive count of 1, 2, he plunges into the dark abyss, a vibrant purple and blue aura enveloping him as he falls. The void rushes past him, the energy of his skill intensifying. As he nears his destination, he counts down the final moments, preparing for impact. A burst of raw energy erupts around him, marking the precise moment of his skill's activation. The ground beneath him shudders with the force of his arrival, the system confirming his Position Transfer 2 skill has been successfully executed. He lands with a powerful thud, the residual energy crackling around his feet before dissipating into the air. The lingering energy from his powerful descent dissipates into the dark void. He stands, his back to the viewer, surveying the new, desolate cavern he has entered. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he glances over his shoulder, anticipating what comes next. The environment is filled with shadowy, snake-like creatures, their forms coalescing from toxic black slime. He quickly assesses their threat, knowing their poison is lethal, and decides to engage them from a distance. Dark, ethereal energy gathers around his hand, crackling with ominous power as he prepares his attack, Black Blade Rain. With a swift motion, he unleashes a torrent of shadowy blades, which tear through the air towards the slimes. The dark energy engulfs the creatures, shredding their forms into bursts of purple particles. Standing amidst the dissipating remnants, he confidently acknowledges the ease of defeating them once their weakness is known. Having dealt with the slimes, the pink-haired man stands at the edge of a vast, water-filled chasm, knowing he must now delve even deeper into this mysterious realm. Without hesitation, he plunges into the dark waters below, the glowing particles of the abyss swirling around him as he descends. As he sinks, a strange thought echoes in his mind. A great evil has died here. He questions the meaning of the words. A great evil? He ponders, realizing he never wrote anything like that into his own story. The narration continues, revealing this to be the dormant resting place of a demon who rebelled centuries ago, a demon king that even the demon king god couldn't handle and had to seal away. The implications are staggering, but he remains resolute, deciding he'll know the full truth once he sees it for himself. Finally, his feet touch a submerged structure, and he looks around the eerie, glowing depths, wondering if this is the fabled place. Deep within the submerged cavern, a skeletal figure hangs suspended by heavy chains, its empty ribcage a stark reminder of the dungeon's grim history. The pink-haired man observes it intently, a low hum of curiosity escaping him as he takes in the macabre sight. He muses to himself that the skeleton is likely hollow, just as it appears. With a determined glint in his eye, he reaches out, convinced he is finally about to obtain something significant. Suddenly, something begins to fall from the skeleton's chest, causing him to pause, a look of surprise spreading across his face as he questions what could possibly be emerging. The object continues its descent, revealing itself to be a pulsating, glowing red heart, prompting him to exclaim, "Wait, what? The heart?" But before he can react further, the mysterious heart rapidly disintegrates, vanishing into shimmering particles. Suddenly, Nam Woo-hyun finds himself face to face with a towering, shadowy monstrosity, its form barely discernible in the gloom, causing him to recoil in utter shock. His eyes wide with disbelief, he can only utter a single, incredulous thought. This is absurd. A digital interface flickers into view, displaying a character profile for the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, marked as level 27, with various stats and affiliations listed below. Suddenly, a towering skeletal figure, its eye sockets glowing with an eerie yellow light and a pulsating red heart visible within its ribcage, manifests before him, and a thought echoes, "I can't believe something this absurd is really happening." The skeletal being's chest cavity glows intensely, highlighting the vibrant, beating heart and the heavy chains binding its form. The chains themselves shimmer with a golden light, emitting a low, guttural sound. Nam Woo-hyun, dressed in a sharp suit, stares up at the monstrous apparition, the same disbelief swirling in his mind. I can't believe something this absurd is really happening. A closer look reveals a distinct, glowing emblem on his neck, and a realization dawns. That emblem, it's the same as the Arson family tattoo on my neck. The skeletal villain looms, its presence oppressive, as a voice narrates. So, the traitor of the demon realm was connected to the Arson family after all. One of the skeletal hands reaches out towards him, its voice echoing, "Child of Arson." Nam Woo-hyun's eyes glow with a fierce, determined light, as he commands, "Listen carefully to my voice." He meets the skeletal figure's gaze, a golden light illuminating his profile, and declares his intent to listen. The skeletal villain's glowing eye narrows, a yellow aura flaring around him as he speaks, his voice echoing with a chilling proposition. If Nam Woo-hyun can hear him, then he must carry the same burden. Chains rattle around his bony form, the villain proclaiming his connection to chaos, a force that runs through his very blood. A red glow emanates from his chest, intensifying the yellow aura, as he warns Nam Woo-hyun not to be consumed by that same chaos. The yellow energy swirls, forming a backdrop for the villain's grim philosophy. Chaos, he explains, is a fundamental force that distorts the world's order. The red glow in his chest pulses violently, the sound of crackling energy filling the air, as the skeletal figure's warning reaches its peak. In a sudden shift, a masked Nam Woo-hyun observes a chaotic, purple-hued landscape, his voice now a somber reflection, understanding that to be devoured by the desire to destroy is to end up just like the villain. He stands silently, the weight of this realization heavy upon him. And with a soft, determined sigh, he resolves to find someone who can prevent such a fate. A gloved hand reaches into the darkness, grasping a swirling mass of dark energy that pulses with an ominous glow. A sudden surge of power courses through him, and the pink-haired man cries out as the energy integrates into his being. Now holding a small, glowing red orb, He can feel its essence, a profound connection to something ancient. His eyes gleam with a newfound understanding as he recognizes the constant hunger, the very will that seeks destruction, now residing within him. He muses that this must be a remnant of the Arson's heir's desires, a powerful trait that has now been transferred to him, granting him the Overlord trait and the telekinesis skill, boosting his mana to an impressive 3333. A confident smile spreads across his face as he realizes he has finally obtained telekinesis, and decides to test out his new ability. Blue energy crackles and hums around his outstretched hands, ready to unleash its power. He focuses his will, and a surge of dark energy erupts from his form, causing the very ground to crack and distort under an unseen force. A slight frown creases his brow as he considers the implications of his new power, thinking, it's not a matter of looking bad. Could it be he is concerned? I'll need to train myself. His gaze sharpens, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he realizes, still, discovering a clue to chaos affinity here, beyond just telekinesis, was unexpected. The emblem on his uniform glints faintly as he acknowledges the profound shift in his capabilities. It's a huge gain I didn't anticipate. Having pushed his new abilities to their current limit, he decides, there's nothing else left to gain. I better return before someone notices I'm gone. But before he can make his exit, a sharp, feminine voice cuts through the air. What were you doing wandering alone? Standing before him is a stern-faced young woman with long white hair and small horns, her arms crossed, clearly displeased. Caught off guard, the pink-haired man offers a casual excuse. I was just taking a walk around the area. The white-haired girl's expression remains unconvinced, her single word a clear challenge to his explanation. What? As he prepares to leave, a sharp voice cuts through the quiet, asking, do you really think you can just take a nap in this place? The white-haired student, her expression stern, continues. Where do you think you're going mid-conversation? He turns to face her, a slight frown on his face, and responds. Anyway, where's Luna? The student, clearly annoyed by his question, simply states his name, Adele. He pauses, then offers a casual greeting. Ah, Luna, did you sleep well? Adele's eyes narrow slightly as she replies, that's good. She then adds, with a hint of sarcasm. You slept so soundly, someone could have carried you off and you wouldn't have noticed. Her gaze sharpens as she continues. If it weren't for you, I would have. He cuts her off with a dismissive wave, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking, now Luna owes me a favor. An instructor with stark white hair calls out to his students, his voice echoing through the training grounds. He addresses the assembled group, acknowledging their efforts as he states, thankfully, we managed to finish this field exercise. His gaze sweeps over them, a hint of approval in his tone as he adds, the look in your eyes is much better now. He continues, a slight smile playing on his lips, it still needs refinement, but you're all getting there. With the exercise concluded, he instructs them to return to campus, a short stay that felt long finally coming to an end, though one student silently resolves to leave this place entirely. Now, let's return to campus. The Grand Academy buildings stand tall under the clear sky. A week passes since their return, yet for the pink-haired student, nothing truly feels changed. In a classroom, the white-haired instructor observes the half-demon trainees, noting how they seem to have overcome some of their fear through the experience of killing humans. Hunched over his desk, Nam Woo-hyun feels the strain of his efforts, the blue energy of his telekinesis swirling around him as he pushes its limits. He knows he must train the telekinesis he recently acquired, especially since the instructors keep hinting at the upcoming midterm exam. Meanwhile, the pink-haired man recalls the novel's plot, where the first-year students of Saiten launch an invasion of the Imperial School around the time of midterms. This means the midterm exam is not just a test of skill, but an actual invasion of the human world, leaving him to wonder how many of them will truly survive. Later, in a classroom, Woo-hyun smiles at his pink-haired companion, a casual conversation unfolding between them. Suddenly, the pink-haired man's expression shifts, a silent shock rippling through him. He lowers his head, his vibrant hair obscuring his face, lost in thought. Noticing the sudden change, Woo-hyun asks what's wrong, observing Luna's troubled expression. The pink-haired man remains silent, his head still bowed over the desk. He continues to stare down, his thoughts heavy and unshared. As he reached out, a sudden touch on his shoulder caused a sharp intake of breath, pulling him abruptly from his thoughts. The pink-haired man leaned in, his voice a gentle prod, urging him to return to the present. Startled, Adele recoiled slightly, acknowledging the sudden interruption. His friend explained his attempt to get his attention, then, with a note of concern, asked if something was troubling him. Adele averted his gaze, his expression unreadable. While the pink-haired man watched him closely, a hint of worry in his eyes. He pressed for confirmation, but Adele simply affirmed he was fine, his tone lacking conviction. Accepting the answer for now, the pink-haired man then extended an invitation, suggesting they have lunch together later. Adele's eyes widened slightly in surprise as his friend inquired, wondering if he had other commitments. He quickly corrects himself, agreeing to eat together. As they walk away, the pink-haired man confirms their meeting in the dining hall for lunchtime, to which he simply replies, okay. Later, alone with his thoughts, he muses that she no longer seems afraid of him, feeling as though he's earned some points back at school. A distant chime echoes, signaling the start of the lunch period at the Grand Academy. He makes his way towards the building, the pink-haired man already a short distance ahead. Standing by himself, a soft sigh escapes him. The lunch period is almost over, and he wonders where Luna could have gone. It feels strange to eat alone, especially since he normally skips lunch entirely. He sighs, accepting that some things are simply beyond his control, and decides to head back to the dorm for training. Meanwhile, in a serene garden, two young women stand together, one with dark hair and small horns, the other with flowing white hair and a delicate crown. When suddenly, a familiar figure appears, causing him to gasp in surprise. Recognizing the two students, Nam Woo-hyun exclaims, "Renee, Diana?" Overwhelmed, he realizes he needs to escape, shouting, "I gotta run." And with a flash of blue energy, he activates a position transfer 2-move skill, leaving Renee to wonder, "What's wrong, Renee?" As she muses, "I think I saw my bodyguard. Maybe I'm mistaken." But his escape is short-lived, as Nam Woo-hyun finds himself in a new location, only to discover the two girls have followed, prompting his frustrated thought, "Why are they here?" This is the worst possible pairing. What he had heard back at Oregon still weighed heavily on his mind, a chilling thought that if they realized he was a descendant of the Demon King's family, he would be dead for sure. He knew that only one could play a part in destroying the Demon King, making his situation even more impossible. He remembered the brutal battle, the fiery chaos as they finally killed the Demon King. And to be precise, they even killed his wife. He recalled a conversation with the pink-haired man, who had stated that whatever the case, they couldn't let the Demon King's lineage continue. Snapping back to the present, a sigh of relief escaped him, realizing how close he had come to being exposed, and he knew he needed to be more cautious. He continued walking, reflecting on his surroundings. This new place wasn't bad at all, he mused, though he still didn't know who was behind the Demon King's death. He decided this was better than his stuffy dorm room, contemplating whether he should train here instead. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the air, making him flinch. He hears a familiar voice, and his head snaps around, searching for the source. His gaze falls upon a figure below, kneeling on the ground and reaching out, pleading desperately. "Please don't go," she cries out. He stares, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he whispers, "Luna?" Nam Woo-hyun walks with a determined stride through the academy grounds. Rounding a corner, he spots a student sprawled on the ground, another standing over him in a clear act of aggression. From a slight distance, a pink-haired girl watches the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. "I can roughly grasp what's going on here," she muses as Woo-hyun steps forward, directly confronting the green-haired aggressor. A faint red aura flares around him as he speaks, his voice cutting through the tension. "That's enough, everyone. Return to the classroom. What do you think you're doing, fellow classmate?" The emblem on his blazer gleams, a silent symbol of the academy's authority. The green-haired student scoffs, "Huh." But in the next instant, he's on the ground, Woo-hyun standing over him, a cold declaration hanging in the air. "You're an eyesore." From the beginning, it never made sense to him how the Demon Lord could be so sensitive, Nam Woo-hyun muses, his gaze fixed on the defiant group. But the green-haired bully, still foolishly confident, retorts, "Even if it's you, there's no way you can handle all three of us at once." Before he can finish, a sudden, unseen force erupts from Nam Woo-hyun, slamming into the bully with a sickening impact, red energy flaring violently around him. The sheer power of the attack sends the green-haired bully and his two companions flying backward, their bodies twisting helplessly through the air amidst a crimson haze. They hang suspended for a moment, eyes wide with disbelief and terror, the overwhelming red aura still pressing down on them. In an instant, Nam Woo-hyun closes the distance, grabbing the green-haired bully by his collar, his grip firm as the crimson energy pulses around them. The bully's face contorts in pure agony and fear, completely overwhelmed by the proximity of such raw power, an unbelievable pressure crushing his spirit. Nam Woo-hyun's voice cuts through the air, cold and absolute. "Paralyzed by just a bit of my killing intent? They still dare to attack me." The green-haired bully collapses further under the weight of that declaration, the red energy continuing to radiate from Nam Woo-hyun, sealing his fate. A low groan escapes the green-haired bully, his body still reeling from the encounter. He can't comprehend the sight before him, wondering why this one shows no fear. In fact, he seems to be calmly analyzing the situation. From a short distance, a pink-haired girl watches the unfolding scene with wide eyes. Nam Woo-hyun stands over the kneeling bully, who, now completely subdued, offers a desperate apology for fighting, while Nam Woo-hyun's gaze shifts to the other two companions, asking if they too are afraid. His eyes glow with a chilling red light, and a dark, oppressive aura flares around him, a silent command for the bully to speak no further. The sheer weight of his presence forces the bully to cower, as Nam Woo-hyun declares it's lunchtime, and he'd rather not see them in the cafeteria. With a pained grunt, the green-haired bully is dragged away by his companions, one of them urging them to leave quickly. Nam Woo-hyun turns and walks away, casting a subtle glance back at the retreating figures. He stands in the school hallway, observing the cadets with an unusual composure for someone his age, noting that aside from Luna, there's another raw gem in this class. A thought crosses his mind, that he should look into this new talent. Approaching a pink-haired student, he asks if she is all right. Luna, her expression soft, confirms she is fine, thanking him for his concern. A small smile plays on his lips as he replies, "That's a relief," adding that class will begin soon, so they should head inside. Together, they walk down the hall. And Luna's excitement is palpable as she mentions they'll finally be learning real magic, a prospect she eagerly anticipates. Her eyes sparkle with anticipation, a silent testament to her enthusiasm. Inside the classroom, an instructor addresses the assembled cadets, bidding them a good day. The instructor's fist slams down on the desk, a sharp sound echoing through the classroom. As he declares, "Now, we'll be learning magic used in real-life scenarios." His words hang in the air, emphasizing the techniques they are about to master: invisibility and silence. Nam Woohyun's eyes widen slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. Invisibility and silence. Oh, we're finally learning real magic. The instructor continues, posing a critical question to the class. How do you deal with someone stronger than you on the battlefield? He gestures with a pointed finger, delivering a chilling answer. The answer is assassination. For you all, assassination isn't an option. It's a necessity. Nam Woohyun crosses his arms, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "Humph." With a soft blue glow emanating from his form, the instructor announces, "First, I'll demonstrate invisibility magic." As his body begins to fade into shimmering blue particles, a distinct tattoo on his leg becomes visible, prompting an internal observation. Huh? The tattoo slowly. He watches as the instructor, surrounded by a faint blue aura, demonstrates the precise control needed to circulate mana and release it gradually. The instructor's voice echoes through the classroom, explaining that the goal is to wrap mana around one's body, emphasizing that if they can't control even a little, they won't be able to cast the silent spell. A student gasps in realization as the instructor continues to explain the technique. Nam Woohyun, observing intently, understands the instructor's previous demonstration of invisibility was a practical application of this very principle, a skill he'd need for fighting Samuel. The instructor, his form shimmering with a soft blue glow, moves with practiced ease, demonstrating the mana wrapping technique. He reiterates that the day's lesson is solely focused on mastering this fundamental skill. As the students close their eyes and begin to concentrate, the instructor warns them to take it slow, acknowledging that handling mana is inherently difficult. He further cautions them that if they turn invisible, they will still be able to see their own body, a crucial detail for practical application. The students, including Nam Woohyun, the pink-haired girl, and the green-haired bully, sit in focused silence, attempting to grasp the intricate art of mana control. He continues to focus, mana swirling around him in a vibrant green glow, as the instructor notes that while everyone is trying hard, mastering this technique will likely take more than a day. The instructor, a man with neatly swept-back gray hair and glasses, observes the students intently. While nearby, Diana also practices, enveloped in a soft pink and purple aura. But it is Samuel, his body already looking faint from the effort, who appears the most impressive. The instructor muses that such talent is incredible, as normally it would take months of practice just to get a feel for it, concluding that both of them must be prodigies. He adjusts his glasses, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, a memory surfaces. Wasn't there one more person who stood out just as much as these two? The one with the chaos and destruction aura, the one Ares is extremely wary of. A flash of a skeletal figure, glowing with malevolent yellow and orange energy, appears in his mind, the name Adele Pixie echoing. Meanwhile, Nam Woohyun continues his strenuous practice, the green mana still swirling around him. He stares at the empty space, a wave of disbelief washing over him. How could this be? He can't believe his eyes were so completely fooled. Meanwhile, a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanates from Adele's eyes, a subtle hint of the power he wields. For him, such feats are simply too easy. He walks through the hallway, his thoughts already elsewhere. Only one person can manipulate magic with the chaos attribute, and to understand how, he needs to consult the original novel for clues. Regular assassination skills are useless against truly strong opponents. He must find another way. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him, "Wait a second, Cadet Adele." The pink-haired instructor turns to Nam Woohyun, a hint of concern in his voice, asking if something is wrong. He then presses further, wondering aloud if the young man had truly learned magic for the very first time at Sion. The instructor's gaze is sharp, his thoughts clearly on the inherent talents he's observed. A smile plays on his lips as he extends an unexpected invitation, asking if Woohyun would mind visiting his lab when he has time. Woohyun's expression shifts to one of surprise, and he responds with genuine confusion, questioning the reason behind such a request. The instructor's smile widens, his eyes closing in satisfaction as he explains that he cannot deny Woohyun's exceptional mana control and magical talent, deeming both him and his powers to be of significant research value. Woohyun looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. His internal monologue revealing a deeper insecurity. His talent might be good for assassination skills, but beyond that, he feels he's not good at anything else. He listens as the pink-haired instructor explains he has something to do and needs to leave, but promises to return soon. The instructor adds that he'll come by another time, to which Nam Woohyun simply acknowledges his departure. As he walks away, the instructor calls back, "I'll be waiting on you." Nam Woohyun watches him go, a sigh escaping him as he realizes he'll have to keep up the act of being a magic genius. Later, the Grand Academy building stands silent under the sky. Inside, in the quiet of his room, he thinks to himself, since Samuel isn't around, I might as well start. He knows there's something crucial he needs to take care of before midterms, and to achieve it, he must learn a technique far beyond mere invisibility. His hand clenches, the weight of his secret heavy on his mind, as he considers the technique he's trying to master, and the dire consequences if anyone were to discover his true intentions. With grim determination etched across his face, he resolves, I have to find and kill them, no matter what. He knows his enemies will be searching for him, so he must perfect his ultimate trump card. A deep breath escapes him as he focuses his will. His intent is not just to conceal his presence, but to exist and not exist simultaneously. This technique demands he become a being that is, in essence, nothing. A shimmering blue aura envelopes his form, making him translucent, almost ethereal. As the effect intensifies, a triumphant thought crosses his mind. It worked. He observes his own fading body, realizing even he can no longer perceive himself clearly. The blue light pulses around him. But the immense strain forces a pained gasp from his lips as the energy surges. A sudden surge of power washes over him, the ethereal blue energy of his new technique flaring around his hands and body, causing him to gasp in surprise and pain. The protagonist reviews a digital character profile, noting the title, The Fox-Eyed Villain of the Demon Academy, and the name Ambrosius, along with his various classifications. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washes over him, causing him to gasp and question his own breath as strange, luminous lines begin to trace across his body. His body feels alien, prompting an urgent thought that he must dispel whatever is happening. A silent exclamation of alarm escapes him as the glowing energy intensifies. As the luminous patterns begin to recede, he wonders if the strange effect is finally deactivating. A final burst of energy dissipates from his form. He places a hand over his chest, a silent question hanging in the air as the phenomenon completely vanishes. The world around him seems to dissolve into a field of shimmering particles. He collapses to the ground, a harsh cough tearing from his throat. His senses, his very perception of time, had been a blur, a truly horrifying feeling. A ragged breath escaped him, the memory of that terrifying sensation still fresh. With his mana completely depleted, he had barely managed to dispel the effect, struggling to control it. He knew that if he hadn't been in such an exhausted state, he would have completely lost his sense of self. Now, the warning not to be consumed by the power of chaos finally made sense to him. Though he considered it a trump card he might be able to use once. It was a new technique, one that combined the previous effect with invisibility. And from now on, he would call it absolute invisibility. A faint, determined glow emanated from him, his resolve hardening. He suddenly feels a strange sensation, a disorienting shift in his perception. And the world tilts violently around him, sending him stumbling backward to the floor. A nearby student, with dark hair and a neat uniform, looks on in surprise as the commotion unfolds. Woo-hyun tries to call out, but his voice feels distant, muffled, as if he's underwater. He can barely make out his own name, Samuel, echoing strangely in his mind. The dark-haired student approaches, asking if he needs to move, but Woo-hyun can only see his lips moving, hearing nothing. A wave of panic washes over him as he realizes the terrifying truth. All sound has vanished. His eyes widen in disbelief, the world now a silent, unsettling void. He tries to speak again, to confirm his fears, but even his own voice is lost to him. A chilling thought solidifies in his mind. He has completely lost his hearing. A serene, overgrown forest stretches out, its lush canopy filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ancient ground. Further within, crumbling ruins stand as silent witnesses to time, swallowed by the relentless embrace of nature. He lets out a relieved sigh, a faint blue aura shimmering around him as he processes his surroundings. A sudden gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with dawning horror. A moment ago, he was thankful he hadn't lost his hearing this time, a small smile gracing his lips. But now, a chilling realization washes over him. He can't see. As he moves through the forest, a grim certainty settles in his mind. Whenever he uses absolute invisibility, he loses one or two of his senses. He turns, a hand pressed to his temple, the implications of his power weighing heavily on him. After having lost his hearing for a week or two previously, and even his sense of touch and smell, which he thankfully regained after about 2 months, the frustration is palpable as he grapples with this recurring, unpredictable side effect. He knows the sensory loss can last for hours each time, and there's no way to tell in advance which sense will be lost. And the technique itself only lasts for 3 seconds. Making it practically useless, he sighs, the risk far too high to keep it active, so he'll seal it away for now. He resolves to only use it if it's guaranteed to kill an opponent. He had even tried combining the chaos attribute with other traits, but to no avail. So instead, he'll focus on improving his swordsmanship and increasing his mana. It looks like he'll be stuck here for 2 hours. But since he came out early this morning, he can't be late for class. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man with a cross tattoo on his neck observes something intently. He pushes himself forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. as a fellow student grumbles about the endless physical training, wondering when they'll finally learn swordsmanship. The group continues their strenuous run, until a sudden exclamation from Nam Woo-hyun brings them to a halt. "Stop," he calls out, relaying the instructor's orders to the panting students. Catching his breath, he remarks to the pink-haired instructor that at least he was made class president, a small consolation for the grueling regimen. The instructor clears his throat, then announces a significant change. Physical training will be reduced, with a greater focus now placed on learning swordsmanship. A collective murmur of surprise and excitement ripples through the students. Finally, the moment he'd been waiting for had arrived, a chance to truly learn swordsmanship. The instructor, his pink hair a vibrant contrast to the clear sky, declared, "I'll demonstrate first." He took a firm stance, his heavy sword resting casually on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the assembled students. Then, his eyes landed on Nam Woo-hyun, and he commanded, "Class president, step forward." Woo-hyun responded instantly, "Yes, sir." As Woo-hyun began to move, the instructor inquired, "Are you able to channel mana into?" Woo-hyun met his gaze, confirming, "Yes, I can." The instructor's expression hardened slightly as he challenged, "Then come at me using mana." He added, his voice firm, "I won't be using mana, though." Nam Woo-hyun questions the instructor's motives, wondering if this challenge is meant to humiliate him, especially since the instructor intends to use only a sword. Meanwhile, the pink-haired man stands ready, his posture unwavering. Accepting the terms, Nam Woo-hyun simply acknowledges the instruction. He internally resolves that if mana is permitted, he will refrain from using his unique traits. With a sudden burst of speed, glowing energy flaring from his feet, he closes the distance, eager to gauge the instructor's true capabilities. A powerful kick connects, sending the pink-haired man reeling. The force of the blow pushes him back further, but he maintains his composure. In a flash of brilliant blue, the instructor counters, a glowing blade of energy manifesting to deflect the attack. The impact sends Nam Woo-hyun flying backward, crashing into the ground. Nam Woo-hyun lets out a weary sigh, his hand covering his face, as the thought crosses his mind that with the death of the strongest villain, his own series was nearing its end. The instructor, however, shows no such fatigue, his blue energy blade still shimmering as it sends Nam Woo-hyun hurtling through the air, the force of the blow carrying him far across the training ground, until he finally skids to a rough stop. As he struggles to regain his footing, the pink-haired man turns, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He muses that true experts make no exceptions, and if they were in the demon realm, mana would be the ultimate measure of an expert advanced level. There, sword skills are judged not by technique alone, but by the sheer amount of mana one can channel into their blade. So, he concludes, titles like Sword Master or Expert hold little weight in such a place. Channeling mana into a weapon is no easy feat, and he finds the idea of being underestimated quite disagreeable. As the instructor's words hang in the air, a small vial is clutched in a hand, a silent resolve forming, if that's the case. But before any plan can fully form, Nam Woo-hyun is sent crashing down, the impact shaking the very ground. The pink-haired instructor, relentless, arcs through the air with his blade, his gaze sharp as he targets a vital point, declaring, "Right carotid artery." The blow connects with brutal force. But a flicker of defiance ignites in Nam Woo-hyun's eyes, his expression hardening. He recoils from the assault. Yet with a sudden, precise movement, a dagger flashes out, deflecting the instructor's attack with a sharp clang. Standing his ground, Nam Woo-hyun is now enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, his eyes glowing with newfound power as he prepares to fight back. The pink-haired instructor's eyes narrow, a triumphant declaration echoing in his mind. Got him. He recognizes the blue aura, the dagger, the counterattack, but dismisses it as an unfinished technique. With a fierce resolve, he presses his assault, his movements a blur of focused power. A devastating blow connects, shattering the air with its force. Nam Woo-hyun's face contorts in shock and pain, the impact overwhelming his defenses. He is engulfed in a blinding flash of blue and white energy, the sheer power of the attack lifting him off his feet. A guttural cry of "kook" escapes his lips as the full force of the strike courses through him. Nearby, two students recoil from the sudden explosion of power, their faces etched with alarm as debris flies around them. Woo-hyun collapses to the ground, coughing and groaning in agony, utterly defeated. The instructor stands over him, radiating a menacing purple aura, his victory absolute, his next move uncertain. The pink-haired instructor stands tall, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Nam Woo-hyun, who lies defeated on the ground. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and terror, he struggles to comprehend the overwhelming power that brought him to his knees. A desperate thought echoes in his mind, that this might truly be the end. From a distance, two students watch the scene unfold, their expressions etched with shock, as one of them cries out, "Adele." A digital interface glows, displaying a character profile for the fox-eyed villain of the Demon Academy, alongside a list of names including Adele, Mayor, Dolly, and Killer, all marked as Awakened Ones. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate landscape where a massive, muscular figure, wielding a greatsword, brings it down with crushing force, aiming directly at Nam Woo-hyun. A wave of vibrant purple energy erupts from the descending blade, intensifying the attack. From a distance, a figure with long, dark hair and piercing purple eyes watches, a faint purple aura shimmering around him, observing the unfolding chaos. The greatsword slams into the ground, sending a shockwave of debris flying in every direction, the impact momentarily obscuring Nam Wuhyun. Both Nam Wuhyun and the pink-haired man recoil, their expressions etched with surprise, as the sheer power of the blow registers. But before the dust can settle, Nam Wuhyun's hand flares with a brilliant, glowing blue energy, a clear sign of his resolve. He unleashes a counterattack, his blue energy striking the ground with explosive force, shattering the earth and sending more debris skyward. Now fully enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, Nam Wuhyun drops into a low, ready stance, prepared for whatever comes next. He lies amidst scattered debris, reflecting that thanks to his improved abilities, he was able to deflect the sword just in time, knowing that even a little slower would have meant being cut clean in half. The pink-haired man stands before him, his massive sword held casually, having just delivered the powerful blow. Looking up at his assailant, Nam Wuhyun demands, "Were you trying to kill me?" The pink-haired man remains impassive, his sword still poised. A small cut bleeds on his chest, a testament to Nam Wuhyun's successful deflection, as he holds a small knife. He dismisses the notion, stating, "Of course not." Nam Wuhyun observes the wound, realizing the effectiveness of his counterattack. The scene shifts to a more formal setting, where the pink-haired man sits on a grand chair, instructing Nam Wuhyun to approach, then asking him to describe his feelings about the encounter. He then elaborates on his philosophy, asserting that such tactics are used by the weak. Nam Wuhyun looks at the pink-haired man, a question in his eyes, wondering what he means by his previous statement. The instructor clarifies, explaining that Wuhyun had allowed himself to be limited by his own mana, and that he only focused on the head, which was a mistake. He then elaborates on a strategy of sacrificing oneself. To which Wuhyun recalls a past instance, noting that Ares could have easily dodged the final strike, but instead, he intentionally took it on the shoulder. The pink-haired man confirms this, his expression serious, as if it were all planned. He reiterates, a faint sound effect accompanying his words, that Wuhyun's observation is correct. He continues, explaining that the human brain, being incredibly powerful, is also incredibly simple, and that it's important to make the opponent believe they've inflicted damage, to lure them into complacency. He concludes, stating that by exposing a perceived weakness, one can then draw them into a deeper trap. He continues, dismissing the notion of noble swordsmanship, insisting that such a concept simply doesn't exist in his classes. Instead, he teaches only practical swordsmanship. The instructor emphasizes that from now on, his teaching will be pure combat, adding that even if they were to lose, it would be a victory in itself. Nam Wuhyun considers this, his thoughts drifting to the upcoming midterms, a crucial test of their skills. He knows the Imperial School instructors are already on high alert, their vigilance heightened by recent events. A human world spy must have already leaked information about the current situation and the exam's contents. He muses, a frown creasing his brow. He recalls that in the novel, only Satan's students were harmed, while the Imperial School students came out unscathed. The thought strikes him. Ares likely suspects that he is that spy, a dangerous accusation. Therefore, he needs to find the real spy first. He hears the instruction to return to class, but Wuhyun remains rooted to the spot, knowing this is his chance to clear his name. Looking up at the imposing figure before him, he hears the instructor's voice cut through the air, demanding to know why he's still standing there, questioning if he's rebelling because of what happened earlier. The pink-haired man stares down at him, his expression unreadable. Wuhyun watches him, a silent tension hanging between them. The instructor's face hardens, his name, Ares, echoing in the air as his anger becomes palpable. A cross pendant rests against his neck, a stark contrast to his fierce demeanor. Outside the Grand Imperial School, the sun shines brightly, oblivious to the brewing conflict within its walls. Wuhyun stands alone, a grim realization settling over him. Ares will never help him. He knows he can't just be suspected as a spy, but also because of the murderous and merciless side he's already shown. He can't abandon that side forever, though, as to gain enough power to overcome the Demon Lord, he must. But if Ares keeps crossing the line like yesterday, then no matter what he does in response, Ares will have to bear the consequences. A surprised gasp escapes Ares as he encounters Wuhyun in the hallway, and Wuhyun remarks that it looks like he stood Luna up again, to which Ares simply replies that it's fine. Ares then asks why Wuhyun is there, explaining that they were supposed to have lunch together yesterday, and he was wondering if Wuhyun would like to have lunch today. Wuhyun agrees, and they decide to go together. He and Ares approach a magnificent, classical building, its ornate architecture gleaming under the light. Inside, a lavish meal awaits, with glistening dishes meticulously arranged on fine china. Seated at the grand table, Ares remarks on the rarity of such a meal, noting it's been a long time since he's had one like this. Wuhyun adds that leaving any food behind might displease the demon god of gluttony. The implication hangs in the air, a subtle challenge to finish every last bite. An attendant stands by, observing the two men as they dine in the opulent setting. The meal continues, the atmosphere a mix of formality and unspoken tension. With a dismissive gesture, Aries decides it's time to leave. Woo-hyun follows, a thoughtful expression on his face as the attendant trails behind them. He turns to his companion, inquiring about the children who had caused trouble earlier. Luna, looking away, admits that those were indeed the ones who had bullied him, though he couldn't understand why it always happened. He explains that he is weak, possessing no special physical abilities beyond his unique powers. Woo-hyun recalls that Luna's only true power is recovery. Luna clarifies that they never physically assaulted him, instead resorting to curses or throwing silver coins as they passed by. She points to a red-haired young man, the red-haired student. The female student continues, wondering if Kyle was described in the novel, and then questions if he might be a half-demon. Woo-hyun quickly corrects her, stating that Kyle is not a pure demon. The female student then adds that Kyle looks a bit scary, and that even the other demon students seem to dislike him. A close-up of Kyle reveals a subtle intensity in his gaze, hinting at the truth behind the rumors. As the conversation continues, the pink-haired man leans forward, questioning if his companion means the suspect resembles the elders. He then clarifies, stating that was how they appeared to humans back in Oregon, a detail that solidifies the man's conviction that the individual is indeed a strong suspect. Later, Woo-hyun is on a call, pressing for the information he requested, then inquiring about the money. And finally, frustrated by the lack of a client name, he decides to check directly, confident in the data he already possesses on the spy. His grip tightens on the phone, before he finds himself at a dining table once more, this time with the pink-haired man and a young student with neat black hair. The pink-haired man offers a cheerful good day to the student, who reacts with a startled expression, a quiet what the, escaping him. He sits at a grand table, a young man standing beside him, both dressed in formal attire. A slight, unsettling smile plays on the young man's lips, his reddish-brown hair falling casually around his face. Woo-hyun, however, keeps his gaze fixed on the plate before him, a silent tension building between them. He recalls a painful memory, a half-demon girl who was his younger sister, and her older brother, as he finally looks up, his expression hardening. Are you ignoring me now? Woo-hyun challenges, but the other man simply replies, last time, I let my guard down. A low rumble echoes as Woo-hyun's eyes begin to glow with an ominous purple light, a surge of power radiating from him. Across from him, Kyle's own eyes flare a dangerous red, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he utters, Ray, was it? The purple glow intensifies in Woo-hyun's eyes, a dark, intricate mark appearing on his cheek, a clear sign of his awakening power.